A wedding is a result of love. It should be based on sincere feelings and mutual respect. So you should not get married by arrangement, as was customary in ancient times. The girl, whose bright green eyes were full of wonder, could not look away, enchanted by the beauty and smoothness of the approaching bird, tension filling the air around her. Amidst the dark night sky, an owl maneuvered gracefully and easily in the air with its glittering wings, holding in its claws a letter framed by a mysterious black ribbon with a red seal. A girl in a pink dress, strewn with numerous bows and frills. Her eyes were wide open in surprise. Her hair, styled in a complex hairstyle, seemed to freeze in the air. She was special, so the bird gave her a chance. The girl pressed her palm to her heart, feeling her heart beat faster. She carefully reached out and let the little paw cling to it. Carefully, without damaging the fragility of the paper, her hand gently took the letter from the owl's claws, emotions pounding in her chest. With the letter in her hand, she felt the weight of responsibility and curiosity. The girl carefully unfolded the letter, as if discovering a secret that had long been kept in its folds. The paper was soft to the touch, her hands trembled slightly, filled with anticipation and excitement. The cryptic lines asked if she wanted to get into the jewel box, because she shined even brighter than the precious stones. She could eat and get whatever she wanted. It was the moment when the girl realized the deep meaning of the words in the letter, that the doors to endless possibilities had opened before her. Only she had the right to choose her future destiny. The author of the letter wonders why everyone, when choosing love, is so stingy with it. Because it is not at all what you need to strive for. In a jewelry box, you can meet the very love you dreamed of. As the girl finished reading the letter, every word echoed in her mind. The lines filled with mystery and possibility, making her heart beat faster with excitement. There was a newspaper on the table, and the image of a young girl surrounded by a screaming headline about the opening of the fifth box clearly attracted the reader's gaze. A young lady, absorbed in an article in a newspaper, suddenly jumped up. Her movement was so abrupt that a cup of drink standing nearby overturned, staining the newspaper and spilling liquid across its pages. The loud sound of spilling liquid echoed in the silence. Anger and disappointment flared up in her heart, and she resolutely knocked over the mug, as if expressing her indignation and protest against the wrong ideas about love. The girl's eyes dimmed and flickered only with a reflection of her inner disappointment and bitterness. They reflected the pain caused by the inability to accept the idea of love, which seemed to her unfairly illusory and accessible only to a select few. Her hand grabbed the newspaper with force and crumpled it in her fist, as if expressing her inner rebellion against false ideals. The paper cracked under her force, and the words printed on the pages seemed to melt under this angry gesture. After a moment of anger, the girl turned around, her gaze falling on the muscular man who was sleeping in the bed. Turning away, she could only make out his tousled hair and muscular back. She stood there, in just her nightgown, feeling the cold air of the room on her skin, her gaze falling on the bed where her husband slept. But inside her heart, there was only emptiness, like an invisible shadow following her everywhere. Yesterday, when she married this man, she was shrouded in uncertainty. This marriage left her with a feeling of loss of freedom. Because all the decisions were made for her, she was not given the right to choose. She was sold first, which added a new insult to her grief. To become an object of bargaining in the hands of her relatives was terribly painful. She felt betrayed and humiliated, as if her value was determined only by material interests. Her heart sank with memories when she heard these words from a brunette in a red dress with a yellow pendant glittering on her chest. The girl asked if she knew about her resemblance to a clear pond. Luaria, that was the name of the innocent girl, felt a sharp sense of confusion and fear, not understanding what was meant and how she was connected with the pond in the forest. To which the brunette continued gloatingly, saying that if you throw a stone into a pond, you can immediately see where it will touch the bottom. Her gaze was so terrifying, as if it penetrated into the depths of the soul. Her words sounded like lightning in the dark night, causing the girl to shudder in surprise. She realized that these words carried a warning and not a very positive mood, but it was too late. The girl screamed in fear and helplessness as she was pushed into the lake. The cold water engulfed her body, causing her to tremble and feel panicked as she tried to maintain her balance. But instead of support and help, she felt only horror when her gaze met three silhouettes that stood above her, giggling. In their laughter, she heard mockery and malice. The girl's heart was full of despair, as her cries for help were drowned in the water. Not reaching the ears of her brother, sister, and father, she felt abandoned and alone in this cold lake. The images of the future seemed dark and hopeless to her. Each new day would bring only new trials and tribulations, associated with constant pressure and discussions about marriage. She thought about the events of the previous day. The words spoken when vowing eternal love to her fiancé now seemed to have lost their sincerity. She wondered if this moment had become the beginning of her fall to the bottom. Images surfaced in her memories of the first night. She recalled how the lights of the crystal chandelier flickered in her eyes. Hundreds of glittering crystals caught the light from the candles, creating a play of light and shadow. She remembered a phrase from a book she had read as a child, a phrase about spontaneity and openness in relationships that sounded in her head like a ringing echo. Her gaze fell to the corner of the room as she held a glass of wine in her hands, a desire for understanding and closeness that had not yet found its reflection in their relationship flickering in her eyes. Her gaze fell on the muscular man in front of her, who was slowly taking sips from a glass of wine. She understood that a true connection required deep understanding, respect, and emotional support for each other. At the moment of passion, when the atmosphere of intimacy was in the air, Luaria felt inner tension and uncertainty. She decided to stop and asked to wait a little. Luaria took courage into her own hands and decided to pause the moment of passion to focus on the more important aspect of their relationship, communication, saying that she would like to talk a little first. The man's words struck Luaria in the heart. She felt misunderstood and rejected, as if her desire for real communication was despised. It left her feeling resentful and disappointed. The bitter and unpleasant truth that fell upon Luaria made her feel hurt and humiliated when he mentioned money. It reminded her that she was not drawn into this marriage out of love or sincere feelings. The words echoed in Luaria's heart like a bitter truth. A feeling of humiliation and pain overwhelmed her when he mentioned that she should be grateful for not becoming a concubine. Shock and humiliation washed over the girl like waves in the sea, and in her eyes, where the fire of hope and determination had once burned, now only shadows of doubt and pain were reflected. In the bedroom, pierced by the rays of the morning sun, Luaria sat on the edge of the bed, her face expressing depression and sadness, while the man stood at the arched window, enjoying the view outside. Luaria sat clutching her dress in nerves, her legs tucked up to her, her gaze filled with worry and anxiety. Her partner stood by the window smoking a cigarette, his bare torso illuminated by the morning light. The guy turned around, and she felt even more hurt and miserable when he expressed his irritation with her mood. It seemed to confirm her feeling of being unappreciated and misunderstood. These words of the guy about her needing makeup hit Luaria even harder. She felt disappointment and sadness grip her heart. The maid only obeyed, which further increased the feeling of powerlessness and meaninglessness. Luaria felt her heart becoming heavy, as if she was drowning in the depths of despair and hopelessness. In the darkness of her inner world, she heard no voices or noise around her. The maid's talk about Luaria was like a stab in the back. She felt a burning sense of shame and despair wash over her. The idea that someone could even imagine such an outcome was shocking. Luaria sits in front of the mirror in her magnificent red dress, her neck adorned with a necklace with a shiny ruby that sparkles in the light. She looks flawless, as if she was made for this luxury and splendor. Luaria suddenly realized that she could no longer hide her true feelings behind the mask of external beauty. With genuine rage and disappointment, she grabbed the red dress and squeezed it in her hands. The girl flared up with rage, which flared up in her heart. In a decisive impulse, she rose from the chair, as if ready to express her indignation. Her movements were filled with energy and determination. She, driven by determination and emotion, walked out of the room with steadfastness in every step. She stood in front of the luxurious door with golden ornamentation, which became a symbol of locked possibilities. Luaria walked into another room and suddenly froze, as if frozen in time, her hair flying around her head, creating an atmosphere of mystery and elegance. Luaria collapsed to the ground, her dress and hair floating around her even more, like a whirlwind of emotions and feelings. The library became for her not only a refuge from the outside world, but also a place where she could immerse herself in the world of books and lose herself in their pages. It was a place where she felt safe and at peace. Count Lys, whom Luaria married, turned out to be a man with a difficult but successful fate. His trading business brought in significant income, and he created a decent fortune. Luaria, opening the door of the basement, felt excitement and hope that she could find something special in it. She dreamed that in these basement rooms she could find forgotten treasures. Suddenly, a blue creature with sea scales flew at Luaria from the darkness of the basement, and she was knocked off her feet, her heart beating faster as she looked at this unexpected creature. Luaria, rising to her feet after her encounter with the hammerhead shark, looked around the room cautiously, her gaze falling on the shelves filled with unusual sea things, colorful shells, and other mysterious objects. The girl, examining the room more closely, discovered various stuffed hares and birds on the shelves, as well as a pile of jars with dead lizards, frogs, and fish. This strange set caused her bewilderment and disgust. Luaria continued to look around the room and past unicorns, fairies, and other fantastic creatures. Her gaze stopped on a huge aquarium, inside of which a mermaid was swimming. Coming closer to the aquarium, she began to carefully examine the mermaid drowning among the corals. Her gaze was captured by the mysterious beauty of this creature, its shiny scales and long hair. Various theories surfaced in her thoughts. Perhaps the Count collected exotic creatures as decoration for his home. Or perhaps these creatures had some special meaning to him. In the darkness of the night, Luaria felt herself immersed in a world of dreams and secrets. The moon shone brightly, illuminating her path with a modest light. In this moment, she felt connected to nature, as if part of its greatness and power. Alone in the silence, she was lost in thought about the past day and what awaited her tomorrow. A fire of curiosity and a desire to know more burned in her heart, to reveal all the secrets of this place that remained hidden in the darkness. Luaria stood on the balcony railing, feeling the moment of decision approaching, her eyes gleaming with determination and hope. On this dark night, when everything seemed hopeless, Luaria, standing on the balcony, saw only the dark bottom below her and felt a painful disappointment raging inside her, her thoughts swirling around the feeling of her own unworthiness. Luaria felt a bitter thought pierce her heart, and tears began to flow down her cheeks. This thought that she had never had a lucky chance seemed inevitable and devastating to her. Luaria, looking down through her tear-filled eyes, saw a falling feather. This simple object captivated her attention. She felt some strange animation. The feather seemed to fall slowly, as if in slow motion. Luaria looked up into the sky and saw an owl carrying a message in its paws. The sight of the bird awakened in her a sense of hope and possibility. Following the bird with her eyes, Luaria, with a tremor in her heart, extended her hand toward the owl, which made a daring maneuver and landed on her hand. At that moment, time seemed to stop, and she felt connected to this mysterious bird. Luaria looked at the bird more closely and suddenly realized that this was the same owl that was mentioned in the newspaper. Suddenly she had the feeling that fate itself had led her to this meeting. This meeting with the owl was not accidental. The realization that she had received an invitation to the jewel box caused Lueria shock and mixed feelings. Because she was the daughter of a ruined family and had married by arrangement, she felt that this couldn't be true. Perhaps it was some kind of mistake or a joke. It was hard to believe that she, an ordinary girl from a ruined family, could be chosen for such a prestigious invitation. Lueria's decision to kiss the word yes on the letter, accepting the invitation into the precious box, was an act of courage and determination. The emergence of dark obsidian energy from the letter after Lueria accepted it was an unexpected and impressive sight. The energy could symbolize a flow of new opportunities and challenges. Under the influence of obsidian magic, Lueria underwent unexpected changes. Her eyes, previously bright green, now sparkled with an obsidian hue, filled with unusual light and sparkles. Under the influence of the magic, Lueria underwent another noticeable transformation, her previously ashen hair becoming dark, acquiring a deep shade that shone under the light of the obsidian energy. Lueria gained a new outfit that reflected her transformation and magical essence. Her dress became a deep obsidian black, adding mystery and elegance to her appearance. The image of the obsidian bride, embodied in Lueria, suited her perfectly. Her transformation under the influence of obsidian magic gave her mystery and attractiveness. This mysterious voice that resounded in Lueria's head greeted her as Dark Obsidian, expressing her new essence and the magical power she now possessed. The owl sitting on Lueria's hand could have been the source of the mysterious voice that greeted her. This voice coming from the owl inviting her to the banquet. Leaving the place where the mysterious voice had been heard and where she had felt its influence, Lueria, once again clothed in strength and confidence, set out into the unknown, ready to take on challenges and adventures. Upon returning home and not finding Lueria in the room, her husband felt anxious or worried and began looking for her around the house or wondering where she could be. All he found was the open doors to the balcony and the moon shining over the dark night sky, a moment that was unexpected for him, as Lueria had given no prior hints of her plans or intentions. The found slipper became a mystery for Lueria's husband, symbolizing her disappearance and the possible new paths she had chosen. The beauty and sophistication of the slipper reminded him of her femininity. Lueria's husband's reaction to her disappearance was predictably emotional and explosive. His screams and indignation reflected his anxiety and stress. He didn't care about the servants' excuses. He ordered that she be found quickly. The landing of the obsidian bride at the banquet in one shoe caused sudden attention and surprise among the guests. Her appearance attracted the attention of all those present, especially considering her dark and mysterious image. A delicate female hand with a black manicure was presented to the white glove of a gallant man. Their meeting attracts the attention of those around them. The obsidian bride's transition into the arms of a handsome man in a white suit who greets her in a jewelry box creates a sense of completion and mutual acceptance. Completely surprised and a little confused, the obsidian bride turned to the handsome man in the white suit. Her eyes sparkling with curiosity, she asked who he was. The man in the white suit turned out to be the organizer of the banquet. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the obsidian bride quickly realized that her shoe was left on the balcony. The obsidian bride raised her eyebrows in surprise as she met the handsome man's gaze. The name Moonol sounded like a magical melody, filling the air with mysterious promises and riddles. Moon Owl, as if dancing on the waves of his charm, described this place as a waiting room where the guests of the ball enjoy the anticipation of the upcoming amazing events. Obsidian looked closely at the framed images, as if trying to read the story hidden behind each portrait, her gaze stopping at each image until she suddenly saw her own face. Upon discovering her image, Obsidian felt mixed feelings. With anxiety and surprise in her voice, she turned to Moon-ol, asking again if she was really invited to the banquet. Obsidian was stunned and confused. Her thoughts were filled with doubts and questions, because she did not feel that she met any special conditions that allowed her to participate in such a banquet. The jewel box contains the most outstanding representatives of the imperial youth from the nobility. At this ball, the participants hide their true names and choose their wedding partners. Instead of names, they receive the name of the gemstone. Guests take on the appearance corresponding to this stone. No one knows the real appearance, name, age, and status. This is necessary to find true love and a life partner. Throughout the ball, the gems communicate with each other in a closed room. Those who find common ground reveal their identities at the end of the event. If there is no change in the heart, they arrange a lavish wedding in the capital of the empire. The entire process is recorded using a magic crystal, and all the inhabitants of the empire watch what is happening with interest. The crown prince thus met his future wife at the very first ball. The era of arranged marriages has passed. Now the time has come for marriage for love. The romantic relationships and personal lives of the highest aristocrats delighted the inhabitants of the empire, causing them to discuss this topic endlessly. Newspapers were regularly filled with talk of aristocratic relationships and intrigues in their personal lives, discussing marriages of interest, scandalous divorces, secret romances, and mysterious connections. The aristocrats themselves enjoyed following the publications about their colleagues and rivals in the newspapers. The relationships between them sometimes resembled a complex dance, where every step and every word could influence their status and reputation. The empire was generous in its rewards for those who married as a result of attending the ball. It was not only an opportunity for the aristocracy to meet and get acquainted, but also a chance to gain favorable prospects for the future. Even if the participants failed to find a suitable partner, their participation in the balls was still valuable, and such participants continued to be popular among the people. People admired the romantic moments that took place at balls and did not miss the opportunity to discuss them. They noticed manifestations of tenderness and care in the behavior of the participants of the ball. The right to participate in the ball was usually limited to only 8 precious stones, which were provided from among the highest aristocracy, and competition for a place in the box was considered very serious. Obsidian couldn't believe that she could be invited to such an event. She thought that there was some kind of mistake because she didn't consider herself worthy of participating in such a prestigious event. Out of excitement and confusion, she placed her hand on her heart and looked at her name written on the wall, Luaria Lisa. Reading her name next to her husband's, she felt the ground slipping out from under her feet. Perhaps this meant that everything was known about her. Excitement and anxiety overwhelmed her, and it became difficult for her to breathe. A man in a white suit approached her and said that he knew about Luaria's origin from a bankrupt family and about her marriage. He added that according to the rules, she did not have the right to be included in the number of precious stones. With a look that descended from above, the man asked her if she understood why she had been chosen to participate in the banquet. Luaria, once again aware of her situation, stumbled about in confusion, as if trying to find a way out of this labyrinthine situation. Under the man's pressure, Luaria felt vulnerable and insecure. She replied that she didn't know, feeling that her words sounded unconvincing even in her own ears. His movement was slow but continuous, as if he wanted to touch not only her shoulder but also her soul. Luaria felt as if she was trapped, and it filled her with fear and helplessness. She felt the wall pressing against her back, restricting her movement, making her heart beat even faster and her breathing become uneven. She suddenly felt his hand pass by her, and her tension immediately gave way to relief, her eyes again turning to the hieroglyphs that seemed a mystery to her. Taking a step back, he looked at her thoughtfully, as if trying to read something in her eyes. A mysterious smile flashed across his face, as if he knew something that she could not even guess. A virtual projection of a beautiful girl appeared. enthusiastically expressing her hopes for the ball. She spoke of her dream of marrying for love, expecting it to be a romantic event. Obsidian was surprised to recognize the girl from the virtual projection. It turned out to be the same girl from the newspaper, her face expressing hope and romantic dreams. With a smug expression on his face, the man said the name of Mariana Fiore Sierras and added that the stone in the fourth box, which belonged to her, was the most popular. This image of Mariana Fiore Sierras, described by the man, made Obsidian feel a mixture of envy and admiration. Her stone was pink diamond. Obsidian listened attentively to Moon All's story about Marianne Fiore Sierras. This girl seemed like an ideal example of well-being and happiness, but the tragic loss of her husband changed everything. Moon All continued his story, clarifying that Mariana Fiore Sierras, having lost her husband, decided to participate in the fifth jewel box. It was a decision she had been thinking about for a long time. It suddenly occurred to Obsidian that Marianne should have been sitting in this place instead of her. She thought that her participation in this banquet was a mistake or even some kind of coincidence. The man in the white suit suddenly added that Obsidian had disappeared last night. This new circumstance greatly confused Obsidian. Everything in her mind became even more confused, and she could not understand what was happening. Obsidian was so shocked that she screamed that the girl was missing, her scream echoing throughout the hall. The man in the white suit leaned over and, putting his finger to his lips, silently hinted to Obsidian to be quiet. The man approached Obsidian, his expression becoming more serious, and he gently placed a finger to his lips, his eyes looking at her, pitch black and deep, as if calling her to silence. The man, leaning on the armrest of the chair Obsidian was sitting on, exerted pressure on her with his gaze and demeanor, his confident posture and intense gaze, indicating that he was serious and expected her to follow his instructions. Slowly approaching her, he looked into her eyes, his face expressing stern determination. Then, when their gazes merged for a moment, he whispered to her that they needed her. She screamed in horror, her mind refusing to understand what was happening, what he meant. He demonstrated the power of his magic, making it clear that they needed someone to replace Marianne. The mysterious man looked at Luaria with mystery in his eyes and revealed the secret. He needed her to replace Marianne. Marianne's disappearance must remain unnoticed. Luaria's eyes flashed with confusion as she expressed her doubts. She couldn't understand why she had been chosen for this role. The man with the eye patch looked at Luaria intently and slowly said that the moment she turned into a gem, her appearance would change. The man continued. Marianne, who had participated in the previous fourth box, was already an object of interest. He explained that they were planning to use a powerful spell to hide her identity. He began to explain that they had only one condition. And this, of course, gave Luaria even more questions. The condition in question was very specific. They needed a girl who was willing to take responsibility and not give them away, even if the situation became extremely difficult. Luaria suddenly realized that all the humiliation and abuse she had to endure from her husband could only be the beginning of her misfortune. She was afraid for herself and for the maids who could suffer because of her decision. Luaria clutched her mouth in horror, trying to contain her fear as the man suddenly approached her. His words about helping her end this marriage sounded like an escape from the nightmare she was having. With a soft, confident voice, the man announced to Luaria that she had the right to choose her future husband herself. He offered her to consider the option of living alone, promising to provide her with everything she needed. Her husband would no longer be a hindrance. With an energy ready to overcome all obstacles, the man added that this offer was only valid on condition that she held out until the end of the ball. With the call to play the role of Marianne, the man came even closer, claiming that this would be necessary to maintain the disguise and hide the true situation. With a mysterious expression on his face, he asked if she was ready to accept this proposal. The proposal before her caused many internal thoughts and doubts. Her thoughts struggled with the unknown. with what was hidden behind the proposal of this mysterious man. With a subtle tremor in her voice, Luaria suddenly felt the words escaping her lips, as if the bonds of doubt had dissolved into determination, her answer echoing in the deserted room. The man bowed his head in respect to her decision, as if acknowledging her fortitude and determination, as if deep in thought, then nodded slowly, as if approving of her choice and confirming his agreement with her decision. Moon Owl suddenly dropped to one knee, near the chair where Luaria was sitting. It was unexpected. He did it with such an elegant movement that even the details of his suit seemed to vibrate from the grace of his movements. With a whispered promise to share the details, he prepared to tell what was to be done. The palace inspired grandeur and luxury. Velvet carpets, decorated with gold flecks, were spread out in front of the arches, as if inviting guests into their exquisite world. In her off-the-shoulder evening gown, the girl radiated refined elegance and grace, her new look highlighting her natural beauty. Obsidian noticed strange flying shapes hovering in the air. She assumed that they were magical crystals, recording devices invented by the Empire. Listening to the loud rustling sounds of dresses and ties, Luaria sensed the approach of the first guest. The guest who entered, boldly standing out from the crowd with his original style, immediately attracted Luaria's attention. His silver suit and ruffled shirt created an impression of elegance and audacity. His sweet face, sparkling with joy, sparkled in the rays of light, and his eyebrows and lips slightly spread into a joyful smile, as if inviting us to share this moment of joy with him. Walking confidently across the carpets between the rose bushes, he headed straight for the guest chairs, on one of which Luaria had already settled comfortably. Turning her gaze to the right, she noticed another silhouette approaching the hall. His appearance was unusual. His brown eyes looked at the world with insolence, and the mask with feathers gave his appearance a mysterious look. A brooch depicting birds glittered on his jacket, which emphasized his resemblance to them. The instructions of that guy with the bandage surfaced in Luaria's memory. The first day at the ball involved the participants studying each other's precious stones. At the ball, one had to hide one's true identity, even use lies to keep one's secrets. He insisted that Luaria be as creative and thoughtful in her actions as possible, so that no one could penetrate the true essence of her personality. Luaria suddenly realized that the man with the bird brooch on his jacket was the same guy with the eye patch, only now his eyes were hidden by an elegant feathered mask. This realization added a sense of mystery and secrecy to their meeting, emphasizing the importance of following the rules and being secretive. It seems that the girl was so absorbed in her thoughts that she did not notice the guy approaching. The guy, gently touching her hand, looked closely at the stone and noticed that its color could create the impression of mystery and enigma, as if she had many hidden secrets that she kept in her heart. His gray eyes seemed to penetrate into the deepest part of her being, and he said that perhaps it was the presence of secrets that made her even more attractive. He smiled at her, tilted his head, creating a playful mood. Then, looking into her eyes, he confessed that his gemstone was platinum. The boy gently touched Obsidian's hand, stopping her movement, and smiled, his voice sounding gentle and peaceful. And he said that some secrets were better left in the shadows, let them have time to reveal themselves. The guy looked at Obsidian as if he was immersed in her eyes, then smiled, and he named his guess about the stone, which, in his opinion, could be a black sapphire or black spinel, because of the black hair and eyes. The guy suggested that her stone might be a diamond, shiny and transparent, like the starry sky on a clear night, like in the previous box. Luaria, remembering the instructions of the man in the white suit, realized that he had called her Mariana Fiori Sierras, who had charmed all men. This green-eyed beauty has never been refused. The girl looked down at the floor in fear and thought that she shouldn't show him her excitement. And what would Marianne do in this situation? With a smug face, she replied that the man had guessed wrong, but she would give the other men a chance. The guy was stunned because he didn't expect to hear such an answer. But then their attention was drawn to the appearance of a new character in a black suit, glasses, and a yellow amulet on his chest. He walked slowly towards them, while the boy and girl stood there with their eyes wide open. The guy was glad to meet you and introduced himself by the name of his stone, Alexandrite. The guy seemed to recognize him, because this is Alexandrite, the same one that changes its color. It seems to have a dangerous character. Alexandrite, ignoring the guy, asked Obsidian what her name was. Smiling, Luaria asked him to guess her name. The guy looked at the girl through his glasses. He assumed that since it was a dark stone, she was a black diamond. Looks like the chance is going to the third man. Everyone turned around, because he was right there. He stepped across the red-patterned carpet in his leather boots. It seemed that he was still a young man. His red hair, like fire, distinguished him from everyone else present. But the appearance of the participants changes, and in life, he may look different. He approached the trio we already knew and froze in place. He was puzzled by the proportions of the guests, 3 men and 1 lady. The dark guy with glasses said that it looked like the others hadn't arrived yet, and the light guy leaned over and hinted that the kid was afraid of losing to the competitors. The boy had already started shouting that he was not a baby, but then he stopped abruptly and said in a calm, restrained tone that his stone was granite. The bright guy suggested that granite, since he was already here, guessed the stone of the beautiful lady because 2 guys had already tried and lost their chance. Now it was his turn. The guy tensed up, thought about it, and looked intently at the girl, trying to guess her stone. And his guess about the black diamond turned out to be wrong. Granite began to be indignant. What kind of stone was she after all? Obsidian seemed ready to confess. But then Alexandrite noticed other participants approaching from the side. 2 pairs of female legs seemed to float, rushing towards the chairs. The girls were truly beautiful, one with a pink bob and the same amulet on her neck, and the second with purple curls all over. Perhaps she was an amethyst. The girl with pink hair pointed where to go, and with a quick gait, she began to walk away, to which the smaller girl tried to catch up with her, asking her to wait, her hair shining and scattering in all directions as she ran. A sharp noise made the girl in front turn around. She was scared. The little girl, in a hurry, accidentally fell right onto the red carpet. The girl decided to help by offering her a hand, assuming that she probably wasn't used to her new body. The girl looked at the hand in surprise, but without thinking twice, she grabbed it as if it were a life preserver. And so, together, hand in hand, they entered the hall. Of course, everyone was glad to see them and warmly welcomed the ladies. The lady with the pink pendant suggested that they were probably the last ones. The young man started asking the girl how she was, if she was okay, how she could have fallen like that. Maybe he liked her. Suddenly, something blue suddenly covered everyone, creating a shadow over the guests. It was a hologram of a blue owl, and it greeted all the participants of the 5th box. Granite was clearly shocked that it was a hologram in the form of an owl. He couldn't believe his eyes. The owl began to broadcast that she was the host of this event, and her name was Moon All, while the guy with ash hair mocked the granite. All guests were asked to take their seats. All 6 participants sat on soft, upholstered chairs in the center of the room. The owl began to broadcast that this was a special place, created especially for them, and that communication with the outside world was impossible here. This place has been magically protected with data protection to ensure that the personal information of the participants does not leak out. The owl wished them to choose a partner for whom they would have romantic feelings. The stones that choose each other will go on a date outside this island. During the date, the data protection magic wears off, and they are free to ask each other questions. Information that participants learn on a date should remain strictly between them. The owl suddenly told everyone to look forward. Participants saw magic circles that would transport them to another place. 3 people can stand in one circle. Participants are faced with the task of gathering in groups and choosing circles. The lady with the pink bob stepped into the center of the circle. Standing there, she called out, offering to come with her. The girl with long curly hair, who had fallen at the beginning of the celebration, thought about it. Still, she took a step towards the circle, albeit hesitantly, and then she fell face down on the carpet. Granite approached her again and offered his help. Everyone became curious as to why she was constantly falling. Meanwhile, Alexandrite, without thinking twice, decided to head to Obsidian. He invited her to go into the circle together. Obsidian almost agreed, nodding her head, but suddenly her hand was grabbed by that guy with ash blonde hair. Pulling her close, he said he wanted another chance to guess her stone. Smiling, he took her hand even more tightly and told her to go. So all three of them entered the circle. The audience watched the show the whole time, and they were not shy about sharing their emotions, about how the participants shared, and about their interviews. Remembering the interview, Platina's words about him liking provocative girls, like Pink Diamond from the fourth box, stuck in my head. Alexandrite's ideal is an honest and self-confident girl, like Marianne. When asked about Marianne's participation in the fifth box, Alexandrite did not know what to answer. Platinum was more self-confident, saying that since she was his ideal, he would recognize her immediately. Perhaps if Alexandrite gets to know her, he will immediately fall in love. A heated discussion begins in the audience room, with the blonde man mocking everyone who thinks Obsidian is a pink diamond. A girl and a dark-haired guy join the discussion. They say that among all three ladies, Obsidian gives the impression of a provocative girl. In this, she reminds them of Marianne. Moon-Ul stands at a distance and simply silently watches these conversations. He has a magical flying assistant who can create a virtual projection of everything that happens in the show. It has not yet been announced which of the stones is the pink diamond, and how everyone wanted to know, not only the participants, but also the spectators, was the pink diamond really among them? The trio of Obsidian, Alexandrite, and Platinum moved into a new room, with perfectly polished, sparkling tiles and a fountain with crystal clear water, but there were only three of them. Platinum said that since they were told to move here in threes, they could continue to walk together. Smiling, he suggested that they all look around the house together. They calmly began to inspect the house, examining every detail step by step. These perfectly clean staircases with red carpets looked too elegant, but the lilacs in vases brightened up the situation. The bedroom was luxurious. A king-size bed, gold-sprayed carpets, a bedside table, and marble walls. It all looked luxurious, and it looked like the bedrooms were divided into men's and women's. The common dining room looked like a wedding table or a snow-white feast. Obsidian could not believe that they would be having dinner here tonight. The alley, a place for walking, looked quite quiet and cozy, and, in Platina's opinion, was ideal for secluded dates. It seemed that from here, one could enter the forest and go out to the sea. So Obsidian suggested exploring the island. Slowly, trying to enjoy all the beauty of nature, the trio began to wander around the island. The island is not that big. They walked around it pretty quickly. Alexandrite thought that it would not be easy to stay here for several months in a row. And Platinum found a plus here too. At least they can get closer. He turned to Obsidian, hinting at their future seclusion by calling her the mysterious lady, to which the girl corrected the intrusive guy, saying that her stone was obsidian. Platinum was completely stunned as to how she could be this stone. After all, this is no longer a stone, but glass. Alexandrite stated that the name of the stone is determined by magic, depending on the qualities of the participant, so it is similar to obsidian. Obsidian was shocked and taken aback by this discovery. What if she was given this nickname because she does not belong to the high class of the aristocracy? The guy continued by saying that obsidian is the sharpest of all fossils. He added that in his homeland, he is compared to a man in love who has his heart broken by unrequited love. Luaria realized that he still thought she was Marianne. Platinum didn't even know what to say. But the girl told them not to rush to conclusions about the meaning of her stone and to think again. Seemingly embarrassed, she added that they had gathered there to find love. Platinum completely agreed with her and began to tell her that his stone was pure platinum, the purest metal, just like his love. He hovered slightly over obsidian, and a spark ran between them. The guy hinted that soon she would understand everything herself. The discussion room was once again filled with heated gossip about there being something between the two. People were happy that the first love line appeared, because Platina behaves very actively. He has shown interest in Obsidian from the very beginning, because he still considers her Marianne. There were endless debates about what if Obsidian turned out not to be Marianne. But they ended because no one knew yet which of them was Miss Marianne. And all the spectators began to watch what was happening next. For now, the main question was whether Platinum was interested in pink diamond or obsidian. The three continued to explore the clearing in the mountains, until Alexandrite suddenly stopped. He asked the girl if it was hard for her to walk. After all, heels are hardly suitable footwear for walking. But the girl replied that everything was fine and asked not to worry. Then the boy extended his hand and asked if he could hold her hand. Obsidian was of course surprised and a little taken aback, to which Platina chuckled, saying that if she took his hand, would her legs feel any better? The very next moment, the girl's legs were hanging in the air because Platina picked her up in his arms, saying that she was as light as a feather. Taking offense, Alexandrite said how rude it was, because he didn't even ask the lady's permission. To which Platinum replied that he was already getting bored with such a bore he would have to spend several months with. He asked the girl if she agreed with him, but Luaria seemed to have swallowed her tongue. She wondered what Marianne would do. She wouldn't feel uncomfortable in such a situation. So the girl responded by saying that she thinks it's more interesting when there is variety in men. While Alexandrite watched all this from the side, Platinum laughed. Perhaps he sensed that it was Marianne. He asked her if she wanted him to propose to her, and she would be the main character in the fifth box. The girl's eyes lit up, understandably, because it was a profitable and tempting offer, especially for her. While all this was happening, Alexandrite was completely dejected. He stood there and, perhaps, thought that this was a complete failure. Fans couldn't sit still as Platinum made drastic moves. It seems that Alexandrite is also interested in her, but Platinum took away his chance to get closer. The girl is already between two men, and fans have a feeling that Obsidian will become the main character of the fifth box. Who will get this fragile heart, Platinum or Alexandrite? Meanwhile, in the women's room, there was a full-scale discussion about a walk around the island. The girl with the bob was still interested, because Obsidian was walking with two gentlemen. She almost got away with it by saying that they were both nice people. But then the pink-haired girl addressed him directly and asked if Obsidian was interested in any of the guys. Fans were also very curious about who Obsidian's heart belonged to. Obsidian was also asked during the interview which stone interested her the most. She didn't understand what to answer, what Marianne would answer, who was her type. Moon All, looking at how the girl was giving an interview and feeling confused, realized that things were bad. After some thought, he decided to use magic and send her a message that she could speak honestly. Luaria didn't immediately understand what was happening. There was a voice in her head telling her that it was still difficult to play Marianne's feelings, and that Luaria Lisa can answer as her heart tells her. Who is she more attracted to? Luaria began to think about who she, Luaria, was drawn to more. She thought for a long time, but in the end she said that she didn't like anyone. Moon Owl didn't understand how she didn't like anyone. She explained that because she was too nervous to look at them properly because of the pretense, maybe she should get to know them better. The man listened to her and said, "Okay." The girl didn't understand if this answer was really appropriate. This interview, filmed on camera, was truly special because no one had ever said before that they didn't like anyone. The fans were perplexed, so she didn't like anyone. What an honest answer, not everyone can say that. Platinum tried so hard, but still couldn't please Obsidian. If he finds out, he'll be very upset. Perhaps this is a chance for Alexandrite, or for Granite. That's right. The Granite went with the other two ladies. What happened there? Meanwhile, in the men's room, Granite complained that Amethyst kept falling, couldn't find where to go, couldn't open the door. How can she be so clumsy? Granite said. But Platinum suggested that maybe she had been locked up for a long time and came out. The guy also noted that perhaps the girl had attracted Granite's attention. But the young man only got angry, saying that how could one not pay attention to something like that? As soon as one turned away, she was about to roll down the stairs. Alexandrite only asked emotionlessly about the names of the other stones, since he had not heard them introduce themselves. The beautiful lady in soft pink tones was called Pearl, and that little girl who was always falling, Amethyst. Platinum asked if he liked anyone. He replied that he thought more time would have to pass. Platinum immediately began to boast that he immediately understood, within 3 seconds, whether this was his woman or not. In his opinion, it is clear at first glance whether a girl can keep him. Platinum remembered his interview. When he was asked who he liked, he of course answered, Obsidian. He just instantly felt it, that she was the one. When asked about Pink Diamond, he replied that he didn't know. Maybe it was her, maybe not. But if it really is she, then he is ready to marry her right this very moment. When asked who Alexandrite liked, he, apparently offended, replied that he didn't know yet. Granite replied that he didn't know what was wrong with them. Amethyst answered exactly the same as Granite. Pearl noted that Platinum's appearance was to her taste, but since it was a modified appearance, it was hard to say, and that was true, since they hadn't seen the real faces of the participants yet. Nobody knows each other on the first day. Many of them haven't even spoken to each other yet. Perhaps their thoughts will change completely when they all gather together for dinner. I wonder if Platina's thoughts will change. On the first day of the box, participants will have to prepare their own dinner. The owl gave the order to prepare the well-known, most beloved dish of the inhabitants of the empire, Luruk's soup. They will have to choose one ingredient each and add it to the soup to complete the dish. Granite was surprised by the task. He just needed to choose something. But Platinum explained to him that it was necessary to clean and cut, so he needed to choose what he could do himself. Alexandrite started talking about the one who successfully copes with this task. But then Pearl continued his phrase and said that he will gain popularity among the inhabitants of the empire, to which the guy noted that gaining the interest of the inhabitants is quite profitable. As everyone began to sort through the vegetables and assign tasks, Amethyst stood there, frightened and watching in fear. But after much thought, she still decided to take and choose a carrot. When she took it and pulled it towards herself, Granite was confused and looked at her as if she was crazy. It was dangerous and he could get hurt, so he decided to go up to her and ask if she could handle it. She didn't understand anything, so he decided to explain to her that the carrot was hard and round, and if her finger slipped, she could get hurt. He took the carrot from her and went to cut it himself. After he left, Amethyst could only stand aside. At this point, Platinum and Pearl were washing vegetables and discussing how in the previous box, one of the participants was peeling potatoes and cut himself. The princess, who lived in hothouse conditions, saw blood and was very scared, because royalty do not cook personally. Pearl said that it was then that she learned that the sprouts had to be cut off from the potatoes. But suddenly everyone turned towards Obsidian. She, without any fear, perfectly cleaned the fish from scales. It seemed to sparkle and looked good in the kitchen. Suddenly, she realized that everyone was looking at her with admiration and intentness. The name of Marianne's stone, Pink Diamond, flew from Pearl's lips. Obsidian turned around sharply and stepped back in fear, holding a knife in her hands. Pearl explained that she hated blood and knives. That was Pink Diamond. She was not at all cut out for cooking. She considered it a difficult task. When she was offered to learn how to cook, she said to double the salary of cooks, because she doesn't even want to see knives or blood. Now everyone looked at Obsidian with suspicion. Pearl noticed how skillfully Obsidian handled the knife. The girl was simply trampled by her fear. There was emptiness in her head. She made a mistake. In the ruined family, she was treated as a servant. She simply had to learn housework. But Marianne never did it. Everyone, including Platinum, expected some action or words from the girl. She said in a trembling voice that she was just practicing. At that moment, thinking about all possible answers, her head was a mess. Moon-ul also seems to be aware of what happened, which is why he appeared in the center of events. At this moment, Alexandrite, without wasting a second, said that it was amazing. Looking at how a person handles a knife, you can find out his character. It seems that Obsidian is a very neat and refined person. He also added that he likes such people. They met eyes, and in the girl's gaze, there was clearly gratitude and respect. The guy decided to offer her his help, and she, in turn, agreed and expressed her gratitude. From afar, Platina watched all this with longing and sadness in his eyes. It was clear from a kilometer away how upset he was. The dish looked very appetizing. The participants did a good job with the task. All 6 people sat down at the table and began to eat. At dinner, Platinum remarked that the food was much better than he thought. To which Jemchug laughed and asked if he doubted it. The guy remembered how, in the first box, the participants dined on inedible food on the very first evening. Granite was surprised at how inedible it was, but Platina remembered how they put too much oil, so the soup burned and turned black, and the meat, on the contrary, remained raw. Chrysolite then said that burnt soup would suit him, ate the whole pot, which caused talk in society, and when it turned out that the Chrysolite was the crown prince, the entire empire stood on its ears. Granite was shocked, because the first box was about 20 years ago, and Alexandrite and Platinum remember everything. It seems that they are both not very young. The first one got nervous and said that he often showed it on repeat, and the second guy, turning to Lady Pearl, said that with age, a man only gets better. Jemchug remembered that it was forbidden to share personal information, and it was unclear whether it was normal to draw such conclusions during a conversation. Alexandrite, hearing this, suggested checking. He asked Granite how old he was when the first box was broadcast. The young man had already begun to try to remember and even wanted to say his age. And just as he wanted to open his mouth and say the number, the protection magic was activated, so he couldn't say a word. Amethyst even jumped from such surprise, because she is very impressionable. And then, out of nowhere, an aggressive owl suddenly appeared, screaming that the participants cannot guess personal information, and any attempt will activate protective magic. In case of 3 activations of protection magic, this stone receives a warning and loses one right to choose a stone for a date. The bird advised the participants to be careful not to lose the precious right to choose the stone. The protective spell was lifted from Granite, and he could finally speak. Amethyst sincerely asked if the guy was okay. Granite just caught his breath. He was still in shock from such a system. Guesses during the conversation are allowed, but talking about it personally is forbidden. Granite swallowed nervously and realized that he could be forgiven for doing it 2 more times, so he needed to be more careful. During the conversation, Platinum called the guy a baby, to which he got angry and jumped up, shouting that he was not a baby. But then, frightened, he suddenly fell silent, saying that he would not say anything, which only made everyone laugh. Granite got angry at Alexandrite, because it was he who was guilty. It was he who asked about age, but the man replied that if he couldn't answer, then he had to lie. Platinum heard his words and became lost in thought. He assumed that this meant that it was permissible to pretend to be someone else. Obsidian, stunned by his guess, put the cup on the saucer, listening in anticipation of the next words. Does he really suspect that she is not Marianne, but is only pretending to be one, and all because of her ability to cook? Obsidian gripped the cup tighter, afraid to drop it from the tension growing in the room. Pearl began to peer at the girl, saying that pretense was also possible. After all, if the identity is revealed, then it will no longer be pure love, but a deliberate attempt to get closer because of the person's status. In such a case, pretense is even necessary. Platinum agreed, because that was the charm of the box. Swirling his glass of wine, he added that the more mystery there is, the more you want to get to know the person, and that makes it more interesting. Smiling, he turned to Obsidian, waiting for her agreement. But the girl is not so simple, so she noticed the guy's interest in her. Platinum is not one to be shy either, he agreed, and added that he was so interested that he would soon go crazy. The fans in front of the screens squealed joyfully. It was almost a declaration of love. They were wondering if Obsidian was really Marianne. It was all a bit weird. She was too good a cook for Marianne. Some viewers also found Pearl somewhat reminiscent of Marianne. Even the color was a bit similar. Fans continued to debate, as Jemchug said that someone could be faking, and Marianne should have learned to cook as soon as she found out she was in the 5th box. Otherwise, she would have been exposed on the first day. You can easily guess her personality by looking at how she cooks, and this rules out true love. Also, fans were wondering if Platinum Obsidian still considers Marianne. But one thing is for sure, he clearly has an interest in her. Meanwhile, in the women's room, heated discussions were in full swing about the past dinner. Jemchug shared that for the first time, she ate something she had prepared herself, and it even turned out to be interesting. The girls thanked Obsidian for the delicious dinner, saying that she was very talented and they couldn't have done it without her help. To which she replied that she was lucky that there were products there that she trained on. She needed to maintain the image of Marianne. To which a frustrated Amethyst mentioned that she should have practiced beforehand as well. She was completely moved and began to sweetly justify herself, saying that it was the first time she had done this and that she had been very nervous and had also caused inconvenience to others. To which Jemchug said that she had done well, it was very tasty. At that moment, in the men's room, Platinum was pestering Granite with his leading questions about where he lived. But the young man, of course, was afraid and refused to answer. As always, calm Alexandrite began to ask about impressions, because it was the first time that everyone had gathered together for a conversation. The guys didn't immediately understand what he was talking about, but he explained that during their conversation, there were people about whom he changed his mind. Granite agreed, and Platinum noted how fickle they were. Alexandrite asked the boy if this meant that he did not feel any changes, but Platina replied that he did not know. He also added that if he is interested in something, he will not calm down until he gets an answer. As the glittering night approached, the owl flew in on its blue wings, saying that it was time to express their sympathy to the one they liked. The task of all participants was to write on the card the names of those towards whom they felt sympathy, and if they pronounce the name, the magic circle will connect with that person's room. All you need to do is place the cards in the middle of the magic circle, and then the chosen one will see it. So, it's time for the participants to make their choice and write a name. Fans froze in anticipation, wondering if everyone had already made their choice and guessing about some of the chosen ones. One person may receive several cards, and conversely, there may be someone who receives none. Everyone was interested to know whether their opinion had changed or remained the same after dinner. Obsidian slowly began to approach her magic circle, its glow illuminating the entire room and reflecting in a glare in her eyes. The light became brighter, blinding the girl, but at the same time, enticing her to find out the name of her chosen one. It's time for the magic card to appear. Granite received a card expressing gratitude for his help, for the act of a good person. Perhaps it was written by Amethyst. Platina received a message saying how much fun it was to talk to him today. They wrote to Alexandrite about their desire to talk more and get to know him better. When Obsidian received the letters, she was shocked. She received 3 letters about how great she looked with a knife in her hands, about how she had many secrets, which made her seem even more charming, and about how she was not what she seemed when they first met. The fans were screaming with delight. It had never happened before that one girl was chosen by 3 at once, but Obsidian was really very charming. No one thought that Granite would choose her. In an interview, Granite said that he chose her simply because he liked the way she handled a knife. Although at first she seemed cold-blooded to him, something distinguished her from others. Alexandrite said that the first impression was perfect, and during the conversation, it seemed to him that, surprisingly, they were very suitable for each other. Of course, Platinum chose her, saying that he couldn't look at other girls now. After all, usually if he is carried away by something, he can no longer pay attention to anything else. Amethyst shyly admitted that she chose Granite because he treated her so well. She thinks he is a good person. Pearl confidently gave her vote to Platinum. She doesn't know why, but she is drawn to him. Besides his appearance, she also likes the atmosphere around him. Obsidian said hesitantly that she had chosen Alexandrite. She didn't quite figure it out yet, but she thought he was a good person. The girl didn't understand whether it was even possible to say that. Moon All thanked Luaria with magic. Thanks to her, the first day of filming went without any problems. When they were alone, the girl admitted that she had made several mistakes while they were cooking. But the man said that there was nothing wrong with that. If Marianne had participated in the fifth box as planned, then they would have asked her to behave in a similar way. Moon Ol began to explain that in each of the boxes, they reveal the identity of one of the stones in order to attract new participants. This is the so-called bait. During the first box, the participation of the Crown Prince was announced, and then he tried to behave in such a way that no one would guess who he was. So before filming began, he specially trained himself to behave and speak differently. Marianne would also have to practice first and then start participating. Therefore, all the mistakes she made can be regarded as acting so that Marianne's identity would not be revealed. Luaria felt relieved. This means that small mistakes in behavior are normal. Then the girl realized that it was undesirable to constantly make mistakes. Otherwise, the audience would begin to doubt the presence of the real Marianne on the box. Mun Ul leaned over, sitting on the bed next to her, and said that he would work to make sure there were fewer mistakes. He suggested to Luaria that they watch all the recordings together and discuss them, and she agreed. With the help of magic, the man opened the notes, and they began to discuss them together. A few days later, everyone was already discussing whether Alexandrite and Obsidian were together. The first one is taciturn, but very strong. Of course, only a day has passed, and everything can change. But if Platinum finds out, she will be upset. And also Amethyst and Pearl, who didn't receive a single vote. The fans were very worried about them, even though they understood that all this could change. This was just the beginning. They came to the general conclusion that this was simply a level of sympathy and decided to see how they would behave further. The first day in the box is passing. Especially for this, the prince and his wife have joined the observers. They are very curious about what will happen tomorrow. Finally, they were asked to recommend to the viewers what to expect from the next episode, to which the answer was received. The prince's wife thinks everyone will be interested in how Platinum will react, because he does not yet know who Obsidian has chosen. All the fans were curious to know this, and couldn't wait for the next episode, wanting Platinum and Obsidian to be together. Obsidian began her second day on the shore, standing barefoot on the sand, watching the noisy waves of the transparent sea crash against the rocks. Suddenly, the girl turned around at the increasing noise behind her and saw Platinum. He had approached quietly and unnoticed. The guy noticed that the girl woke up early, perhaps to find out the reason for her early rise. Luaria just waved it off, saying that the sea was simply beautiful. Then Platina also walked barefoot onto the sand and felt the freshness of the sea. He asked if the sea reminded her of her homeland. Remembering everything that Moon All had taught her, Obsidian grinned, lowering her head. Namely, that Marianne comes from the 8th kingdom of Sierras, where Luaria is from. So answering questions related to her country will not be difficult. Sierras was a trading kingdom that did most of its business through sea routes. It was a place where knowledge and culture were exchanged. The people of the kingdom were quick to adapt to change and were quite open-minded, like Luaria and Marianne. which was probably why she was chosen to play this role. But if the girl mentioned the sea of the Sierra's kingdom, she would look like Marianne. So she delayed the question, getting at least a little time to think. But after thinking carefully, and remembering that Marianne would have tried to hide her origins, she said that the sea was beautiful everywhere, and she just liked to admire the sunrise. Platinum chuckled at the fact that the girl was also diligent. Her charm knew no bounds, so she loves watching the sunrise and walking on the beach, because there is no reason not to love it. Platinum abruptly picked up Obsidian and asked if she liked being carried in a man's arms. It was so unexpected that the girl did not understand how to react. Whether it would be strange if she refused him. What would Marianne say in her place? She remembered how Owl, talking about Marianne, mentioned that she was known for her dissolute character. There were rumors that even after marriage, she had several lovers. And the free culture of the Sixth Kingdom of Kaelia, where her husband came from, made her even more dissolute. She believed that there was no talk of love unless there was physical contact. Luaria thought it would be better not to simply refuse him. So she said it was too much like yesterday, and she wasn't attracted to boring things. Laughing, Platinum realized that he seemed to have made a mistake in making the lady bored. He carried the girl away from the shore and laid her on a rock in the shade. While the girl stared at him in surprise, he said with a grin that today he would show her something new and unusual. He suddenly hovered over her and moved his body close to hers. She was between his arms, like a captured mouse. He pressed his lips to hers quite forcefully, without even asking permission, which left Luaria in complete shock and numbness. She clearly had not expected such a turn of events. The kiss was perhaps even much deeper than the girl wanted, if she wanted it at all, because it was sudden. Something special was happening right on the stone. The girl's hair was disheveled, while the guy held her by the waist. The girl remembered how she felt when she was in the same bedroom with her husband. Forced. Platinum, as if he realized that something was wrong. Luaria's lips were too tense. He pulled back, wondering if he had been too pushy. Noticing that the girl was clearly distracted by something, the guy began to worry and ask what was wrong. Luaria thought that she couldn't be as tense as she was that day, because she had to be like Marianne and think like her. He looked at her with confusion, wondering what was going on. Maybe he had made a mistake somewhere. Embarrassed, the girl admitted that she supposedly regretted a little that she had not chosen him yesterday. And if there had been a misunderstanding, she asked for forgiveness. Platinum calmed down because it wasn't about him and accepted this answer. Moving closer, he explained that he was behaving this way because she had not chosen him and that everything was going according to plan. After all, he is specifically trying to lure her in so that next time the girl will write his name. The fans were overjoyed that Platinum had made a whole plan, which means he is a pretty strong competitor and won't back down so easily. So Alexandrite shouldn't relax. Meanwhile, Alexandrite and Pearl stood in the dining room with empty plates, choosing what to eat for breakfast. It seemed like breakfast wouldn't need to be prepared by the participants, so they could relax and choose prepared food. But Pearl still felt strange, having breakfast without servants. Granite took an apple for breakfast, the same color as his hair, happy that now they could eat whatever they wanted. Amethyst, following the boy's example, also reached for a red apple, while Alexandrite told Granite to eat while sitting, and he refused. The fans in front of the screens were unhappy, because it was not the time to argue. Alexandrite doesn't even know where and what Obsidian is doing now. Pearl was suddenly distracted by the noise in the doorway and saw two silhouettes. Obsidian and Platinum walked into the dining room barefoot, holding their shoes in their hands. No one understood where they were, because with each step, they left wet footprints behind them. Pearl asked if they had been on a morning walk, and Obsidian replied that they had been admiring the sunrise. While Pearl and Platinum were discussing a walk along the seashore after breakfast, Alexandrite noticed that Obsidian's feet were completely soaked. He immediately asked the girl to sit down for a while, which surprised her. As soon as Obsidian sat down, Alexandrite took out a towel and dropped to one knee. He carefully began to wipe her wet feet. Pearl and Platinum looked at the embarrassed girl in shock. Having finished his business, Alexandrite said that he thought she was uncomfortable because of the drops of water. Alex started asking what she would eat. He would bring anything, to which Platina began to get indignant, saying that his feet were also actually wet. Obsidian, surrounded by male attention, awkwardly replied that she would look and then choose, since she didn't even know what was there. To which the guy decided to help her put on her shoes. Alec asked the girl if she liked cinnamon rolls, and immediately a piece of cake appeared in her field of vision. It turned out to be Platinum, offering to try a delicious-smelling piece. Obsidian realized that this was the food that Marianne liked, and she didn't particularly like it. Whether she would have to eat it, she didn't know. Alec thought for a second, looking down, irritated, and suddenly, he abruptly waved the plate with the cake away with his left hand. The guy was indignant, saying that perhaps the girl didn't like that kind of food, and it was impolite to advise her without even asking. To which Platinum disagreed and turned to Obsidian to find out if this was true. Without thinking twice, a little shyly, she replied that she loved baking, but today she didn't really feel like it. Putting on her shoes with purple stones, the girl said that she would look at all the food that was there and choose it herself. Turning around, she sincerely thanked Platina for her concern. But this only upset the guy, and he was left alone in confusion. The fans' reaction to Alec's defense and Obsidian's unapproachability was interesting, and they also noted that even during the kiss, the girl acted hesitantly, since it was more Platinum's initiative. Everyone chose their food, sat down at the table, and dinner began. Amethyst was still looking at the apple in surprise. Suddenly, everyone's favorite owl appeared out of nowhere and announced a pre-prepared game. The participants looked up from their delicious food, surprised, and awaiting an explanation of the rules of the game. The bird announced that the winner would receive a coupon for a date by the sea and asked everyone to gather on the shore after breakfast. And Amethyst was so shocked by the prize that she accidentally dropped the apple. And fortunately, Granite caught it with his hand. All the participants, having finished eating, gathered on the seashore. The owl indicated that this game was for gentlemen, and the winner would choose 2 ladies and be able to take a romantic boat trip. Today's game was a game called Water Battle. You need to throw your opponents into the water. The last one remaining wins. Platinum finally suggested starting the game. Granite, noticing that the swords were bladeless, asked them not to give in, and Alexandrite politely asked them to change into clothes suitable for battle. At this time, all 3 girls watched the process from afar, tensely and fearfully. 3 disguised guys walked out into the center of the magic circle, preparing for battle. Platinum chuckled, saying that it was enough to stare at each other and let's get going. Granite accepted the offer with a grin, saying that he would not refuse. The guy ran at great speed, preparing to strike the first blow. He swung towards Platinum with terrifying force, striking the shield. Only the shield saved Plata. He was in extreme shock from the force of the blow. He wondered how such a boy could become so strong. And the owl immediately explained that during the game they could use not a modified body, but their real skills and powers. Even Alex tensed up, although he continued to look stern. But Granite's eyes were already lit up. He warned them to be ready, because thanks to his deceptive appearance, he was going to throw them into the water. And for the girls, the game only became more interesting. They could only guess which of the 3 would attack first. And it was Platinum who decided to fight back and attack Granite in return. Their swords crossed, and Granite noticed Plat's good stance and concluded that he was a physically light man. The guy only just realized what he had said and what he had meant. How he immediately flew to the other end of the circle. Platinum tensed up because he was too close to the end and could already see the water sparkling. But he wasn't going to give up. Clutching his shield tighter, he watched the guy's next actions. Granite said with a grin how long they would just exchange glances, and suggested that they start fighting already. Let at least someone attack. Alex stood to the side and analyzed whether Gran was superior to them in strength, or whether Platt was too weak. he decided to test his theory and pounced on Platt, hoping to easily knock him into the water. Platinum, clearly not expecting this, laughed. Did he really look like an easier opponent than this kid? Alec was a little upset, but continued to languidly press the guy, to which he sharply pushed him away, saying that he shouldn't have been underestimated. The moment the sword blade almost touched Alexandrite, he thought about how fast this guy was. While the two were fighting, they completely forgot about Granite, who thought that they had gathered there so as not to disturb him. So I decided that this needed to be fixed immediately and put an end to it. He attacked two people at once. Is he really that confident in himself? The guys were already starting to worry. He was facing two people, and it didn't matter how big he was in real life. And for Granite, it was really a fun game. And he was already thinking about who he would knock down first. The audience in front of the screen was in shock. No one could even imagine such an outcome. The young man turned out to be a strong opponent. It seems that the ladies are already looking at him differently, especially Amethyst. She was clearly worried about the guy. Perhaps this game will change the direction of sympathies. Alec asked Plath if he was confident he could defeat Granite if he fell into the water. He didn't immediately understand his proposal to unite. Alex took the brunt of the attack while Platt jumped out of nowhere at Granite. But Granite withstood this too, stopping the ball. The boys finally realized that his fighting skills were undoubtedly superior to both of them. So they came up with the idea that Platinum would use Alec as a stand. After all, Granat was probably used to a large body, and he hardly ever had to take blows from above. So the guys teamed up and dealt him an unusual blow from above. And it worked. The young man actually jumped back and staggered. Granite himself didn't even expect this. He thought he would emerge victorious. Platt shouted to Alec that it was his time. He immediately began to accelerate, glad that their plan was working as it should, because, as he thought, it was hard for him to maintain balance when the opponent was taller than him. Unfortunately, Granite was the first to fly out of the circle, flying into the clear water. In flight, he tried to grab at least the edge of the magic circle, but nothing came of it, even though he was only a few centimeters short. The guy lost in disappointment, complaining that if it had been his real hand, and it had been longer, he would have definitely reached it. Amethyst was visibly upset as the other contestants watched the game continue, now one-on-one. The guys admitted that they worked together quite well, but suddenly, Platina said that this was the end of their cooperation and resumed their battle. Garnet swam to the shore and emerged from the water, simultaneously wringing out his wet clothes. Amethyst began to wonder if the guy was okay, genuinely worried. Undressing to dry off faster, he added that if they had also wounded him, he would have had to starve from shame, to which Pearl said that he was magnificent. The girl asked the guy who he thought would win out of the two of them, since he had fought them personally, to which he explained that Platinum was ahead in speed and Alec in muscular strength. The guy added that the only thing that can interfere in battle is strange breathing. Obsidian was clearly interested in knowing who he was talking about. Both guys were already tired of fighting. Platt was already having severe shortness of breath and breathing problems. Alec noted that Platinum wasn't particularly hardy, to which Platt, already all wet and tired, told him not to worry because he could handle it in 5 minutes. He pounced on Alec, and he was ready to defend himself, taking the shield and sword more firmly in his hands. But then Platt suddenly groaned sharply, either from pain in his heart or from lack of air. Alec stood there in a stupor, not understanding what was happening. But then he suddenly made the decision to attack while he was not expecting it. And it actually worked. Platinum was already flying into the water when he realized what had just happened. The last thing he saw was Alec standing in the center of the circle in a victory pose. As a result of the game, Platinum lost. The winner of the game was Alexandrite. Obsidian looked at Alec with admiration, while in the distance, Amethyst tried to get at least a drop of attention and kindness from Granite. The winner gets to choose 2 ladies and go on a date with them. Obsidian looked at the guy with hope, clearly wanting him to choose her. The owl was clearly pressing, waiting to hear an answer from the guy, and his answer was in favor of Obsidian and Pearl. Both girls looked at the guy with gratitude, and Pearl even expressed it out loud. It was an expected choice, and Obsidian looked very pleased. Platinum looked very upset. He was probably unhappy for various reasons. We are transported to the moment of the date. The trio is having tea right on the floating boat. Alexandrite, enjoying the long-awaited date, noted that it was quite romantic to drink tea while riding in a boat. Pearl thanked the man for allowing them to enjoy this view too, and Obsidian praised him for looking very dignified. The girl asked Luaria if she was charmed by the guy's actions, but she only began to slurp her tea more and more often. Alec decided to ask the girls about their ideal men. Pearl likes smiling, handsome, and sweet men. She asked Obsidian about her type, and she thought about Marianne's ideal, what kind of guys she might like. She replied that she likes those with whom every day there is something new emotions, from whom you don't know what to expect. Alec replied that this description did not sound like him at all, to which Obsidian explained that this is why he seems somehow different to her, unlike the others, causing doubts in the second girl. Gemchug said that she was a little shocked that the girl was drawn to a man who was the complete opposite of her ideal. Fans have been discussing how Pearl seems to be trying to tie the two together, since if Obsidian and Alec like each other, she could win Platinum without much competition. Even though it was in Pearl's interests for them to choose each other, and all her intentions were just on the face, she was still sweet, and the audience enjoyed watching the three of them. Pearl asked whether Alexandrite is a stone that changes color depending on the time of day, or more precisely, depending on the reflection and refraction of light. Alexandrite added that during the day in sunlight, it is green, but in the evening it turns crimson from artificial lighting. The girl continued the dialogue, saying that they say that stones are distributed according to a person's characteristics, and maybe his character also changes depending on the time of day. To which the guy playfully said that the girl should come to him some evening. Obsidian suddenly interrupted the conversation, asking what he usually does in the evenings. Alex said that he prefers to read books before going to bed, and even brought a few with him here. Luaria was shocked that he also liked books. Pearl replied that she didn't really, and Obsidian said that she, like Marianne, liked stories about love. After all, stories about love are simple, light, and romantic. They quickly evoke emotions. This is what people like. Alexandrite said that he was once fascinated by ancient languages. Obsidian was so shocked that she even asked again, not trusting her hearing. She also liked them as a child. She even read all the books related to this topic. Obsidian was delighted, because books in ancient languages are not so easy to obtain. Alec, hearing this, asked how well she knew about this topic, and whether she was also interested in ancient languages. Obsidian thought Marianne probably wasn't interested in this. Maybe she overdid it. But Moonall said that such mistakes could be perceived as pretense, so it was okay. She responded with interest that it was like cracking a code. Alec didn't expect to meet a lover of ancient languages here, and he is very glad about it. Pearl also said that she had several books, and began to take sips of tea more and more often. Obsidian was very interested. She had never been interested in anything before. Fans had a feeling that Obsidian and Alec were quickly getting closer to each other. He clearly made the right decision by choosing Pearl for the threesome date. At this time, everyone in the castle was busy with their own affairs, and Granite was lying on a tree in the forest and complaining about how stupid the transformation magic was. It was too disadvantageous for him. Suddenly, the guy heard some kind of rumble from below, and a dull sound. It turned out to be Amethyst. This little girl was always causing trouble. He asked her what happened. He came down and found a girl who had just fallen. He was worried if everything was okay with her. She falls all the time anyway. Why did she try to climb a tree? As he offered her his hand, Amethyst explained that she noticed that the boy looked upset. Having lifted the girl to her feet, he was puzzled as to why she had even thought of this. The girl explained that she noticed that he didn't like the transformation magic, which is probably why he got angry. Granite replied that it wasn't that he didn't like it, it was just a little uncomfortable, and he didn't understand why they changed it so much. The guy suggested that they seemed to be afraid that all the participants would start stalking him if he participated in his natural form. Amethyst admitted that she was then glad that this transformation magic existed. Granite turned around in confusion, misunderstanding, and the girl continued to explain that even now there was always someone next to him, and if he had been even more popular, she would have been very upset. Granite was shocked by this statement, and the girl was embarrassed. Fans also noticed how Amethyst gained courage and began to get closer to the guy. But did Garnet understand this? It seems he was very confused. He stood in a stupor, and all his thoughts were clearly not here. Later, in his room, all his thoughts were occupied with her. He thought why she would be upset if his popularity increased. It means she would like him not to be popular at all. And if she likes that he is not popular, does she hate him? All these thoughts made him emotional and made him angry. He discussed this with Platt, who only joked that maybe all his energy went not to his brain, but to his muscles. But Granite still didn't understand why Amethyst should be upset if he became popular. Platina had to just agree, so as not to listen to his obsessive thoughts out loud. He said that it seemed like she really didn't like him very much. Suddenly, an owl flew into the room and began to tell them that this evening they would have the opportunity to meet the truth outside the island. Those stones whose sympathies coincide will spend the whole day outside this island. There, the security magic no longer works, and participants will be able to freely communicate on any topic. The choice must be made before dinner. Platinum, seeing Alexandrite and Obsidian in the window, was clearly jealous. He decided that in that case, he would also try to get his girlfriend's attention back. Footsteps and the clicking of heels on the floor could be heard in the room. The three, who had returned from a date, entered the room. They were surprised to find Platt sitting on an ottoman, clearly waiting for their return. As soon as they got closer to him, he announced that he would like to chat with Obsidian for a while before lunch. He asked if Obsidian would allow their communication to continue. The girl agreed, offering her hand to the guy. He, turning to Alexandrite and Pearl, said that they would see each other at lunch. All he could do was watch his crush leave with another. It seemed like they had already left, but Alec was still watching them. Granite came into the room, saying that he wanted to fight again when they were all together. But this Platinum immediately disappeared. Then Pearl suggested that Garnet make a match for him. He was a little shocked that Pearl could handle a sword, but the girl explained that she did it a little as a sport. The guy quickly caught fire with this idea and was already running to the arena. Alec was not against it and also went with them. Someone was watching all this, but was either afraid or embarrassed to start a dialogue with them. It was Amethyst. She watched what was happening from above, with great sadness and bitterness in her eyes. As it turned out, Pearl fights well, and even on a horse. Garnet also noticed this, to which Pearl responded by calling him a worthy opponent. Alec, who had galloped up on his horse, said that they were both good riders, while Garnet noticed the ball and said that if there were another person, they could play. Pearl suggested that she and Alec would be on the same team against Garnet, and he agreed, threatening that he would definitely not lose this time. Someone watched as the participants came up with rules. Whoever scores 3 goals wins. It was Amethyst, standing awkwardly and watching the whole game. She stood in the horse pen, looking at the horse standing in the pen, as if not daring to go out to them. Even fans have noticed that she seems to want to join, but is not confident in her abilities. After all, she does not have such an open character. It has also been noted that Garnet and Pearl are surprisingly well suited to each other. Everyone was wondering if there was a chance that they would get closer or just be friends. The fans were discussing. Some thought that nothing was known, but they thought they were right for each other, while others saw that Gemchug saw a courageous young man in Garnet. Everyone had a feeling that there would be changes in the love line today, and if Platinum were to win Obsidian's heart again, the changes would be grandiose. Platinum and Obsidian were spending time together, and then he told about how he was walking in the garden and discovered something interesting. He asked her if she knew that everything on this island was created with magic. The girl agreed and said that it was done for the sake of the broadcast. He concluded that she had heard a lot about magic, but the girl replied that she did not know the details. To which the guy began to tell that there are 3 mandatory points in the Empire's magic: mana, a magic circle, and crystals. The mage uses his own mana to create a magic circle, but this circle requires constant replenishment to maintain. And for this purpose, they use crystals that are made by magicians. These crystals are sources of mana instead of people, so by looking at the magic circle, you can immediately determine the level of magic in it. The older the circle, the more energy it requires, the higher the quality of the crystal will be. The guy took the girl closer to the garden and showed her a living example. Obsidian asked if there was magic in the garden. Platinum replied that there was, and not just any magic, but one that required a lot of energy. The girl asked what kind of magic it was, and Platina asked if he should show her, and he began. He touched the tree, and magic appeared around it, turning the tree into a sakura. Everything around turned into a cherry blossom forest, and this landscape suited these participants well. The girl was surprised, asking how he did it. It seems that magic is used to maintain the desired shape of the trees in the garden, because according to the rules, outsiders, such as gardeners, cannot enter here. Platinum said that he put a small amount of mana into the tree so that it would bloom right now. He handed her 1 flower from this tree, making the girl even happier. He was very interested in whether the girl would appreciate his modest gift, whether she would like it, whether it would attract her attention. Twirling the stem of the flower in her fingers, Obsidian said that it was all really beautiful, but not as beautiful as the smile of the guy in front of her. Platina replied that if she wanted, he could make other trees bloom, anything to attract the attention of such a beautiful girl. But then the guy's face froze in horror, as if he had been pierced by a lightning bolt, and this powerful blow hit him straight in the heart. When the boy recoiled and began to cough, gasping for breath, Obsidian tensed, wondering what was happening to him. He clutched his heart tightly. His breathing became more and more intermittent, and that ill-fated shortness of breath appeared. Obsidian had already begun to feel her heart beating faster, and that treacherous shortness of breath from the guy standing in front of her made the girl rush straight to him. She had already reached out her hand to touch the sick body and ask if everything was okay. But then the guy suddenly pulled his hand away and shouted at the girl not to touch him. The naive girl froze, with her hand raised in the air. Platina's pupils narrowed, and apparently only then did he realize that he was behaving suspiciously and strangely. He immediately apologized for his ignorance, hoping to smooth over the misunderstanding and avoid awkwardness. After answering the question of whether everything was okay with him and brushing it off as an allergy to pollen, the guy began to look even more suspicious. After a few seconds of silence, he added that he had behaved inappropriately in front of such a charming girl. Obsidian's thoughts were currently racing with different theories about what was wrong with this guy. Maybe he was just sick, because his breathing was uneven, and his complexion was pale. Perhaps because he fell into the water then. Having quickly analyzed the situation, the girl suggested that the guy sit down and rest and pointed to a bench, to which he only denied, saying that he was fine. She thought that perhaps he didn't want to show his illness, or that he was bothered by the cameras everywhere. Obsidian still objected, saying that she would like to sit down since her legs hurt. The guy nodded understandingly and agreed to sit down, but his thoughts were clearly not there. They sat down together on a bench under a tree and decided to relax. For a moment his face looked quite peaceful, but suddenly his emotions got the better of him, and a new emotion appeared in his eyes, as if they were deciding to do something they had been thinking about for a long time. Finally making up his mind, he abruptly covers her lace-gloved hand with his own. Out of surprise, the flower fell out of her hand and ended up on the silk fabric of her dress, her deep eyes looking straight into his soul in surprise. Taking her hand, he pulled her towards him and kissed her tenderly, asking her to forgive him again. The girl didn't understand. He had already apologized. Why did he want to apologize again and again? Leaning down and taking a closer look, the girl thought that there was something cute about the guy. Maybe he even looked like a puppy. As soon as she thought about it, the guy asked her if she thought he looked like a puppy. Obsidian looked at him with interest, not understanding how he knew this, but replied that she hadn't thought about it. At this, Platinum only grinned, as if he was absolutely sure of her thoughts. He closed his eyes and gently laid his head on the girl's shoulder. Right on her shoulder, he said that he was ready to obey, that he would be like a loyal and sweet puppy. Looking up with his sweet gaze, he asked for another chance, saying that she didn't know everything about him yet. The girl's eyes were filled with surprise and unexpectedness, and sparkled with interest. Platinum promised that she definitely wouldn't be bored with him, causing even more bewilderment. At that moment, 3 players with different moods entered the room. Garnet was calm and walked confidently, and Alec and Pearl were arguing about why they lost, whether it was because of speed or because of the ball passing. Garnet just laughed, saying that he could handle such a transfer. Pearl only became more angry at Alexandrite. All he could do was apologize insincerely. The last word slipped from his lips, and he froze. He noticed Amethyst and the leaves on her hair. No one understood what happened to the girl. Pearl, completely forgetting about the quarrel, assumed that the girl was wandering through the forest, but she said that she simply fell. While Amethyst was being asked if she was okay and if she was hurt, Garnet was surprised that she had fallen again. Alexandrite noticed some noise again and turned towards it. Obsidian and Platinum entered the room, noticing that all 3 were dressed the same. Apparently, they had been riding horses. Alec, with obvious hope in his eyes, was delighted at their appearance, or rather, at the appearance of the girl. The boy explained that they were playing and asked them to sit down, pointing to a place that a masked servant was preparing at that moment. But Platina was already standing near the chair, objecting. Why sit so far away? It would be better to sit closer to him. They started arguing again. Alex said that there was no point in doing it personally, because there were servants, and Platina just laughed at him, since he himself was on his knees in the morning and wiping Obsidian's feet. The girl, without thinking for long, stepped with the same feet, clicking on her heels, heading towards the chairs. Under the men's gaze, the girl walked up to the seat between 2 chairs and said that she would sit there. After waiting for the servant to pull out a chair, she confidently sat down at the table. All participants sat down at the table, waiting for the meal to begin. Obsidian, with obvious interest in her eyes, asked what they had been doing while she was gone. Maybe playing polo. Pearl happily mentioned that it was fun and invited the girl to play together next time. Alexandrite's question about horse riding puzzled Obsidian. Thinking that Marianne probably knew how to ride a horse, she replied that it was not that she was very keen on it, since she herself had never learned it. Platinum, as if he had read her mind again, promised to teach her and said that she would definitely like riding. She wondered if it would look too strange if it turned out that she was much worse at this than Marianne. And Alec, as if he knew all the girl's thoughts, said that if she wasn't interested in it, then she shouldn't force herself, because there were many other things to do. He added that there was also a piano in the estate, and if she liked music, he would definitely play for her. To which Pearl was only happy, saying that it would be nice to arrange a dance evening, and that she really loved to dance. Having laughed at Garnet, she asked if he could handle it, since dancing was very similar to sports. The boy flared up, saying that these were completely different things. Seeing how he flared up, the girl noted that it seemed that the genius was not confident in his abilities, at which Garnet got even more angry, saying that in this dance, you just need to spin around, holding hands, Pearl, seeing how easily he got excited, continued by saying that for every time he stepped on her foot, he would have to grant her one wish, unless, of course, he was afraid. Garnet, hitting the table, instantly agreed, and the girl immediately remembered his promise. It was clear how Amethyst got nervous, spilling drops of drink on the table, because the guy has more female attention. Fans also noticed that Pearl and Garnet seem to have become friends because they both have quite cheerful and feisty personalities, so they suit each other. Amethyst shyly wiped the drink off her clothes. She couldn't get a word in during the dialogue. The fans felt so sorry for her, but she should be a little braver, even though it wasn't easy for her. They were curious about how the meeting with the truth would go this evening, because the situation had changed so much in one day. Garnet began to communicate more with Pearl, and Obsidian seemed to start to doubt a little. In the morning, she was cold with Platina, and at lunch, she sat between him and Alec. Maybe her feelings had already changed. Who knows what choice each of them would make? It's time to decide on the first couple who will go to meet the truth. The ladies have already made their choice in favor of those they like. Each man must stand in the magic circle and say the name of the one he most wants to meet. If the choices of two people coincide, they will be able to meet outside the island. If the girl he liked chose another, then they will not be able to go to meet the truth, even if he receives a card from another girl. During the meeting, the magic of secrecy is removed, which makes it possible to speak freely about one's personality. However, the information received is prohibited from being passed on to other participants. Flying over the men's room, where Garnet sat on the bed, the magical owl asked him to make his choice. He stood up confidently from the bed and walked forward, determined, ready to make his choice. He stood in front of the 3 suitcases, clearing away all unnecessary thoughts and running through all possible options in his head. Finally, he began to talk about the stone with which he would like to go to meet the truth. This beautiful stone turned out to be Pearl. The viewers at the screens were in a pleasant shock. Granite changed his preferences. He switched his gaze from Obsidian to Pearl. It seems the game influenced him. Everyone was so curious to see if Pearl would choose Garnet in return. The guy confidently walked towards the magic circle, walking on tiles with golden patterns and engravings. Swallowing nervously, he still hoped that his choice was the right one, and the girl would appear here any minute. Immediately there was a noise from the stairs. It was a woman's footsteps. It turned out to be Pearl, in an off-the-shoulder dress with a corset. She looked gentle and daring at the same time. A smile instantly appeared on the guy's face. He was clearly happy with her appearance and admired her outfit as best he could. Since the girl appeared here, it means they chose each other, and that's how the first couple came about. Surprisingly, no one expected them to choose each other, because at first they did not show much interest in each other. Pearl suggested that they enter the circle and set off to meet the new challenges that await them. There was no turning back. The two of them entered the magic circle. The blue owl said that by moving in space, they would be able to go beyond the island. The magic worked, and both participants immediately disappeared, leaving behind only 2 lonely suitcases. Meanwhile, in the women's room of the magical empire, the girls didn't hear the returning footsteps, which probably meant that Pearl's choice was correct. Amethyst's face was blank. She was overwhelmed by the realization that if the girl's choice had matched, then most likely Garnet had chosen her. Platinum also stood in front of the circle and made his choice, but he didn't have to think long. The next to choose was Alexandrite. He also stood looking at the circle, but still decided to voice the name. The two of them said at the same time that the stone they wanted to take to meet the truth was obsidian. The fans were bursting with anticipation. They both chose obsidian. Everyone was wondering who she chose. Both guys stood waiting, hoping that the girl would come down to them. The sound of footsteps on the red carpet and the rustling of the hem of a long dress could be heard. Even Alex's previously calm gaze was now nervous. Platina's gaze, in shock, turned into the distance, expecting to see her beloved silhouette. Under the watchful gaze, the girl awkwardly descended the stairs. Even slightly embarrassed, She swayed uncertainly. The beautiful obsidian appeared before her, chosen one, in a beautiful dress with a slightly open neckline and a bow in the center. She, now confidently, walked down the stairs towards Platina. He looked at her with a joyful twinkle and sparkles in his eyes. The guy was so happy that Obsidian chose him that a smile instantly appeared and lit up his sweet face. He extended his hand to her and said that he had been waiting for her. She immediately gave him her hand, and her small, delicate hand sank tenderly into his palm. As a sign of gratitude, the guy unexpectedly got down on one knee in front of her. His light eyes looked straight into her soul, and he promised that the girl would not regret her choice. What a surprise it was! Obsidian chose platinum. It seems that the image of the cute puppy had an effect on her, because it was so cute that it made her change her heart. The events of that day are transferred back exactly 1 hour. The owl appeared before Obsidian, saying that now let the Lady Stones choose a partner with whom they want to go to meet the truth. The girl took the gray pen in her hands and was ready to write the secret name. Then the owl turned into Moon All and asked who she was going to choose. She put her pen down next to the sheet of paper, relaxed in her chair, and began to explain that she had been thinking about this for a long time. If she chooses Alexandrite, then she will truly be at peace with him. The man asked why, to which the girl replied that he had a calm character, and their interests were similar, and when he was around, she felt comfortable and convenient to be around him. Moon All exhaled sharply, and Obsidian asked in surprise if there was any problem with that. His deep brown eyes became even darker. He seemed to be thinking, as if he was deciding whether it was serious enough to change his choice. He then began to explain that Alec was from the 5th kingdom of Huracan. Moon had heard that he often visited the neighboring state of Kalia on trade matters. He must have seen Marianne often, who married the king of this kingdom. Obsidian made the logical conclusion and asked if this meant that he knew Marianne. Moon Al lowered his eyes to the floor and again drowned in his thoughts, saying that he did not know how well they knew each other. Perhaps you just saw each other while passing by, but if he had a chance to personally communicate with Marianne, then he could guess that you are not her. The girl's pupils dilated in shock and fear. Because of the protection magic, everyone on the island was lying and pretending to be someone else. So he might have thought that Obsidian was just pretending too. But there is no magic in meeting the truth, so they would have to talk in private. Moon All does not know whether he had the opportunity to personally meet and talk with Marianne. And as soon as the conversation turned to the past, he would not be able to help her in any way. Obsidian, realizing the mistake she had just made, asked what they should do then, to which Moon Owl nervously jerked his hand and told her to choose another man. Obsidian felt like a little girl who had done something wrong without knowing it, and the man was a parent who was delivering punishment. She was asked if she liked anyone other than Alexandrite, and she didn't know what to answer. That's how she ended up in the magic circle with platinum on her arm. Under the watchful eye of the blue owl, they entered the magic circle, and there was no turning back. Platinum looked so happy next to Obsidian. He looked at her like a truly loyal puppy. He had such a face, as if he really didn't expect her to show up, that she chose him. All that was left of the second pair was one suitcase and dissipating magical energy. Only later did the fans realize that if Platinum left with a girl, it only meant one thing. That Obsidian didn't choose Alexandrite. And right now, this guy with glasses is standing by the magic circle for nothing. An owl flew up to him and informed him that today, unfortunately, he would not be able to attend the meeting with the truth, and asked him to return to his room. Alec, regaining his serious face, instantly turned around and headed for the stairs. Walking indifferently up the stairs, he looked so dejected. Although he hid his emotions, he won the game. No one thought that everything would turn out like this. Even for the fans, it was a real shock. Even during the walk, Obsidian was kind to Alexandrite. Those remaining on the island are probably in confusion. Amethyst is also left alone. 2 pairs of legs, a magic circle, and movement magic did their job. and it looked like Pearl and Garnet had already arrived. They were standing there looking around. Platinum and Obsidian looked at their place to meet the truth with confusion. The first couple found themselves in the desert among cacti, under the scorching sun. They were already complaining loudly about how this date was in the desert, and where there wasn't a single oasis. The second pair appeared among the snowy and icy mountains, among the eternal frost and snow. They reacted quite calmly. Only Platinum, as always, grinned and noted whether this was permafrost land, since it didn't look like people lived here. The magical owl arrived any minute. It flew gracefully, flapping its little wings with all its might. She immediately began to explain that at balls and in high society, it is easy to fall in love, but there no one sees your true appearance. Even in a dangerous situation, spouses do not change their attitude towards each other, so they need to learn to accept their chosen one even in the most difficult conditions. They will have to see if they can go all the way with the person they have chosen. The suitcases contain items that will help them. The bird said to try to join forces and stay alive until tomorrow morning. Pearl and Granite were angry because the owl just left, leaving them here alone. Just left the cameras and flew away. The second couple also did not understand how it was possible to stay alive in such conditions. The very center of the desert and snowy lands. No one expected this, although it is usually said that a person shows his true face on a journey. In dangerous situations, people begin to show themselves. There are couples who quarrel and break up after traveling together, and there are those whose relationships become even stronger. Everyone was very interested in what these couples would be like. Completely different, but in equally terrible conditions. Platinum began to freeze in the cold, causing his teeth to chatter, interrupting the silence. He tried to warm up his unfortunate hand. Obsidian asked if the guy was okay. He answered positively and said that he should change his clothes first. Dressed in soft, warm fur coats that matched their colors, they looked cute and cozy. Now they won't die from the cold, since the suitcase should contain survival items, so they decided to see what they had prepared for them. Taking the leather suitcase by the handle, the guy felt the weight of the contents. Together they placed it on the snow and pulled on the yielding handle. They began to open the suitcase, not realizing what was hidden inside. As soon as they opened the old suitcase, they were blinded by a magical light, and only after a few seconds were they able to see what was inside. The contents of the suitcases for both couples were approximately the same. Pearl guessed that these were magic crystals, and they were quite expensive, and Garnet at that time discovered some kind of box, labeled as items for sleeping. It looks like this box is meant to be used to insert crystals. The boy and girl inserted the stone and began to observe the magical manifestation. A moment later, a bedroom set appeared in front of them, consisting of 2 beds, an armchair, a nightstand, and a tea table for 2, meaning they wouldn't have to spend the night on the ground. Together, they decided to continue looking through the contents of the suitcase and discovered many different boxes labeled as provisions, medicine, and environmental optimization. The second pair, in exactly the same way, inserted a crystal into the box to optimize the environment. The ice underfoot suddenly groaned and turned into a crystal floor, and a dome began to form around it, like a bubble. The dome closed at the very center of the top, plugged with that same magic crystal, forming a capsule. Platinum noticed how the air began to get warmer and warmer. So, they weren't sent here to die of cold. Maybe they can spend the whole day in this capsule, since there are items for sleeping, personal hygiene products, and medicines. Since it is written that when switching to activation mode, crystals are quickly consumed, it should be activated after stopping. The landscape here is rather gloomy, so Platina suggested finding a better place. Feeling the heaviness in his legs and the languid shortness of breath after the long journey, Platinum stopped. Watching the guy and sharing his situation, the girl said that they could stop anywhere because everything here looks the same. The guy grabbed the girl even tighter, pulling her closer to him, forcing her to go further. Looking at her, he said that since they had arrived here together, He didn't want to stop just anywhere. He continued by saying that he would like to spend time with a beautiful landscape, and, pointing to a hill opposite, said that it would be great to admire the night sky there. The girl, although with distrust, agreed. She walked further through the soft snow, thinking that Platina must be from a very noble family, so she was looking for a romantic place. The place was indeed beautiful, but the guy only saw obsidian, which is probably why he said that. Against the backdrop of this snow-white snow, she stood out even more. The girl looked at him naively and sincerely, wishing that his words were true and came from a pure heart. Sitting down on the snow, the guy began to open the suitcase and tell them that if they were near the northern sea, then perhaps they would see the northern lights. That would be wonderful. Opening the box, Platinum was glad that he would admire the stars with the girl. While examining the suitcase, he began to take off his outerwear because the dome had already been formed. Having taken it off completely, he sheepishly admitted that he wasn't sure he would be able to sleep at all today. The fans watched Platinum in fascination, anticipating the upcoming night. Next to obsidian, even a snowstorm would seem hot, so he is not cold at all. They were also curious about how Granite and Pearl were doing in the desert. Meanwhile, the first couple enjoyed their rest, splashing around in the albeit cool oasis. While swimming, they found a fish and were already thinking about frying it. It felt like they had come to a camping site. They were both quite simple in nature. It was clear that they were having fun. The sounds of a crackling fire and the smell of fried fish spread throughout the island. While Pearl was trying the fried fish that Garnet had prepared and saying that it tasted pretty good, the guy was already busy with a new task. After being praised by the girl, he explained that he often did this during training. When asked about the training, he said that it was training in self-control. In his country, even members of the royal family have to go through it. At the age of 14, everyone is obliged to spend a week in the desert. Garnet, frightened by his experience, asked if it was possible to talk about this at all, to which Pearl said that, probably, yes, since there was no protective magic here, after which she instantly and joyfully shouted out that she was the princess of the 7th Kingdom of Hetes, and her name was Lila von Hetes. Spreading her arms in long-awaited freedom and the absence of pretense, the girl met only Garnet's surprised and tense face, after which, to the guy's enthusiastic words that everything was fine, she continued eating the fish and asked him to tell her his real name. The boy proudly replied that his name was Lysander Arima von Salvador, and he was the prince of the 2nd Kingdom of Salvador. The location of this kingdom in the south explained why Garnet was so familiar with the desert. The guy said that it was the country of the sun, courage and martial arts, and asked if the girl had been there. Layla replied that no, because it was very far from Hetis. The guy asked what kind of place it was where she was from. The girl said that anyone who is unable to cope with the sea wind will not survive there, and if he swims there just like that, the waves will carry him away. Now it seemed logical, since she was a good swimmer. Pearl decided to ask a counter-question about age, thinking that they were, like, the same age. Fans also noticed that they started talking more about personal topics, since they couldn't ask each other questions all the time, and there were probably a lot of them. Judging by their names, they are both from royal families. The condition for participation in the box is to be a member of the royal family, or a relative of the royal family of one of the 8 states. If they use the names of their kingdoms in their name, it means they are descendants of the royal line, that is, heirs to the throne. Garnet shared that he has 5 older brothers, and Jemchug responded in shock that she is the only daughter in her family. That's why she constantly has a lot of thoughts in her head, because her father wants to pass the throne to her as the only heir. The boy listened attentively, sipping the liquid from his mug, wondering if women in Hetis could inherit the crown. Pearl answered positively, saying that this was precisely why her father was looking for a son-in-law, and asking how things were in Salvador, whether there were cases when princes got married and left for other countries. The guy didn't have time to answer before he received the next question. About what his parents would do if he suddenly said that he was leaving. Garnet became nervous from the excess of questions and the lack of time, and said that he thought he should ask his parents first. The girl only responded with displeasure that it was forbidden to contact the outside world during filming, and said that she should have asked in advance, calling the guy a fool. But Pearl could also be understood. Her kingdom needed a son-in-law who could come to his wife's country. It seems that she herself would like to get married and then take the throne. The empire grants those who marry, thanks to the box, the power to rule their own kingdom. Having received such a right, the spouses gain power that is higher than even the governor appointed there. So, Pearl is looking for a man who can go with her to her country. And it makes sense if she marries not the firstborn and heir, but the second son of the ruler or lower. If Garnet is the youngest among the 6 sons, it is quite possible. Although no one knows this, because Garnet is the only one of all the king's sons who received the right to participate in the box. But it was also beneficial to him, because if he married in the box, he would be able to regain power to rule Salvador. But his people were not ready for him to leave for another country. At this time, Platinum and Obsidian were warming themselves in their dome, on poofs, with pillows near the imitation fireplace. The boy mysteriously remarked how unusual the night sky was. Unfortunately, in his country, he could not admire the stars. He asked if his sky was different from the sky of Sierras. Obsidian gripped her mug tighter, her teeth clenching, and her heart beating faster. But then she calmly asked the question in response, whether the guy thought that her homeland was Sierra. He playfully answered that it was possible, and perhaps not. The girl thought only about the fact that tonight she had to say that she was Marianne, just as she had rehearsed. Her eyes, full of doubt, but still with a drop of rehearsed determination, looked straight at the guy. She began to pronounce the cherished words. But then, suddenly, the cape fell from Platina's shoulders, and he advanced straight towards her. He pulled her towards him, and their lips merged in one sensual kiss. Of course, unexpectedly for Obsidian, she opened her eyes wide in confusion, hoping to find support in something at that moment. She put her hand behind her, but not feeling anything. She had to drown in this guy. Having fallen onto the poofs, the girl was consumed with embarrassment and blushed all over. What could she do to avoid revealing herself? Leaning towards her ear, he whispered that she didn't have to say anything, because that wasn't what he was interested in at all. Leaning even closer and looking at her, he recalled her supposed phrase about how one can talk about love without knowing the harmony of bodies. On the 4th box, this phrase amused him the most. But the girl did not give up, even when his hand went and touched her neck, saying that it was true, because the body does not lie. This got the guy even more excited, and, deciding to test how far he could go, he suggested testing their feelings using their own bodies. His hand slid over her shoulder, and she swallowed nervously, feeling her stomach twist. Obsidian closed her eyes, wishing she could sink into the ground, hoping that this was all just a dream, and that she would wake up now. A few hours before, while discussing their plan with Moon All, she had expressed some concern. The girl explained to the bewildered man that if she couldn't choose Alexandrite, then only platinum remained. And he, apparently, is quite experienced in communicating with girls, and probably perceives her as Marianne, liberated and free. She was worried that she had very little experience in such matters, and she was not sure that she would be able to act like Marianne when Platina began to actively take steps towards intimacy. Clutching the skirt of her dress, she said that she was afraid of falling into a stupor again, and they had to spend the whole day together, and she would have nowhere to even run. Having listened to all the girl's concerns, and having realized the situation she was in, the man made a firm decision. He got down on one knee, telling her not to worry about it. Luaria didn't understand what he meant, but some hope still flashed in her eyes. He immediately explained that he was Mun Owl, the organizer of this whole event. He was the most important person in this place. It is he who decides where the participants will go and what will happen there. He promised that Platina would simply not have the opportunity to seduce her, since he would be very busy. At that time, the girl still did not understand at all what this could mean. In the moment of passion, when Platinum had already begun to relax, wanting to get her way, Obsidian continued to feel uncomfortable and thought about how to get out of the situation. But the solution found itself. The guy suddenly pulled away from her. His gaze changed to a more awkward one, as if he himself did not understand what was happening. They both turned to face the same side of the dome, hearing noise and rattling. But instead of their own reflection, they found a huge pack of growling wolves rushing towards them. The two of them jumped away from each other with a scream, frightened, because their lives were threatened by a bunch of dangerous dogs. The eyes of the wolf, the leader of the pack, sparkled with anger, a bright reflection of the moonlight. He rushed towards them with an open mouth, baring his sharp fangs. The animals ran as fast as if they were mad, their paws barely touching the snow, leaving no clear traces. But the paws of one of them were still able to touch the magical dome, trying to penetrate inside. But that was the reason. It was the dome of the Empire. It was protected by protective magic, so the wolf was thrown back a great distance by the discharge. The wolves, having noticed their poor wounded leader, became even more angry, but understood that it was not worth coming closer for now. The boy and girl realized that it seemed that the capsule also served a protective role, since wolves could not get inside. Noticing that they had nothing to do here, the leader turned around in an offended manner and began to slowly leave, followed by the entire pack. Obsidian suggested that other animals might appear as well, as the bright light was a great attention-getter, especially since they were currently in an open area. But Platinum objected, saying that they couldn't wander around the snowy land at night, so they would try to hold out here, trusting in the safety device. The girl decided that it would be at least a little better to dim the light, so she covered the mini fireplace with a blanket. It became even darker. The night enveloped everything around, making them afraid of every rustle. They were protected only by the glass layer of the dome, creating warmth. They sat down on the floor together, leaning their backs on the soft ottomans, their faces glowing, reflecting the moonlight. Platinum, sitting closer, as always, laughed at the situation they found themselves in. They would have to survive the whole night with scary sounds in the background. Obsidian suddenly realized that this was why Moon All had said not to worry about anything, because in such an environment, Platinum wouldn't even have the opportunity to do anything else. And this means that he sent those terrifying wolves here. While the girl was thinking that perhaps the man had done this so that the boy could not focus his thoughts only on her, Platina himself was watching her very carefully, as if reading all her thoughts. He stepped away for a moment and returned with a beige blanket in his hands. He wrapped the girl in a warm blanket and put his hands on her fragile shoulders. Apparently, he did all this so that she would not be cold. Platinum calmed Obsidian down, telling her not to be afraid, because nothing would happen. She was a little shocked, because she didn't even expect to hear that from him. He added that if she was tired, she could sleep a little while. The guy would check the magic crystal from time to time. He patted her on the shoulder, trying to calm the frightened girl. She proudly snatched the blanket from his hands, wrapped herself tighter, and said that she didn't think she would be able to sleep tonight. Platinum approached and suggested continuing where they had left off. The girl was confused again, blinking her big eyes. The guy's words caught her off guard. He just silently put her hand in his and pulled it towards his heart. Obsidian felt his heart beating hard right under her palm. The guy explained that he wanted to test his feelings physically. He pressed the woman's palm even harder into his chest and asked if she could feel his heart beating. Looking into her eyes, he told her that it had been like this from the very first moment they met. The girl stared at the guy in surprise, biting her lip, as if she didn't understand what he was even saying. She exhaled with annoyance, saying that he didn't even know her or her real appearance. He covered her hand with his own, explaining that this made him even more curious. He wanted to know everything about the girl. Finally, he admitted that he thought only about her all day long. His eyes were full of sincerity and love. After his words, the girl had no choice but to ask what would happen if she turned out to be completely different from what he thought. Obsidian removed her hand from his chest, but Platinum caught it, adding that there are married couples who live together their whole lives, and then one day suddenly realize that they don't know each other at all. He expressed the idea that, as they say, spouses should be able to share their most intimate thoughts with each other while being completely naked. Obsidian's heart sank as she remembered her horrible first wedding night, and that's when she remembered a phrase from a book she read as a child. The phrase stated that the relationship between spouses should be such that they could appear naked before each other without embarrassment and be able to share their secrets. Platina, as if pretending, tried to remember such painfully familiar lines. Instead, he took her hand more firmly and said that if looking at his naked partner made him seem like a different person, then he was interested in knowing his thoughts. Therefore, every day can be new. Every day you can learn new sides of your partner. Obsidian was stunned because Platina, previously narcissistic and superficial, now opened up in a completely different way. He was like a reflection of her own thoughts. He hinted that this was precisely why she shouldn't talk about her personality now, because as soon as she did, she would begin to doubt that he liked her status, not her. He opened up to her, telling her that his feelings were simple, and asked her to let him prove it to him. No one thought Platinum was so noble, and it seemed he made an impression on Obsidian. Fans were so curious to know if Obsidian is really Lady Marianne, but it seems they won't see it today. Platinum is curious too. He's just enduring it to prove his love. This was unexpected for the audience, because Platinum seemed frivolous. But if you remember, from the very first meeting, he said that he was a simple and honest person, with pure intentions and sincere love. It seems that his words in the garden turned out to be true, and Obsidian probably noticed it too, because Platinum shows her true character when confronted with the truth. The first couple had a night. Among the reflection of the starry sky in the desert, only one dome was glowing. Surrounded by an oasis and palm trees, it looked gorgeous. In the midst of the pitch darkness and silence of the night desert, a loud scream of a guy was suddenly heard. It turned out to be Garnet, unhappy that he and Pearl would be sleeping together tonight. He was angry like a little child, clutching the pillow with all his might. Pearl tried to calm him down by saying that there were 2 beds and they would sleep separately, but the guy only pressed himself even more into the pillow, squealing that these 2 beds were in the same room and they would still sleep together. There was a decent distance between the beds, but the guy continued to object, complaining that how could they sleep in the same room before the wedding, irritating the poor girl. Pearl, not understanding what was wrong with this, wondered if they would just sleep. But Garnet was already furious, because they were in a dark room, alone, and he could even hear her breathing. But Pearl just laughed, continuing to not understand, while the guy hid under the blanket, screaming that he couldn't do this. A moment later, the girl was already in bed, and Garnet was sleeping outside in a sleeping bag right on the sand. Pearl asked if he was really going to sleep there, because the nights in the desert were cold. But the guy, proudly raising his head, replied that the warrior of Salvador was not afraid of the cold. And how could one sleep on such a narrow bed? Seeing such a not very pleasant picture, Moon Owl thought about what he could come up with to bring the heroes closer together. Using a magic circle, he sent a dangerous species of scorpion into the desert. The guy was lying in his sleeping bag and kept telling me how great it was to sleep inside the sand pit, and it was much more comfortable than some small bed. His attention was suddenly drawn to a noise coming from the lower end of his berth. It turned out to be a bunch of scorpions crawling right up it. Garnet's scream could probably be heard throughout the desert. Pearl woke up in the middle of the night and unexpectedly noticed a guy sleeping peacefully in the bed opposite her, although he had fenced himself in with a mountain of pillows and a suitcase. She decided to play a joke on him, saying that she didn't know that warriors were also afraid of scorpions. The guy immediately got excited and began to justify himself, saying that these were red-tailed scorpions, and one bite from them would cause instant death. The girl asked him if he was really comfortable on such a narrow bed, to which the guy was indignant that, in fact, he was short to begin with. He made the girl burst into loud laughter right there in bed. Lying there and thinking, she even suggested that it would be interesting to live with him, making Garnet tense up. Continuing to reason, she said that they were about the same age and that their characters were compatible and their hobbies also coincided. The guy swallowed nervously and agreed, thinking that events were happening somehow too quickly. Looking at the star-strewn sky and the transparent moon, the girl asked if it was true that no one from Salvador had ever been married after the box. After hearing the answer that his uncle had participated, but his last choice did not match, Pearl became interested. The viewers thought that there had just been some strange moment. Jemchug probably has an interest in Garnet, but it seems that she thinks that marrying him will not be easy. But they are so suitable for each other, who knows? There are couples who overcome problems with their love. If despite everything they choose love, this is the power of the box. While the participants spent time together, surviving in difficult conditions, everything on the island was quite calm. At the half-empty table, only 2 people were taking another meal. Noticing Amethyst's depressed mood, Alexandrite asked if it was because of the food. Taken by surprise, the girl almost dropped the fork from her hands and said that she was simply thinking about something else. She thought with annoyance, wondering what the others were doing now. As he speared another piece of meat onto his fork and brought it to his mouth, the guy said that judging by other issues of the box, they spend time alone in some unusual conditions. Sometimes these are harsh conditions. Nervously fiddling with her fingers, the girl hoped that everything was okay with them. Alec, guessing why the girl was so worried, asked a direct question whether she was worried about Garnet. Amethyst did not understand how he guessed, because she did not say anything about him. The guy easily said what he thought. Anyone could easily guess, to which the girl asked if Garnet himself knew. Alexandrite explained that he misspoke. By the word any he didn't mean Garnet. There's a high probability that he doesn't even know. Perhaps he will guess only if he shows it more actively. Amethyst herself would like to, but she doesn't know how exactly to do it. She admitted that she trained to do things he was interested in with him, but it wasn't that easy. This confession stunned the guy. He asked what exactly she was doing. That's why she showed and told how difficult it was for her to control a horse. She was not brave enough. She only politely asked the horse to go to the side, barely holding on to the guide. She was lucky that Alexandrite came to her aid just as the horse kicked. He only managed to grab the rope, thereby stopping the horse. He held on tightly and made the horse calm down under his pressure. Alec explained to her that it was too dangerous to practice alone, and that she could get seriously hurt. To this, the girl mentioned that she had already fallen once, but she had not been seriously hurt, and that she could have died that way. She said, upset, that she just wanted to learn to ride well. She thought that at least this way she could get closer to Garnet. The guy was puzzled. He chose someone else. Didn't it hurt her? She agreed, saying that it was painful for her, but she didn't want to do nothing. She had to try to do at least something. Alec was completely amazed. The girl turned out to be quite brave. He promised to teach her to ride a horse, and when she got the hang of it, he would show her how to play polo. First, I needed to change into different clothes and shoes. The girl was puzzled by these thoughts. Because shoes are part of her image, maybe she can change their shape. It was a union that no one could have imagined. It was more like solidarity between those who were not chosen than romantic feelings. The girl's feet were now covered with beautiful boots, still matching her style, and they seemed to sympathize with each other. The audience was pleased to see Amethyst, who had gathered up her courage and was trying so hard, and Alec looked at her in a new way. Fans also hoped that their 2 chosen ones were okay. Meanwhile, tired Obsidian tossed and turned in her bed and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She had long since woken up from the sound of coughing, which was keeping her from falling asleep. She turned towards the source of the sound, coming from the next bed. It turned out to be Platinum. He was lying on his back, but you could tell that something was wrong here. She jumped up and ran straight to his bed, wanting to find out as soon as possible what had happened to him and if he needed help. Coming close to Platina, she noticed that he was all on fire and asked if everything was okay with him. She thought with fear that he must have health problems again because he was breathing just as hard. Obsidian tried to wake the boy up by tugging at his shoulder and asking if he was okay, but he remained silent. He rolled over onto his back, and the girl clearly understood that he had a fever. He was clearly ill. Remembering that there seemed to be medicine somewhere around here, she ran after it, wanting to help him. As soon as she started to leave, Platina grabbed her by a piece of cloth, stopped her, and asked her not to leave. She turned around in surprise and looked at him, not understanding how he woke up. He just tried to calm her down, telling her that it would pass soon. She shouldn't worry. He apologized for waking her up. The girl didn't know whether this would soon pass or whether he would get used to it. She decided that it must be because of the cold and decided to bring a heater to make him feel better. The upset guy asked her to just stay with him. The girl, frightened by such a proposal, did not understand what to do. She continued to stand by his bed, and he continued to hold on to her like a life preserver. He begged her, saying that it would definitely help him. Luaria wondered what Marianne would do in such a situation. She, absorbed in her thoughts, clenched her fist until her knuckles hurt. But after that she decided to stay and climbed onto the bed. She lay next to Platinum, her hand on his chest, her hair casually disheveled across the pillow. Platinum did not expect such a turn of events at all. The previously shy Obsidian was now looking into his eyes and making him feel embarrassed. She jokingly asked if she should sing him a lullaby, calling him a puppy again. The guy seemed more embarrassed than ever before. No one had ever said anything like that to him, and they were lying in the same bed. Smiling, he replied that he seemed to be well already, calling her mistress, after which he slowly approached Obsidian, wrapping himself up and warming himself against her like a blanket. Perhaps this moment seemed sweet to the girl herself. She tenderly hugged him with her other arm around his huge back, but at that moment he seemed to her like a little kitten looking for love. After some time, the girl noticed how her intermittent breathing changed to even, and the coughing stopped. Embarrassed, Platina thanked her for staying by his side, and he said that if she ever needed anything, he would thank her for her kindness today. He gently touched her hand, causing the girl to move closer, and once again, as a sign of gratitude, he touched her hand with his lips. Obsidian was no less embarrassed to hear that she could now contact him at any time. Fans discussed that what was happening was more of gratitude than flirting, so it didn't sound so burdensome. Platinum seemed like a seducer, but turned out to be quite sincere and sweet. It was a far cry from his behavior on the island, and Obsidian must have sensed it too. The next morning, Amethyst and Alexandrite were already standing in front of the magic circles, awaiting the arrival of the guests in the luxurious hall. At that very moment, the four appeared as if from thin air. Alec and the girl greeted the newly arrived guests, joyfully and shyly, asking if they had a good time. Pearl responded positively, and Platinum said it was amazing. Lost in thought, he turned to Obsidian, saying that perhaps she had not been entirely comfortable sleeping, to which she laughed and replied that it was a new experience. Alec, already sad, became even more gloomy, guessing what had happened while he was away. Amethyst listened very carefully to the conversation between the two girls, not missing a single detail about how Pearl and Garnet found themselves in the middle of the desert. The neat lady suggested discussing in detail everything that happened in the room, because she wanted to get into the room with a roof and walls as soon as possible. Amethyst was very worried. She didn't even know what to expect. What exactly was in this stupid desert? She decided to look at Garnet. He was standing in a circle of guys, discussing in full swing what a terrible red-tailed scorpion was in the desert, and what terrifying wolves were in the snowy field. The girl turned around one last time, already climbing the stairs. Perhaps her hopes and dreams of love with a guy would collapse right now. Already in the room, Pearl shared that communicating without protective magic was much more interesting, and she was able to satisfy her curiosity. The girls peppered her with questions. Amethyst guessed that she had learned Garnet's name, and Obsidian asked how she felt after learning his identity. She wondered if there had been any surprises or if something had changed. Pearl said a little yes and looked down. Amethyst was the most shocked. She even squeezed the fabric of her dress in surprise. Obsidian also reacted to such an unexpected statement and asked what exactly had changed, maybe feelings. The girl explained that, to be more precise, it was not feelings, but rather thoughts about how it would be in reality, saying that it was quite difficult. Pearl asked how things were going for Obsidian, who replied that things had become more difficult for her as well. At this moment, a frightened Amethyst was thinking about what kind of thoughts were being discussed. Because of the magical protection, they cannot talk about the facts from the meeting, so they cannot ask. Both girls said that they had a lot of thoughts in their heads and needed to rest and sleep. They hurried away, saying that they would see each other at dinner. Amethyst was left alone with her thoughts, wondering if she should take any steps towards the guy, or if it was already useless. Meanwhile, discussions were going on in the men's room. Garnet complained that the beds were in the same room. Platinum, leading the boy out, laughed that he was worried that he would have to sleep in the same room with a woman. Poor Garnet made excuses that he couldn't fall asleep because of the sounds of a stranger's breathing nearby. Platinum asked if he hadn't slept all night, hinting at intimacy. The guy got angry and asked how soundly he himself had slept in such and such a place. Then the guy himself remembered how exactly and in whose arms he spent that night. Platina admitted that he also didn't sleep, but for something else. Alexandrite, clearly understanding the next hint of closeness, simply devoured him with his gaze. Obsidian couldn't sleep that night. She lay there, completely absorbed in thoughts of Platinum. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a magical glow, and a voice saying that she could not sleep. Footsteps could be heard from the disappearing magical portal. It was Moon Owl. He came out, saying that the girl had been so nervous yesterday that she probably hadn't slept well, and he told her to try to get some sleep. Moving closer to the edge of the bed and looking at the man standing right in front of her, she replied that she couldn't sleep. And she asked if she could ask something. Moon Owl nodded in agreement. She asked if Platina was sick, clearly concerned about his health. Obsidian began to tell how yesterday, in the garden, and in that snowy field, he looked sick. Moon Owl thought deeply, saying that this was strange. The girl didn't understand what exactly was strange. The man replied that he thought she would ask how much longer she had to participate in this broadcast. She only remembered that he had said that until the moment he found Lady Marianne. The man promised to do it as quickly as possible, but no one thought that she would adapt here so well. The girl began to explain that it was all thanks to him and his tips, but he was not talking about pretense. He sat down on the bed next to her and said that he thought that communicating with Platina would be a burden, but the girl acted so easily. The girl justified herself by saying that she was only thinking about how Lady Marianne would have acted, to which Moon Owl suggested that it might be because she had developed feelings for him. While the girl remained silent, her eyes downcast, he added that he thought it would be better if it were so. The girl froze. She did not understand at all why this was so. The man explained that a date with Alexandrite could pose a threat, but if she had feelings for him and still didn't choose him, that would be questionable, and other participants would have doubts and a lot of questions. Afterwards, he asked that very question, whether she would like to develop a love story with Platina. Noticing how the girl hesitated and could not answer, Moon Owl asked if maybe she didn't like Platinum. Let's remember all the moments with the guy, how polite he is. She said that it's not that she doesn't like him, to which the man responded sharply, as if cutting her off, so that she would try to get closer to him. Nervously squeezing the fabric of the hem of her dress, the girl guessed that then Platina would think that she liked him. In horror, the girl added that then that same thing would happen. The man asked again, not understanding what that meant. She just screamed in fear that there would be a lot more kissing. Moon-al asked if she was uncomfortable with physical contact. Physical contact was possible in the box, but only if both partners agreed to it. The girl looked even more upset, but the host thought he had explained everything to her before the broadcast began, and she understood everything. After hesitantly saying that she understood everything, she tried to explain that she meant that she had no such experience. Moon-al clarified whether she meant that she had few relationships before marriage. Completely embarrassed, she blurted out that she had no experience of intimacy with a man, none at all. The man turned to the girl in shock, not understanding what this meant. He still didn't understand. Of course, Luaria didn't have the happiest life in marriage. But still, what about marital duties? Moonal's pupils widened in surprise when the girl reported that even that didn't happen. The girl looked thoughtfully into the far corner of the room, remembering that very first wedding night. Then, sitting on the bed with a glass of wine and just her nightgown, she asked her new husband to wait a little. He simply addressed her by name, saying that she seemed to have something in mind and that they were not here for any small talk, and mentioned that she could not even imagine how much he had paid for her. Taking a glass of wine in his hands, the man appeared before her naked, reminding her that she was the daughter of ruined aristocrats, and that she should be grateful that, because of her pedigree, she became not a mistress, but a legal wife. Her eyes were dull and full of disappointment, but it couldn't be said that it was unexpected, because she knew where she was going. Taking her roughly by the neck, he ordered her to drink wine, saying that it was expensive. She raised the rim of the glass to her mouth and took a small sip. The girl then drank almost the entire contents of the glass, feeling how the bitter liquid, with a slightly sweet taste, burned her throat. The husband noted that as soon as he said that it was expensive, she simply pounced on him, because her essence cannot be hidden. He called her a pathetic bitch of impoverished aristocrats, squeezing her hand painfully. Afterwards, he pushed her hard onto the bed, and the girl sank deeper and deeper into the blanket, just as she had once sank into that pond. And then she realized that this was her bottom. The man hovered right over her, leaving no chance to escape. He said that since she drank expensive wine, now it was time to pay for it. Luaria already understood what awaited her. It made her head spin. The smell of wine on his breath made the girl feel even worse. He began to take off her nightgown, starting with the straps, while leaving a trail of kisses on her skin. He thought she had relaxed enough to be more compliant when she suddenly touched his muscular arm, stopping him. She pushed her own husband away with all her strength, leaning on his chest so that he ended up on his shoulder blades. The girl hung over him. He looked at her, waiting for the next action. Suddenly, his face changed, from relaxed to one full of horror, excitement, and disgust, and the girl vomited right on him. And what happened next? Obsidian doesn't remember. She felt bad. The last thing that was reflected in her memory was that same chandelier with hundreds of crystals. It seems she lost consciousness. She ended her story by saying that she woke up in the middle of the night and her husband was drunk and asleep. According to the maids, he was very angry, went off to have fun with the girls, and returned in the morning. Moon-al covered his face with his hand in horror. He realized all the fear that had happened to the poor young girl. He rose abruptly from the bed, shocking Obsidian. The guy walked tensely and quickly towards the window. He punched himself in the head for not finding out enough information about the girl before inviting her into the box to replace Marianne. He leaned his whole body against the window, wishing it would take away all the thoughts filling his head. Without even looking at the girl, Munal asked why she was talking about this only now, since one of the reasons he chose her was marriage, to which he received the answer that he had not asked her. It seemed to him that someone who had been married, like Marianne, would be better suited for this role than an unmarried one, since one of the conditions was the fact of marriage. He asked her if she had had any romantic relationships before marriage. He didn't understand how she had managed to pretend to be Marianne so skillfully all this time. The girl explained that he only taught her well, and since childhood, she loved watching programs about the box. She especially liked Miss Pink Diamond from the fourth box. Obsidian always wanted to pretend to be her secretly from others. She thought that becoming the person of her dreams would be easy. But when the man touched her, everything went white before her eyes. To which the man asked if she disliked all men or just Platinum. The girl replied that she had never kissed other men, so she herself didn't know. She told too much, revealed the whole truth, and, caught off guard, just sat opposite. This time, Moonal found a solution to all her revelations. The six of them were supposed to gather around the dinner table again, but one seat was empty. Obsidian hadn't come down to eat. Platinum was very interested in whether Obsidian would come out and have breakfast today. The girls said that she was tired and said that she wanted to sleep some more. The owls brought her breakfast to her room, and she probably had a snack. Platinum didn't touch the food. There was a plate in front of him with a delicious cheesecake, but he didn't eat it. He was so depressed by the absence of a girl at the table, but suddenly an idea came to him. A second later, there was no dessert on the plate. The plate was completely empty. Amethyst and Pearl, talking loudly, began to leave the dining room. And behind them came Platina, carrying in her hands a box with that very piece of cake. Suddenly, female footsteps were heard from the direction of the stairs, and they were definitely not the girls who were heading in the other direction. Platina's face instantly broke into a smile and lit up with joy, and this could only happen because of one person, and it was Obsidian, calmly walking down the stairs, holding her dress and clicking her heels on the steps. The guy, just like a puppy to his mistress, ran towards her, stopped, and bombarded her with questions about whether she had breakfast, what time she woke up. He shook the box a little in front of the girl, saying that there was cinnamon pie for dessert today, and he was just about to take it to her room. He added that if she still doesn't want it now, then, of course, she can refuse. At that moment, Obsidian turned her attention to Alexandrite, asking how she was feeling. The guy was already a little less confident, but stood calmly and seriously as always, waiting for an answer. The girl thanked him for his concern, but remained rather distant. To this, the guy asked to take up a little of the girl's time, if she didn't mind. Platinum, with sadness in his eyes, had already begun to lower the box. Obsidian remembered their agreement with Moon All, made just recently, so she gently touched the guy's hand with the box, which was already almost lowered. She replied with a smile that she already had plans, showing that she was once again choosing Platinum. Alex's face expressed shock, fear, and incomprehension at the same time. There was no trace of seriousness and restraint left on his face. She politely ended the attempt at dialogue by saying that they would see each other at dinner, thereby further embarrassing Platinum. But for Alexandrite, this was a terrible dialogue. He was ready to fall into the ground from the horror of realizing what was happening. After all, Obsidian had finally cut off every thread of hope for the polite and modest man. Platinum was also surprised. His eyes instantly lit up from what he heard. He didn't even expect this from the girl. This showed that now Obsidian, previously not tactile and indifferent, now chooses him. She is on his side. Now Alec felt like a third wheel, as if he was secretly spying on them. The guy realized that it seemed like the meeting with the truth had been effective, because only the first round had passed, and they had already decided on their feelings. He bowed cordially and left with obvious annoyance in his heart. Obsidian could only stand next to Platinum and watch the upset guy walk away. She took a sweet gift in the form of a piece of cake. After waiting for the guy to leave completely, she turned her gaze straight to the guy with shining eyes. The guy was confused and surprised that Obsidian wanted to talk to him. From great embarrassment, the guy even lowered his head, thinking about what to answer. Suddenly, the girl's hair flew through the air from the jump, and she jumped straight into his arms. Platinum was amazed by Obsidian's straightforwardness and determination. Finally, their feelings were mutual. He asked where to take her, calling her mistress. The girl, with burning and shining eyes, suggested going to some quiet place. A boy and a girl were riding horses through a sunny meadow. Platinum smiled and said that he wanted to carry her in his arms, but thought that it might get boring. He pointed to a bench in the distance and suggested that they sit there and talk. The guy extended his hand to her, helping her down from the horse to the ground. She tried to descend carefully, and with her free hand, she leaned on the guy's shoulder. Platina's hands wrapped around the girl's waist and caught her with a light movement. He caught her and immediately sent her into his tender embrace, and their lips merged in a new, tender, and sincere kiss. Because of her traumatic experience, the girl was unable to kiss, to express her true feelings, so she felt uncomfortable. Mun-ul mysteriously watched everything that was happening from afar, following every action of the girl. With the help of magic, he continued to exchange thoughts with the girl, and thus knew her every step. She pushed Platina away with all her strength, breaking the kiss. The guy was already scared of the unexpected refusal, not understanding what he had done wrong. But the girl only calmed him down. She just needed to tell him something and asked him to put her down. Right under the camera's watch, he carefully lowered her to the ground. She turned back to the man once more, as if checking whether she was doing everything correctly. Obsidian remembered him telling her that she didn't have to tell him her name or who she was, but she thought she should. She shared that there is a person whom she still cannot forget. The guy was shocked by this news. What kind of person is this that she cannot forget? She thought about it, remembering all the discussions and agreements with Moon-ul. He told her that Marianne was a cheerful and liberated girl, but as a result of an accident, she lost her beloved husband. Therefore, its behavior might be slightly different from the fourth box. Obsidian wondered how exactly the behavior could be different. She cannot forget her late husband, so she has difficulty being intimate with other men. Like Luaria, when she remembers her husband, if she is alone with other men. Moon-ul asked honestly if Obsidian could make Platinum believe it. It was this agreement that made the girl answer Platina in this way. She said that because of magic, she could not go into details. And in order to forget this person, she will need time. She asked if his feelings were truly sincere. Then he was willing to wait. In Platina's eyes, one could see the realization of all the words the girl had said. He finally realized what had been bothering him and Obsidian all this time. So he ran to her with an apology. The girl was stunned. She clearly did not expect such a sensitive reaction. But the guy, without wasting a second, confidently advanced towards her. She sank into his embrace, this time warmer, as if trying to make amends. Platinum continued to apologize, saying that he didn't even think about her feelings. His desires came first, and he was very sorry. Releasing the girl from his strong embrace, he placed both her hands in his. Stroking Obsidian's hand, he admitted that he would wait for her, like a faithful dog. Smiling, he added that he would wait, even if it took a long time. While he confessed his ability to wait and be patient, they were being watched with a magical device. Moon-ul watched the boy's special reaction to such a discovery with a mysterious look, while the audience waited for Obsidian's response and what she would say. Fans suddenly realized that it could be Marianne, and she seemed to be talking about her late husband. It was a beautiful couple who met on the fourth box, and the whole empire was sad when Mr. Viserys died. That's why everyone was shocked when they learned about Marianne's participation in the fifth box, and she decided to remarry 2 years after the death of her beloved husband. All the fans wondered what Marianne was thinking and watched her interview with interest. Moon-ul obediently showed it over and over again, snapping his fingers and using magic. Dressed in black, the grieving Marianne sat directly in front of the camera, her eyes lowered to the floor. She knew that she would be asked why she decided to remarry, because everyone was interested in this topic. With her gloved hands folded on her knees, she told him honestly that she still had not forgotten Viserys and thought that she would remember him forever. But unfortunately, she added that in his homeland, in the kingdom of Kylea, the crown is not passed down the female line. Of course, if she had given birth to a son from him, she would have become regent, but they have no children. Now she was forced to hand over power to the governor, and Viserys did not want this, as did the people of Kylea. If she marries a second time, she will be able to become queen and continue to rule her late husband's country. She thinks he would be happy and would want it to be that way. When asked about meeting true love in the fifth box, the girl's mood dropped. She replied that she did not know, but she believed that Viserys would help her. Remembering her late husband, the girl brushed away the tears that were welling up on her face and smiled. After all, he watches over her and the inhabitants of Kylea from the sky. At first, no one understood how Marianne could decide on a second marriage after only 2 years, but it turned out that it was all for the sake of Viserys. It seems that obsidian is the pink diamond. At first, she seemed too gloomy and cautious for Marianne, but her character may have changed after her husband's death. Viewers were left to wonder if Miss Marianne would be able to marry again. Platinum was quite suitable for this. After all, he said that he would wait for her. Moon All, the host of this show, the main puppeteer, was sitting in his workshop and was clearly busy with work. With the help of the device and the magic circle, he recreated and analyzed all the moments of obsidian and platinum. The big screens showed all the moments of the sweet couple's kisses, from the very first one to the meeting with the truth. Each subsequent kiss became more and more sensual, forcing the man to wonder if it was too late. At what point he needed to stop all of this. The morning of the fourth day started off beautifully. The day was sunny. All the participants of the show were already sitting at the tea table and were discussing something heatedly. Only Alexandrite was reading something attentively. Amethyst looked shyly at Garnet while he was discussing something with Pearl with interest. According to the girl, Platina and Obsidian went out into the courtyard together. The couple rode a horse along the seashore, overlooking the mountains, enjoying the warmth of the sun and the cold air. Alexandrite finally looked up from his book, eavesdropping on the conversation over morning tea. No one expected that they would become so close, and their relationship would develop so quickly, especially Garnet. Perhaps it happened during a meeting with the truth. Pearl noticed that when she was with Alec, his expression was better, and it was surprising. Garnet turned to the girl, saying that they had also become closer. She laughed and said that of course she was interested, and even remembered her childhood. Smiling and raising the cup to her mouth, Pearl asked if he was curious about other girls. The guy looked at her with interest, not understanding what she was even talking about. She explained that they didn't know each other very well yet, and on the island, not everything could be said. Pearl expressed her curiosity that a meeting outside the island might give rise to different sensations. Confused, Garnet had no choice but to agree. Stretching, the girl thought out loud that maybe it would be nice for her to take a walk too. Without wasting a second, she offered Alec to go horse riding. She wanted to ride fast, the man agreed. Amethyst and Garnet suddenly stood up at the same time, showing their desire to participate in the game with them. Turning around, they met each other's eyes and realized that they had gotten up from the couch together. Then Pearl suggested a 2-on-2 competition. The winner would be the one who galloped to the end of the island first, and the losing team would have to return on foot. Alexandrite asked how they would split into teams, and the girl, cracking her fingers, answered that there was one traditional way. Together, they set about solving everything, using a game of rock, paper, scissors. A few moments later, Alec, with Pearl clinging to him, was already racing on a horse, galloping quickly. The girl joyfully shouted to Garnet that at this rate he would not win. Garnet ordered Amethyst to hold on tight, because if he increased her speed, she might fall off her horse. The girl continued to hold on with only her fingertips, so the guy had to take everything into his own hands. He wrapped his arms around her waist and increased the speed of the horse. The horse moved faster and faster, its hooves pounding the dry ground. For Amethyst, who was not used to such speed, it was all too fast. She was shaking terribly. But she was so nervous that she squeezed his hand even tighter. Garnet got really angry and started yelling at the girl that she shouldn't squeeze his hand so hard and press herself so close. All she could do was apologize. As expected, Pearl and Alec arrived first. Then the second pair appeared. Garnet walked angrily, while Amethyst trailed behind him dejectedly. Based on the results of their competition, Alec's pair will return first. Pearl, winking at Granite, told him to be polite to Amethyst. She laughed and offered Alec another round of one-on-one, and he began to say that in horse racing, the winner was usually the one who weighed less. Well, while he was lecturing, the girl climbed onto the horse and galloped off, throwing out a phrase that she would certainly win. The second pair could only watch as they moved away, and the clatter of hooves became less and less audible, and now they would have to go on foot. Amethyst walked modestly along the seashore, watching the confident gait of the guy in front of her. The girl was tired of the silence, so she asked to listen to her and apologized. But Garnet did not understand why. She explained that it was because of her that they lost. So she felt guilty because the guy must have been upset. He was very offended by her words. How could she think that he was the kind of person who blames others for his loss? And besides, he was not upset. He wondered why everyone thought he was upset, whether he really seemed so worthless to everyone. Having become completely angry, he said everything that had been boiling up. He said that if she didn't like it with him, then she should find another interlocutor. Otherwise, she would follow him around, and then she would hate him. Amethyst didn't understand how it could be that she hated Garnet, but she was even more surprised to hear the words that she had interfered on purpose because she didn't like him. What she heard upset her so much that tears streamed down her cheeks. The guy got even more angry. He asked what was the matter. Why was she crying? The girl only answered that she didn't even suspect that he had such an opinion about her. Amethyst wondered why she would hate him when he was so kind to her. But the guy was quite persistent and continued not to understand. Amethyst explained that he treated her attentively from the first day, helped her cook, worried. Garnet just made excuses, that it was only because her behavior made him worry. Amethyst sadly said that she just wanted to be there. The guy wanted to answer somehow else, but the girl apologized for the inconvenience and ran away. All he could do was watch her as she ran down the beach and into the woods. He still didn't understand what had just happened, so he was definitely in for a lot of hours of thinking and sleepless nights. At this point, Pearl and Alexandrite continued to fight on horseback. Suddenly, Alec turned his gaze to the side, and his expression clearly changed. He said that this time they would think that she had won, misleading the girl. Pearl looked in the same direction he did and noticed a couple there. It was Obsidian and Platinum. They were walking in the park with a horse. They both watched the cute walk, but Alec was clearly uncomfortable watching it. And then Pearl suggested that he come up and say hello to them, because what was the point of just watching? But he thinks that the moment is not right yet. Pearl only agreed with him, because the couple looked quite happy. Alec noted that Obsidian seemed to be afraid of the horse. The girl next to him suggested that he should beat her off, as Platinum had done, since it wasn't necessary to play fair. While dismounting from her horse, Obsidian accidentally caught the animal with her heel. The horse kicked, and the girl flew off it straight down to the ground. Platinum was clearly scared. He tried to catch the girl in time, but he didn't have time. The poor girl fell, and the fall was not a soft one. Moon-All was seriously scared because the girl was under his care. Platinum flew up to her and began asking if the girl was okay and if she was hurt. Obsidian just remained silent and trembled all over. It was obvious that she was afraid of the horse. As the horse continued to kick, the boy helped her up, asking if she was badly hurt. Suddenly, someone grabbed the buckle. It turned out to be Alexandrite. He calmed the horse in an instant. It was clear from his expression that this did not cause any difficulties. It was easy for him to control the horse. After the horse was finally distracted, the guy turned his attention to Obsidian. He thought for a long time, deciding to approach, but he still walked in her direction. When he saw her condition, he asked if she would be able to get up. The girl was about to answer that everything was fine. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her leg. She almost fell, but Platina held her, telling her not to move. They would return to the castle and he would call the doctor. Seeing that she could not walk, he picked her up in his arms and carried her to the castle. Alec, nevertheless, decided not to take any action for now and remained standing next to the horse. He looked towards Obsidian one last time, wondering what he should do. Did she really have feelings for this cute guy? Once in the castle, the girl's leg was restored with the help of magic. Moonal cast a healing magic circle and a magic crystal. He told Obsidian that she shouldn't put any weight on her leg for a few days until she was fully healed. Platinum, tilting his head to the side, began to apologize, saying that it was all because of him, but the girl stopped him, saying that it was her mistake. Alec quietly said that he remembered the girl saying that she didn't particularly like horse riding, as if she was completely disgusted by it, but the girl heard everything and replied that she thought she wouldn't like it anymore. Platinum approached again. He walked straight up to the chair Obsidian was sitting on. He picked her up again and said that he would walk her to her room, as it would be difficult for her to get there alone. The girl thanked him, and they just left under the depressed looks of Alexandrite and Pearl. In this whole unfortunate situation, the girl noticed something strange and suspicious. After all, Pink Diamond can ride a horse quite well. She thought she seemed to hold up pretty well during the broadcast. Obsidian sat alone in the room on the edge of the bed. A magical portal suddenly began to appear out of nowhere, which shocked the girl. It was Moon Owl. He started by saying that he had told her to avoid horse riding. The girl nodded, expressing agreement, and immediately began to justify herself by saying that Platinum had put her in the saddle so suddenly that she could not refuse. At the end, she apologized. Moon expressed his fears that everyone would find the situation very strange, but Obsidian interrupted him, saying that they might also think it was another act. The man nervously clutched his forearm and hoped so, saying that he had to make them think so. Moon all warned the girl not to try to jump above her head, even if it could be passed off as Marianne's acting. Obsidian agreed that this way the difference between them could become even more noticeable. The man noticed that after their recent conversation, she had noticeably reduced the amount of touching, and this made him happy. He praised her because if the love line between them had developed further, Platina would have felt something was wrong. He would have definitely seen that it was not a matter of shyness, but a lack of experience. The girl nevertheless agreed with him, drawing her own conclusions and regulating her behavior. Owl began to reason that the girl would not be able to maintain a romantic relationship with Platina for long. She didn't understand right away, but he explained that this guy was quite an experienced and liberated person in intimate matters. Someday, he will definitely guess about her peculiarity, and there are only two ways to react to it. The first is to end their romantic relationship. The second is to find a way to gain experience of an intimate nature. While the girl was gathering her courage to comprehend what had been said, the man continued to reason, thinking that the second option was probably more difficult, since such changes require a lot of time. He decided that he needed to try the first method first, but he didn't know how yet. But suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by a dull knock, and then Platinum's voice, asking permission to go inside. Moon-Ul snapped his fingers, and a second later, a magical object flew towards him. The man entered the newly created portal, showed the sign of silence, and disappeared. There was no trace of his presence left in the room, so the girl allowed the guy to enter. Platinum, looking confused, said that he had brought the girl something to eat. He thought that it was not entirely convenient for her to go down, but she said it wasn't worth it, because she could walk thanks to healing magic. To which the upset puppy squealed. Was she really kicking him out? But the girl greeted the guest with a smile, so she told him to come in. A moment later, they were already sitting at the table, eating. Platinum looked at her too thoughtfully, as if he knew too much. The girl couldn't eat normally, so she asked what it was, but he said that he just had a lot of questions for her, and he was thinking about how he could bypass the protective magic. The girl was already scared. Thoughts filled her mind. What questions the guy had. Perhaps it was because of her inability to stay in the saddle. The guy still couldn't decide to ask a question. so he fussily hung around in place. But finally, he asked if he was doing something wrong. His eyes were full of sadness, and he looked puzzled. But the girl still didn't understand what exactly he meant. Then he nervously began to explain that she probably wasn't entirely comfortable, and the thought occurred to him that she was tolerating him. After all, usually after serious incidents, a lot changes, and because of the magic of limitation, it can be difficult for her to explain the reason. Obsidian began to suspect that he thought her dislike of horse riding was connected to her husband's death. Platinum sincerely asked that if he was doing something wrong, to tell him about it. He would not like to cause her unpleasant feelings. She didn't know what to say, but she had to answer right now. Putting down her fork, she began by thanking him for his understanding. Unfortunately, she couldn't tell him everything that was on her mind. She apologized, and Platinum seemed very upset about it. But then he covers the girl's hand with his own. And when she puts it away, he begins to calm her down, apologizing at the same time. He begins to explain, saying that these are not some kind of tricks. He just doesn't want it to be hard for her. After all, she helped him when he felt bad back then, during his meeting with the truth, so he also wanted to help. He had no other intentions, so he told the girl not to worry. He would wait obediently. Obsidian was a little surprised by such a quick change of events and such revelations. Almost squeezing her hand, she thought about how she could end her relationship with him. Meanwhile, work was in full swing in the show host's laboratory, and everyone was bustling about. One of the workers asked if they should send the scene with Obsidian falling as is, but Moon said to cut that scene. Today the main characters will be Garnet and Amethyst. All's attention was again drawn to one of the workers. He asked when the long-awaited second meeting with the truth would take place, because all the fans were already waiting. The guy continued, saying that there should be changes in the love lines now. At the moment, he felt like the relationship between Platinum and Obsidian was already established. That is why Manhwa mysteriously said that it was time to add chaos. The fifth day arrived. The sun's rays were breaking through the windows, stopping at nothing. Amethyst was the first to arrive for breakfast, waiting for Pearl to follow her down. When the girl finally arrived, she didn't have time to say a word. A couple more steps were heard. It was Obsidian. She walked in hand with Platinum. While Platinum was sweetly trying to help the girl, preparing a place for her, Pearl was already asking how her leg was. It seemed that the crystal had already worked, and the girl could walk again. Everyone was worried about the girl's safety. Even Alexandrite was glad to hear it. Amethyst said in fear it was very painful to fall off a horse, but Obsidian calmed her down. Thanks to the healing magic, it didn't hurt at all. Alex said that a high-level crystal would help you recover quickly, although it was not as strong as divine power. Pearl asked where the guy had acquired such knowledge. Maybe from books, but he replied that he had been to different countries and knew some things from experience. The guy started telling again that he had once been to the Holy Kingdom for a baptism. The magical owl appeared in their field of vision again. Today she prepared a game for them and asked everyone to gather on the shore after the meal. When all the participants gathered, they saw a hot air balloon. Before the game begins, the owl has something to say. In 3 days, there will be a second meeting with the truth, but the couples who were at the first meeting will not be able to choose each other. Platinum clearly didn't like this news, because it meant that Obsidian would most likely end up meeting someone else. The owl is waiting impatiently to see who will be at the second meeting. Just like Alexandrite wants to meet Obsidian and bring her back, Amethyst wants to meet Garnet. It turns out that the second meeting should be with a different person. It seems that the organizers want to give all participants a chance to get to know each other better. Only Obsidian knew that Moonal had created these rules specifically so that she could calmly break off her love affair with Platina. Today's game is for the ladies. 2 winners will be able to choose 1 gentleman and then spend a romantic evening at the Heights. And today's game is horseback shooting. After the horse race, the girls will have to shoot at a target. The person who hits the target faster than the others will be the winner. Fans were outraged because this game would be difficult for Amethyst, Pearl is pretty good in the saddle, and Obsidian should also ride well if she really is Marianne. But fans should also remember that Obsidian injured her leg last night when she fell off her horse. The audience noticed Amethyst's rather determined and for the first time fearless face, because if Obsidian was injured, this could be a chance for her. After so much time had passed, and she still hadn't managed to develop a romantic line, fans wanted everything to change this time. The game had finally begun. All three girls on their horses were ready to move forward. Obsidian was first. The owl ordered her to go, but it was written all over her face how nervous she was. The boys behind her tried to give her some advice, telling her not to push herself too hard, that the game wasn't the most important thing, and that she needed to be careful with the recoil when shooting, as the horse might get scared and start galloping. It was clear from them that they were both very worried about her, because even for an experienced rider, it is dangerous to ride with a wounded leg. But the game had already begun, and the girl quickly galloped into position. She stopped her horse and began to take aim at the target. With a direct hit on the target, she caused the ball to shatter into hundreds of small pieces. Returning to her seat, she heard her result: 4 minutes 32 seconds. Congratulating the girl on her good result, Platinum shouted out how great she was. It was Amethyst's turn, and she immediately rushed into battle. The horse's hooves hit the dry ground with a dull thud as it moved at great speed. Everyone definitely noticed how Amethyst began to ride much better. It was not for nothing that Alexandrite taught her. She wanted to communicate more closely with Garnet, so she started training, and today the girl is simply shining. For starters, she arrived at the shooting scene faster than Obsidian. The magic ball was hanging right in front of her. All that was left was to shoot it. Her eyes widened, and only after the shot was fired did she realize she had missed. Unfortunately, she hasn't practiced shooting. It was clear from Garnet that he was worried about the girl, so he asked Platina how many bullets she had in total, and received the answer: 6. She kept trying and trying. Pulling the trigger, she wasted all her attempts, and in the end, she lost. Upset, lowered her head, and headed towards the finish line. How everyone felt sorry for her. No one wanted her to be upset, because she would still have a chance. Alexandrite praised the girl, saying that she had become much better at sitting in the saddle, and next time he would teach her how to shoot. The last girl was Pearl. She looked pretty confident. Grasping the guide, she moved even closer forward. Taking control of the horse, she rushed at full speed towards the position. She brought her horse to a screeching halt, her hooves creating a huge cloud of smoke from the sand. Pearl stopped and began to take aim. Having hit the target right on target, the girl shocked everyone with her result: 28 seconds. Pearl awkwardly admitted that it was easy for her. The owl announced with great pride that the last participant would now come out. All the guys didn't understand how this was the last participant, but Jemchug was the last one. Suddenly, a magical portal appeared out of nowhere. The girl appeared immediately on a horse. No one understood what was happening. It seems to be a girl. Has a new stone appeared? She appeared right now, shocking everyone, and so fast too. The girl in the orange dress, whose horse hasn't even stopped yet, and she's already in a shooting position. And it was much further than the distance to Pearl. The girl hit the mark and looked gorgeous doing it. The guys were amazed at how she wanted to hit from such a distance and at such speed. All the stones were very surprised, especially the men. It was visible on their faces. The red-haired girl clearly didn't find what she had just done to be anything shocking. She galloped to the finish line, expecting her result. When she noticed that all eyes were on her, she shyly adjusted her hair. The girl looked beautiful. She had sparkling amber eyes, red hair framing her face, and a pendant with an amber stone adorned her chest. The winner is a new stone, amber, and the winner can choose 2 men for a date. Smiling, she said, pointing her finger at the 2 guys opposite her, that she was choosing them. These guys turned out to be Platinum and Alexandrite. She chose the Obsidian men, and Amethyst looked quite happy. It seemed she was glad that Garnet was not chosen. Fans were left breathless by the way the new girl burst onto the show. She is beautiful and knows how to make an impression. They were interested in how the situation would change now. The trio were already flying in a hot air balloon, drinking tea and enjoying the views from above. The beautiful girl said that she was pleased to meet the guys. They reciprocated, but still remained rather distant. Alexandrite still praised her abilities. The lady has honed her horse, riding and shooting skills to perfection, and added that she loves horse riding because it offers a certain freedom. Platina asked if since the girl could shoot, she was also good at hunting, to which she only laughed, and Alec asked why she chose them. The girl brushed it off, saying that it was just a good feeling, and she likes to rely on intuition. Platinum smiled and said that they were similar in that regard, and asked if she, like him, followed the 3-second rule. Amber immediately understood what this rule was and asked if this meant that he had already chosen his betrothed. The guy answered positively, assuming that he felt attracted to her as soon as he saw her. He understood. It was her. Platinum was as straightforward as ever. He drew the line so that this girl would not expect anything. Then Yantar turned to two guys at once. She wanted to know more about them, so she asked about their favorite type. Platinum showed no interest and was too indifferent to the new girl, which is why Alexandrite was the first to respond. Fans have realized that he has absolutely no interest in anyone other than Obsidian. Well, at least he doesn't give false hope. However, this didn't seem to bother Ambra at all. She looked confident and relaxed among the men. It seems Alexandrite said that he values sincerity and honesty in girls. Although he had Marianne in mind then, it seems he should like Amber. Flirting, he asked in response about her type in men. The girl began to tell that once she had no type, and she loved all men equally. Remembering the past, she smiled. Life went on, and the people around her changed. In the end, she said that she thought it should be a person who would not leave her, reliable, and above all healthy. Without paying any attention to the dialogue, Platina threw another chocolate candy into his mouth. While sipping tea, the girl happily added that it would also be great if they had common interests. Alec made a logical chain. Probably the girl would like to meet a hunting enthusiast, because shooting and horse riding are just their hobbies. Amber shook her head and said that no way she didn't like hunting. And then Alec wondered why that was so. She looked away sadly, saying that she hated the sight of blood and death. Even Platinum was distracted from choosing the next candy that would end up in his mouth. Alec was puzzled, and his gaze changed again to stern and cold. But he continued to listen to the girl. She shared her opinion that life is too short and should be filled with happiness and laughter, and not something like that. The guy thought that she was speaking as if she was carrying a heavy burden on her soul, and he voiced his thoughts out loud. But Yantar, laughing nervously, immediately began to deny everything, saying that she was a happy person, and apologized if her reasoning seemed depressing. Taking a cup of warm drink, she added that she was glad when there was dessert on the table and good company at the table, and that was already enough to make her happy. She tilted her head to the side and flashed the guy a smile, wanting to avoid an awkward silence, and asked if he would agree. But he agreed and changed the subject, asking if the girl wanted dessert. She thanked him, speared the dessert with her fork, and sent it straight into her mouth, enjoying the sweetness. But suddenly sadness appeared on her face, and Alec, frightened, asked what was wrong. As she stabbed another piece of pie, she complained that she simply thought it would taste much better with cinnamon. Alec asked if she liked cinnamon. The girl happily told that she really loves cinnamon pies, and cookies, and most of all bananas. Having thought of it, Platina said the name of the dish, fried bananas with cinnamon. Amber was very surprised at how he knew what she loved. Platina finally admitted that this is his favorite dish. The viewers sat in front of the screens with their mouths open, not understanding whether they had heard correctly. But they were not mistaken. It was fried bananas with cinnamon, and everyone immediately remembered what it was connected with. Last season, episode 4, Or Zalato, taught Dame Rosa how to cook this very dish. Dame Rosa was bad with a knife and was afraid of cutting herself, but he supported her and brought bananas that were easy to cut. It was the first dish they cooked together, but wasn't it a strange coincidence? Her words about being disgusted by blood. Fans jumped up from their seats, guessing that she said that her type had changed, and now she likes reliable men. Maybe it was because of her husband, who left early. Viserys died in a hunting accident, which explains why she didn't like Alexandrite's words. In this case, Amber is Marianne, but who then is Obsidian? Meanwhile, in the men's bedroom, all the guys were sitting at the table and discussing the new heroine. Garnet was interested in how the meeting happened. He even already found out that her name was Umbra, but both guys were silent. They were both immersed in their thoughts, thinking about all the coincidences. Breaking the awkward silence, Platinum began to reason that in the box, you can pretend to be anyone. The rules do not prohibit it. Alec agreed, entering into dialogue. The guy continued, saying that of course she could be acting, deliberately imitating someone else's personality. Platinum became extremely angry, asking who he was thinking of when he said that. The two have already guessed that one of them is not real, but they don't know who it is. Only Garnet didn't understand what these two were carrying. Platinum stood up abruptly and silently, and he headed towards the exit of this room. Garnet didn't understand anything. Only Alec knew how important it was to him. Platinum looked so confused. And understandably so, everyone is in shock now, because Obsidian never revealed her identity at the first evening of sincerity. If she had confessed, they would know the truth by now. But now, until the second evening, they won't know which of them is real. And only one of the diamonds will know the truth. People were disappointed. They thought Obsidian was Marianne. But doesn't it seem like Ambra is more like her? Fans have been discussing how Obsidian was weird from the start. She was always gloomy, and it's okay if her husband died. For Platinum and Alexandrita, Marianne was the ideal woman. What will happen now? Will Luaria be exposed? At this moment, somewhere in the Empire's tavern, there were heated discussions about who the real Marianne was. People argued. Some said she was deliberately being awkward to hide her identity. Some people thought that Obsidian wasn't acting, and it was obvious, while others said that Ambre was waving a flag to get people to pay attention to her and her similarities with Marianne. Many have noticed that Obsidian was strange from the very beginning, somewhat withdrawn and awkward. Some were even sure that it was acting. And when asked why she was pretending, she said that it was only because she didn't want anyone to get close to her. Looking back, since Marianne was the only one who had already been on the show. And when asked why Ambra was pretending to be Marianne, he claimed that she was obviously sent by the imperial family to mislead such simpletons. The first box also had a stunt double who pretended to be the crown prince. And a show is not interesting without a good mystery and a sudden ending. So Obsidian could also be a fake. The previous day of the broadcast caused quite a controversy, with the show's organizers being bombarded with questions about who Obsidian was. But they themselves were also curious to death. They apologized and said that they didn't know. Why does one of the girls pretend to be Marianne? To hide her identity, I guess. Even the presenters wondered if this was actually a celebrity in hiding. It seemed as if the entire empire was suffering from insomnia, waiting for a new day. All the participants gathered together at the table, but instead of eating, they listened attentively to Ambra's stories. The girl continued her interesting story, quoting the phrase that there is nothing here and that it is all fake. Pearl asked what the merchant had said, and Garnet even suggested that he would deny everything and swear by his mother. The red-haired girl continued, saying that the merchant had sworn on the lives of the citizens of all 8 kingdoms and the only empire. She also made everyone laugh when he added that his gimmick might be fake, but it was worth it. Garnet couldn't even believe he said that with laughter, and Ambra even had to swear on his tongue. Everyone liked the girl's funny stories. She quickly joined the team, and everyone thought she was funny. Pearl and Grenade couldn't even swallow a bite because of their laughter. He hasn't yet heard the stories she tells in the ladies' rooms. but he would have been happy to listen. The girl was asked to repeat the story about the stupid magician, and she agreed. And she began to tell the story of how, long ago, when there were 9 kingdoms on the continent of Cardea, and the great empire of Elpadium was still one of them, it was there that a foolish magician lived. Yantar has just appeared and has become the life of the party. This is her first breakfast, but she has already captured attention. She was indeed like Lady Rose from the 4th box. She also had the talent of gathering people around her, as if the world were her stage. Only Platon didn't laugh. It was as if he had a stone in his soul. During the interview, he remained silent when asked about his first impression of the participant. Afterwards, he said that he was confused and had no other words to express what he felt. When asked about Marianne, he replied that he didn't know if it was her. He clenched his hand nervously when asked if he would change his choice if Ambra and Marianne turned out to be the same person. Platon didn't answer. He just remained silent. It was obvious that he was very confused. Garnet gave the participant a thumbs up and said that she was cheerful and optimistic. Pearl said that the women's bedrooms would now be noisier, but she was only glad she liked such company. Garnet, embarrassed, replied that she thought she was cool and everyone liked her. She added shyly that Garnet liked her too, so she liked him too. Obsidian calmly and confidently replied that she was a cheerful girl. Alexandrite said that she looked happy, and it seems interesting in many aspects, since Luaria knew that she needed to divert suspicion from herself and protect herself. When she was asked who Ambra was, she smiled and replied that she had no idea. But Jemchug shared that she thinks she is very reminiscent of Lady Rose, or is it just an impression? To this same question, Garnet said how he would know, because wouldn't they find out about it by going to meet the truth? Amethyst nervously and fearfully asked again. Maybe this question meant whether she knew this girl, but fans just loved that Garnet and Amethyst didn't make guesses. And if you look at it that way, it brings them together beautifully. When it was Alexandrite's turn, he remained silent. Afterwards, nervously fiddling with his hands, he said that he thought there was a chance that it was Marianne. It was interesting. Alec gave a serious answer, but nevertheless, not categorical. The guy was the last to be asked this question, and he took time to think. Adjusting his glasses, he replied that he couldn't say yet, as he wanted to get to know her better. He doesn't know if it's true or not, but she comes across as an open person, and he likes that. Viewers also noticed that Alexandrite seemed to be developing an interest in Amber. She is self-confident and honest, which matches his ideal type. All the jewels look interesting. It is safe to say that each of them has its own charm. The mysterious Ambra said she wanted to explore the island before bed and offered to give her a tour. 2 guys responded to this offer at once. Garnet and Alec would be happy to take a walk with the girl. She just laughed, saying that it would be nice to have 2 guides at once, if they weren't too busy, of course. Ambre turned to Platinum, who was telling her that Obsidian wouldn't be able to walk because his leg hadn't healed yet. He politely apologized for not joining her, as he wanted to keep an eye on her. She nodded calmly and smiled, saying that everything was fine. Pearl wished for the 3 of them to have fun, embarrassing Amethyst and making her even more nervous, while Alexandrite was pleasing Amber, saying that the island was big and she should wear comfortable shoes. Garnet became even more nervous and sought support from Pearl, asking if she would go. Platinum, without wasting a second, invited Obsidian to sit down in the living room and try dessert. It turns out that Platin rejected Amber, which means he loves a person, not the past. He likes Obsidian, not Marianne. It seemed that Obsidian had noticed this act as well, and if he continued to be so devoted, she would surely open her heart to him. First of all, 2 men show interest in Amber. Completely interested Alexandrite and Garnet drew a line of rivalry. Perhaps they were interested in the new jewel. The appearance of Amber has become a vigorous shake-up for the other stones. It can somehow turn their relationship upside down. Everyone was really interested in how the picture would change in the near future. Meanwhile, Obsidian and Platin were left almost alone in the castle. The guy nervously stirred the sugar in his glass of drink, as if trying to drive away and stir all the thoughts in his head. The girl opposite, surprised by the guy's behavior, noted that the sugar in the mug had already been stirred for a long time. He, trying to divert attention, laughed and apologized, saying that he was just lost in thought. The atmosphere at the table was tense. Suddenly, Platinum put the cup on the saucer and turned to Obsidian. He looked straight into her eyes. His gaze was a little cold, but still full of hope. He asked permission to ask her a question. Obsidian asked with interest what question he wanted to ask. He fell silent and paused for a moment, as if swallowing a lump rising in his throat. While twirling his cup on the saucer, he began to talk about choosing a partner for a meeting of sincerity. And then he finally asked why the girl had chosen him then. The girl tried to maintain a mask of calm, but inside she had a lot of thoughts spinning. She remembered how that evening, Moon Owl asked her to choose another man. She remembered her reaction very well, because she had to radically change her choice of partner. In front of Platina now sat a completely different person, who said that it was a spontaneous decision. But the guy didn't realize when everything changed, since she rejected him on the first day. It all started in the garden, when he laid his head right on her shoulder. It was then that she thought he might be nice and decided to give him a chance. Such sincere confessions made Platina think about a happy future with her. He gently took her hand in his with both hands. He gently placed it on his cheek and asked if he was cute now. He rubbed his hand lightly and closed his eyes, saying that for her sake, he would become even more cute. And when she gets tired of it, he can be whatever he wants for the girl. Then Obsidian wondered what he could be like. To this, the guy replied that he had to surprise her, and so it would be uninteresting if she found out everything in advance. In response, the girl stroked his head. It seemed that the first stable couple had appeared. Platin was such a charmer when they were together. The audience became curious about where Ambra was now and what she was doing. Perhaps she had already finished examining the island. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, the girls were discussing their recent walk. Ambre spoke very highly of the walk, especially in company, and asked Pearl about her skills in horse riding and dancing. Garnet told her how good she was at it. Then Ambre shared that she also loved horses and offered to go for a ride with her on the shore. Having heard a positive answer, she turned to the other ladies, inviting them to go for a walk together, since it's more fun together. Frightened, Amethyst began to say that, unfortunately, she was not very good at it, and Obsidian shared that it would be difficult for her for some time, because she had injured her ankle. Ambra wondered how she had gotten such an injury. The girl replied that she had just fallen off a horse, and fortunately, she was almost unharmed. Then the girl took hold of her heart and sympathized with her, because she knows that falling from a horse is very dangerous. Taking her hand, Ambra admitted that she was glad she had not been more seriously injured, and she added that she was speaking sincerely. Obsidian smiled awkwardly, but thanked the girl. Then she turned to Ames and asked how long she had been learning to ride. She replied that not much time, about 4 days. Ambra was shocked. Only a few days, and already such impressive successes. And she said that she was sitting pretty in the saddle. She must have tried really hard. It seemed that with the arrival of Amber, the atmosphere had changed a little. The girls' rooms became more lively, and it was so similar to how Dame Rose set the atmosphere. But there is still a possibility that Marianne is Obsidian. Doesn't she look more like someone who has experienced loss, and she looks more natural from that side? Fans were very interested in who Ambra was in the end, and they wanted the second evening of sincerity to come sooner. On that cloudy night, the moon was completely shrouded in darkness, with only a few stars sparkling in the sky to light the way. In her room, Obsidian couldn't fall asleep for a long time, so she looked out the window and admired the night sky. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a magical portal that formed in the air. It was Moon Owl. Today he came a little late, saying that he was delayed at an organizational meeting. He was somehow agitated, embarrassed, approached the girl and did not know how to start the conversation. First, he asked if Obsidian's leg was okay. The girl responded positively, saying that everything was fine now, and Moon seemed to have calmed down. But he still explained that when the magic stone loses its power, the bandage can be removed, but one still needs to be careful. The man could tell from Obsidian's face that she wanted to ask something. So he said that if she wanted to, let her ask. She recalled that she wanted to break off the love line with Platinum, which is what she is now trying to do. She started talking about Amber, that she appeared so timely for this, but all said bluntly that this was a detail she didn't need to know. After all, she should only have the knowledge that is sufficient to look natural in front of the camera. Instead, he suggested that they talk to her and analyze today's broadcast. Meanwhile, in the men's bedroom, there was a full-scale discussion of funny stories from the walk. Even now, Garnet remembered the story about the absent-minded procurator. It was the best of those that Ambra had told. Platinum noted that they both seemed to be enjoying the walk, and Alex said that Ambra had a talent for storytelling, and that she made even ordinary stories interesting. Garnet just laughed, remembering the last story, and thought that Pearl would definitely laugh, and it was worth retelling it tomorrow. Alec remembered that Pearl refused to go with them. Garnet agreed and said that it would be great if we all went together. Then he thought that next time they should suggest horseback shooting together, and it would certainly be fun. Platinum said it's great to have a friend to laugh with, or something they have in common. The young man blinked his eyes, clearly not understanding anything, so Platina had to ask Alec to explain it to him. And he deciphered it, asking if he had to choose someone, for example, Pearlie or Ambro. Who would he choose? But Garnet still didn't understand anything. Only now his eyes widened in surprise. Platinum smugly said that the decryption had failed, and he had not understood anything. And then Alex said that he too had a limit, after which he too felt awkward speaking directly. Fans think that Pearl won Garnet's heart, or that Pearl is just a friend, and he really has an interest in Amber. But it feels like they are both just friends for him. And in general, it was unclear. Does he understand the meaning of the transmission? And there is also Amethyst, whose feelings he does not see. In what forest he was raised, it is unclear. It's as if the scale of interest of many stones has now tipped towards Amber. I wonder who the girl herself is interested in. During an interview, when she was asked about the person she had her heart for, she looked away and became thoughtful. And then, closing her eyes in a smile, she answered positively, saying that there was a person she liked. She recalled Platon saying he believed in the 3-second rule, and admitted that something similar had happened to her. She continued to say that she was interested in him from the first sight, and she didn't know why, because they didn't have time to get to know each other. Gathering her strength, she wanted to confess. She made up her mind and admitted that her interest was Platinum. But why him? He was absolutely indifferent. Why not Garnet or Alec? Ambra said that it looked like he wasn't interested in her, and suggested that this was what was causing the excitement. She was interested to know what kind of person he was, or maybe it was just curiosity. For the audience, this was a completely unexpected direction. And if his heart already belongs to someone else, it is only because the girl came later. But there is still a lot of time. She believes that she will definitely get another chance. Maybe something will change if he gets to know her. Who knows how his opinion will change if he gets to know the girl better. But it could be very interesting to see how it changes his attitude. Fans went wild with admiration for her attitude. It seems that she is much more interested in winning the heart of someone who is indifferent to her, and she has her own charm. Everyone could only guess who she was and whether she would be able to steal Platinum's heart. The young man's long fingers fluently played a melody on the piano. It was Alexandrite. He played so musically, it was clear that he had an ear and a sense of rhythm. The other participants enjoyed the melody in the dance. Pearl advised Garnet, who was dancing with Amber, not to step on the girl's feet. She replied that everything was fine. She was dodging skillfully, and asked them to dance to their rhythm. To the sound of Alec's instrument, two girls whirled around in a dance, accompanied by the guys. Both couples stopped, bowing and thanking each other. Ombre praised the boys' wonderful abilities. Platinum was so sad that Obsidian was just sitting there instead of dancing, but she brushed it off, saying that her ankle hadn't healed yet, and she enjoyed just listening. To this, Alec asked permission to perform a new creation. Garnet and his companion began asking for something less energetic, insisting that slow melodies were more romantic. Platinum awkwardly approached Obsidian, asking if she was bored, but she smiled and replied that everything was fine. Ambra, who had only been watching their dialogue until now, came close to Platina. She looked into his eyes and said that the rules of etiquette required changing partners after the dance. Pearl claimed that for every time Garnet stepped on her foot, he would give her 1 gold piece. Then Alec took up the new melody, giving himself entirely to playing the instrument. The couples began to move to the rhythm of the music. Pearl laughed merrily from Garnet's face as he tried not to step on her foot while dancing. Amethyst watched the dance in surprise, her insecurity making her jealous. Her observations and thoughts were interrupted by Obsidian's appeal. The girl next to her asked about the beautiful melody. Even during the dance, Platina looked only at his chosen one, distracted from his partner. Ambra decided to get his attention by saying that he was very gifted. The girl said that she noticed that his thoughts were everywhere but here. She noted that she never once had to dodge an awkwardly placed foot. The guy replied that it was because Garnet had set the bar low for her. Ambra asked not to comment on this in order to preserve his dignity, and the two of them broke into a dance. Platinum noticed that the girl danced well. The girl didn't understand whether he had just noticed it now. Here the girl started spinning around in place. Platina's pupils dilated. He recognized Marianne in this dancing girl. The awkwardness between them melted away, and they looked gorgeous. He tilted her down, leaving a few millimeters between their faces, and it seemed like a spark ran between them. Alec's magical fingers jumped off the last key, producing a clear musical sound. He immediately received a lot of compliments. His performance was really great. He played at a great tempo. Even Ambre praised the guy. She didn't even know that he had such talent. The girl suggested that we now do something where all the girls could join in the fun, something universal. Platinum immediately went back to Obsidian after the dance, and the girl continued, offering to play cards. Everyone agreed, since cards can be played while sitting. Platinum continued, saying that Obsidian would probably like it too. Luaria thought, Marianne would like this, but she doesn't know how to play cards. Luckily, Amethyst didn't know how to play either, and asked me to teach her. Alec of course agreed, and Ambra invited her to her team, guaranteeing victory. Pearl asked Garnet if he could play, and he answered yes. Amethyst said hesitantly that if they taught her, she would try. All 7 participants sat down at the card table. Ambre taught Amethyst all the time and gave her hints on combinations. Playing together, they hit a royal straight flush. Everyone was just in shock. The Ambre Ames team won again. No one could believe that they weren't cheating. Amit must have given Amber luck. Pearl lost all the gold she got from Garnet, and he was stripped bare twice. Platinum looked at Obsidian during the game. She looked a little funny, as if she was seeing all the chips and cards for the first time. And like a child, she was looking at everything with interest. Turning to her, he noted that luck was failing her today. She agreed, thinking that this game had complicated rules, and she could barely keep up with Ambra's explanations. He could only watch her in admiration. Alex suggested changing teams, or at least changing the game. And Grant flared up, not understanding what they would play then. Amber, observing the relationship between Obsidian and Platinum, came up with a game. She suggested playing a game called Find the Liar. Pearl had never heard of such a game, but the rules were quite simple. Each round, participants draw 1 card. The one who draws the joker becomes a liar. Then one person makes a statement that must be agreed or disagreed with. And the liar, of course, is obliged to lie. In each round, you need to guess who is a liar. All participants took a card. Ambre gave Perla a chance to start and be the first. The girl's statement indicated that her current appearance was very different from what it actually was. While she waited for everyone to respond, Platinum reported that his appearance was quite close and turned to Obsidian. She, thinking again about what Marianne would answer, said that she thought there were still some differences. All the others answered that they were quite similar to themselves, or different, but only slightly. Everyone except Granatic, he replied that it was almost no different. And then everyone immediately realized that he was a liar and started laughing. Then the boy got really angry, saying that Pearl simply realized that he had the Joker, and specifically asked such a question. Ambra, laughing loudly, poured alcohol straight from two multicolored bottles, saying that he should drink the penalty for losing. While Garnet was drinking to his defeat, the girls and the others were already pulling out cards. Now it was his turn to make a statement. And he did it. He said that his evening of sincerity was not boring. Pearl asked what those who didn't go there should do, how to answer them. Platinum and Obsidian smiled and said together that their evening was definitely not boring. Trying to sound believable, Alec also said that his evening had been interesting. Even though he lied without batting an eye, everyone still realized that he was a liar. Alec doesn't handle alcohol well, but he had to drink, and now it was Amethyst's turn to say something. She said that after an evening of sincerity, her sympathies changed. Garnet and Pearl immediately said that nothing had changed. Platinum replied that his feelings had not changed either. Alex suggested that there was a possibility that his attitude would have changed. Obsidian glanced at Platinum and said, "No, but Amber didn't know anything because she wasn't there." Amethyst, very embarrassed, admitted that she had not changed her mind. Garnet, seething with anger, did not understand who the spy was. Then Ambra suggested that everyone point out a suspect on the count of 3. Absolutely everyone pointed to Pearl, except Garnet. He pointed at the surprised Amethyst. Pearl showed the Joker card and finally admitted that she had been caught. Garnet and Pearl drink a penalty. Garnet was furious that Amethyst wasn't a liar, but Platinum was only interested in why he decided that the girl was lying. The guy was very nervous and sweating from nerves, swallowing his tongue. He couldn't say anything. The guy only now remembered all of Amethyst's words, how she was worried about his popularity, how she wanted to be closer to him, and the fact that she had not changed her mind from the very beginning and until now. While Pearl asked Amber for alcohol without ice, Amethyst watched Garnet. He looked as if he had learned the most sincere truth that affected his life. Now it's Amber's turn. Her statement indicated that she was interested in more than one person. It was quite a serious question, and they didn't know what to answer. Amethyst said sweetly that she was still interested in only one, and Garnet wondered what was meant by interest. It may just be an interest in another person. Garnet said that then he too was only interested in one person. Amethyst looked at him hopefully, trying to understand who he was talking about. Pearl and Platinum also answered that there was one person, but Obsidian believed that if we were talking about interest, then she had more than one. Alec is also interested in several, but Ambra has only one, and now she is not interested in anyone except him. Now that everyone has spoken, it's time to point out the liar. Before Ambra had time to decide who was lying, all the fingers were already pointing at her. The girl turned over the card. There was an ace of diamonds. It was not her. She admitted that she had spoken sincerely. So, no one guessed correctly, and everyone drinks the penalty glass. Pearl wondered who the liar was. Ambre said that since they hadn't guessed who it was, he could reveal himself, or he might not do that and just have a glass with everyone. 6 glasses stood on the poker table, waiting for their lucky winners. Before drinking her glass, Obsidian decided to look towards Platinum. The guy carefully studied the liquid in the glass, as if deciding whether to drink it or not. But a moment later, he drank the contents in one gulp. The girl didn't even notice when it was Alexandrite's turn. He said he uses acting to hide his status. Obsidian was caught off guard. Platinum just remained calm and silent. Ambre admitted, saying she only uses the game a little. The trio of Pearl, Garnet, and Amethyst immediately cleared their suspicions. They didn't even understand what was going on. Platinum did answer that he also uses his acting skills a little. Nervously, Obsidian said she didn't do it. Alexandrite responded in the same way, and Ombre just laughed. All participants pointed their fingers up, and then they all pointed at Obsidian. The atmosphere became increasingly tense, and the audience got goosebumps from the way they pointed at her. Ambre pointed to Obsidian, and Obsidian's finger was pointing at the girl opposite. She needed to somehow defend herself, because everyone was sure that Obsidian was playing a role. In the previous round, they did not find a liar. This already raises many questions. The viewers decided to remember how it was. With the help of the magic crystal, they began to remember how the statement was made about having feelings for more than one person, and that Amber said that she was interested in one. And it turned out to be true. Most likely it's Platinum. At least that's what she said in the interview, and he's the only one who's not interested in her. Obsidian said she was interested in several, and Platinum replied that he was only interested in one. It seems that one of the two of them lied, but who exactly? No one could guess. The girl put down the empty glass. It was her turn. She said that if she realized that she had been lied to, she would not be able to forgive the person. Everyone was shocked by this statement. Platina's pupils dilated. He realized that the girl was probably talking about herself. He looked at Ambre, as if trying to figure out, with his eyes, which of the two girls was Marianne. A short yes escaped Platina's lips. He got angry, looking at the two girls, and said that he didn't like it when his feelings were played with. Amber was not bothered by this at all, and she looked smiling and relaxed. But Obsidian had no expression. It was clear how nervous she was when she heard the guy's words that he would never forgive the deception. All the participants looked at Platinum very strangely. He looked very aggressive. Alexandrite complained resentfully. Actually, he should have been the first to answer, and jokingly thanked him for expressing his opinion out of turn. Pearl also agreed that for haste, they are responsible in a circle. Having removed all the anger from his face, the guy apologized. It was just that the statement resonated too much with him. Garnet asked again what it sounded like, and Alec obediently repeated it. Alexandrite said that he would forgive the lie for a good reason, since this program is actually built entirely on lies. Amber thought for a moment and said that she would forgive. Amethyst doesn't know whether she would forgive or not, and Garnet would first listen to the reason. It's interesting. Platinum said he had given his answer and expected the same from Obsidian. She said with empty eyes that she probably would have forgiven him too if she had understood why the man had done that. Then who is the liar? Amethyst admitted that it was her, but accidentally the girl answered the truth. But Ambra immediately reassured her, if you drink a penalty, then there is nothing to apologize for. The rest just laughed at the girl's naivety. The young lady drank it all in one gulp, and it was time to change all the cards. So they just heard the truth from everyone, and everyone except Platina said that they were ready to forgive the lie. This information must have come as bad news to whoever was playing with his feelings. Well, it's Platinum's turn. He said he would like to keep his status a secret for as long as possible. Luaria assumed that there was no difference between answering from Marianne or from herself, so she said yes. Alec didn't pay any attention to it. Ambra had just started to speak when Amethyst began to stagger. She was swaying from side to side, and only Garnet was the first to notice it. Suddenly, she flew to the side, falling straight onto the floor. The grenade immediately exploded. While saving Ames, he caught her and pressed her to his chest. While Granite held the girl, Amber didn't understand if everything was okay with her. But it seemed that the penalty glass was too much for her. Her eyes were cloudy and her head was spinning. Ambre suggested ending the game and asked Garnet to carry Ames to the bedrooms. Pearl helped throw the girl on the guy's back like a sack, and he began to squeal for Amethyst to be patient if the alcohol was asking to come out. In all the commotion, no one noticed Platinum. He sat there, all mysterious and dejected. I wondered what he was thinking about. It was quite cool on this moonlit night, without a single star. That night, Obsidian couldn't sleep for a long time. and tossed and turned in her bed. Meanwhile, the sound of the sea diluted the silence, and the waves with foam beat against the sandy shore. Ambre walked along this very shore, even though she was under the sights of cameras, but she felt free. She heard footsteps behind her, turned around. It was a voice asking if he liked night walks. The mysterious stranger turned out to be Platinum, and he was approaching. He looked straight into her eyes, waiting for an answer. But the girl, eclipsing even the moon with her smile, replied that she simply couldn't sleep. And in response, she asked the guy why he decided to take a walk at night. He mysteriously said that he couldn't sleep either. And here they are, already together, standing on the shore and admiring the view, listening to the sound of the sea. As Ambra started talking about hiding her identity, she wanted no one to know who she was for as long as possible. She laughed out loud and added that it would be more interesting that way. And she asked Platina because during the game she didn't have time to hear the answer, but she would like to. The guy, after thinking for a bit, said that it would be wonderful if no one found out for as long as possible. He wondered why everyone thought that way. If we were all here to find our true love, he would want their feelings to be unbiased. Doesn't each of the participants in the box come here? Because out there, the real us don't have that opportunity. Having guessed, she asked if this meant that between reason and feelings, he chooses feelings. Having heard a positive answer, she asked who his feelings were with now. Platinum thought he didn't know what to answer the girl. It was at that moment that she realized he was confused, and then she suggested checking. She came close to him. She had heard from others that Platina was a person who gave himself over to feelings with both body and soul. So his body could give an answer. She put her hand on his chest. Touching his lips, she asked if he wanted to know. She looked into his eyes, hoping that he would not reject her. She pressed her lips to his, seeking salvation from loneliness in them. No one could have imagined that Yantar would be so active. In a swift attack, she wants to steal Platinum's affections while Obsidian sleeps. He pushed the girl away a little to give her time to catch her breath. With a concerned look, he mentioned how beautiful the girl was. She only said that she could say the same thing about him. Now no one really knows how the situation will turn out next, how Platinum can betray Obsidian. But now it is really difficult to predict what will happen in the future. It is very exciting to see what choice each person will make. The 8th day was greeted by warm, cloudy weather. It's time to start matching pairs for the second meeting of truth. The Maelstones have already chosen their desired partner. Now it's the girls' turn to choose in front of the magic circle. Time to name the person they want to meet. New rule: you can't choose someone you've already met. The choice is up to men. And for women, the selection begins. The first thing you have to choose is Pearl. She wants to get to the meeting with Alexandrite. She chose Alec, and during this time she became friends with him. The owl reported that unfortunately, Alexandrite did not choose the girl. She told her that she would not be able to attend the meeting of truth and asked her to return to the room. Pearl seemed to already know this, so she didn't look upset. It was Amethyst's turn, and she sheepishly admitted that she would like to go to the meeting. Fidgeting with her hands out of embarrassment, she asked to make a choice, and suddenly she awkwardly said the name Garnet. Ames's hands were shaking so badly, you could see how nervous she was. I wonder if Garnet chose her. Everyone thought they had resolved their misunderstandings. Next in line was Obsidian. She was already standing near the magic portal. She responded that she would like to meet Garnet. The audience was simply shocked that she chose him, since there was no chemistry between them. But she can't go with Platinum, and yet someone needs to be chosen. But if not with him, then everyone thought she would choose Alexandrite. Or maybe she specifically named the one who would not choose her. She preferred to stay on the island, but not go with someone else. But earlier, when it was necessary to send a letter to the person he liked, Garnet chose her, so the probability of their meeting is not zero. Who will this guy choose? Garnet appeared in all his scarlet glory, in a red suit with a sparkling bow tie. He appeared right in front of Ames, which was a pleasant shock for her. because this was the second time she had tried to go to a meeting with him. He finally chose her. Did he really understand everything? They'll be able to talk in private. It's so great. Let's hope Garnet won't be as dumb as usual. The girl squealed with joy, thanking him for coming. And he, seemingly indifferently, took the suitcase and moved forward, throwing it behind him for nothing. The guy decided to be the leader of the pair and said it was time to go. They stood together in a circle and were teleported to the location where the meeting of truth would take place. The audience noticed that the atmosphere was completely different from when he left with Jemchug. Everyone was wondering if Garnet felt awkward. He was definitely nervous. Everyone was eagerly awaiting how their meeting would go, how they would open up when they were alone with each other, what new sides they would show. Obsidian stood near the portal, hoping that she would remain on the island that evening. An owl flew to her and fortunately informed her that Garnet had not chosen her. She was informed that she would not be able to attend the truth meeting and was asked to return to her room. She was very calm, so everyone thought that she really was choosing a person with whom she had no chance. It seems that Obsidian has made up her mind and is going to be faithful to her relationship with Platinum. His choice, this time, will be really important. It's the next girl's turn. It was Ambre. She had already approached the magic circle, and she said that the one with whom she would like to meet the truth is Platinum. Yantar chose to remain true to her choice, but it is also important who Platinum chose. Whoever he chooses, the audience will be able to understand him. Obsidian and Amber, one of them is lying. It's unpleasant to suspect, but it could be Obsidian. The audience thought that since he couldn't go with her, he would choose Amber to find out who she was, since he didn't find out Obsidian's identity at their first meeting. But Obsidian chose to stay on the island rather than go with someone else. After that, everyone would be disappointed. He said that he loves the personality, not the past. And is it honest if he says so, but at the same time tries to find out about the past? But isn't it justified if Obsidian is lying to him? It is imperative to find out which of them is a liar. The magical device flew straight into Obsidian's room, and just a second later, a portal appeared in her room, and Moonal came out of it. He announced that the time for choosing was over. Then the girl logically asked who he chose. The man kept trying to find the words to describe the situation appropriately. Platinum walked up the stairs, creating a distinct noise. Ambra turned around at the sound coming from the entrance. A wonderful, attractive red-haired girl saw the guy of her dreams. It was Platinum, heading straight towards her. He chose her after all, so he decided that Yantar was Marianne. Or he might have thought that he needed to go check whether she was Marianne or not. On the one hand, he came to the box specifically for her, but on the other hand, he said that the person's personality is important to him. People were constantly arguing. Some were disappointed in the guy's words about pure love, and some were sure that it was impossible to sincerely love a liar. She should have been honest with him in return. They wanted and demanded to know who Marianne was. Moon-al allowed the girl to stay on the island this time and decided to leisurely discuss the strategy for the next meeting. The man had already started the discussion, but suddenly noticed that the girl had no face. He asked a completely logical question, or rather, named the name for which perhaps all this was happening. Loire Lise. She apologized and, clearly nervous, asked him again what he had just said. He only confirmed his suspicions once again, so he asked if her heart was touched. In his opinion, she seemed shocked by his decision. Obsidian started to deny it, but Moon stopped her and asked her not to lie. After all, the better he understands her feelings, the more clearly he can plan the development of the love line. The girl just tried to say something, but couldn't utter a word, as if there was a lump stuck in her throat. But then she admitted that it was quite bitter to doubt his sincerity. Then the man asked her if she had accidentally decided that he really liked her. That is, she is real. To which the girl replied, of course, he thinks that she is an aristocrat with high status, and he only got closer because he thought she was Marianne. But for a second, it seemed to her that there was still a chance, and even Moon Owl covered his face with his hand. The man, having understood everything, immediately stood up, addressing Loire by name. He asked if she knew why the fact that Marianne would be involved in the box had been announced to the whole world. She assumed it was because she was attractive. Then Ole explained that this was true, but it was not about beauty or character. The attractiveness of a partner, if we are talking about marriage, is largely determined by his position. But she still didn't understand. He had to continue explaining. He said that when people of extremely high status fall in love, they need to resolve one important issue. Who will inherit the throne of their country, and who will renounce this right? For the sake of Viserys, Marianne gave up power in her homeland, the 8th kingdom of Sierras, and became the queen of his country, the 6th kingdom of Kilia. But Viserys died without leaving an heir, and in his country, a woman cannot become the head of state. At the same time, the king of Marianne's homeland, Sierras, died, and on his deathbed, he gave Marianne the right to return and take the throne. If she doesn't come back, Sierras will lose sovereignty and become part of the empire. And even though Marianne got married in a box, she can protect Sierras from this. If she leaves Kilia and returns, she will become a full-fledged monarch. However, the governor-general will take power over Kilia, and Marianne, instead of returning, decided to remarry. With her new husband, she would be able to remain the queen of Kilia and annex Sierras, making it a republic. She still didn't understand what it meant to unite countries. The man began to broadcast again, saying that the 6th and 8th kingdoms were located nearby, and if she came to an agreement with her husband, it was possible the unification had not yet happened. The previous king of Sierras was against it. Obsidian realized that this meant that both the king and queen of Kilia would be from other countries. In the kingdoms, kinship is not given much importance in matters of succession to the throne, although there are countries for which this is important. But if Marianne's new husband is at least distantly related to the royal family, then the question of the legitimacy of power will be resolved. Marianne understands this, and therefore allowed everyone to tell about her participation in the show. Obsidian had a question. What about love? She thought the box was created for love. The man laughed. It would be good if Marianne could also fall in love with the right man. Viserys' kingdom of Kilia is rich in gold and diamond mines, making it the richest of the 8 kingdoms. The homeland of Marianne's Sierras attracts traders from all over the continent, being an important transport hub. Marianne respects the laws adopted in her husband's country, which means power will pass to her husband. Does Luaria understand what this means? It seems that the man she makes her husband will become the ruler of 2 countries at once, and will receive incredible wealth and power. And this desired woman is included in the box. The news had a huge success, and everyone who had the right to it wanted to get into the box right away. There were many people who wanted to, not only men, but girls also applied, understanding what kind of grooms awaited them, and it was also a chance to gain influence and the sympathy of the people. In other cases, this will even allow one to overshadow direct heirs. There was a case when an illegitimate offspring was accepted into the royal family after a show, and he turned out to be so popular that he overtook his brothers in the fight for the throne. To get Obsidian's heart, and even just to be near her, is for many a ticket to a happy life, because she is the most desired bride, and the desired diamond in any crown. Didn't she understand this before? But the girl was clearly puzzled. She remembered all of Platina's words about his pure feelings. It was then that she finally realized that he had said this thinking she was Marianne. Knowing that it could not be anyone but her, but not wanting to seem mercenary, Moon only nodded occasionally and assumed that he wanted to find a way to her heart in this way. All these realizations made the girl feel depressed, as if she had been betrayed. Then Mun Owl asked if she felt strange. She, of course, froze at this question. It caught her off guard. Without even thinking, she admitted that she was a little upset, and added that no one would be happy if the truth were suddenly revealed. She answered this way, remembering Platina's face when he said that he didn't like it when they played with his feelings. Moon, all slightly adjusted the girl's hairpin, thereby shocking her. Moving closer, he said that this was precisely why no one should know the truth. He leaned even closer, stroking her cheek, thereby making her heart beat even faster. With the help of the magic circle, the first couple arrived at the place. Garnet and Pearl began to look around, not understanding where they had ended up. A few minutes later, they came out into a clearing, ahead of which was a huge labyrinth. The second pair teleported in exactly the same way using a circle. Platinum and Ambra looked around with interest. It looks like the two of them ended up in a dungeon. The owl flew in and started talking again about how our lives are sometimes complicated and confusing, and it seems like we are all wandering in a labyrinth. Spouses should support each other even during such periods. Be patient and not separate. The heroes need to reach the exit together to return to the island. Their bags will contain everything they need. This time they have to try to get out of the maze with the person they have chosen. Garnet asked what would happen next. If they didn't find a way out, would they be left here forever, or would they send a rescue team? Ames suggested opening the bag in case there was a map or something else useful there. Their eyes widened in surprise as they saw the contents. The chest contained sleeping aids, food, toiletries, emergency medications, and that's it. There is nothing here for protection, which means the environment is not dangerous. There was only some kind of scroll. It was a riddle, or a clue to the exit. A key is needed for it to allow itself to be read, because it does not open any further. If they find the key, they will quickly be able to find out where the exit is. But first, they need to change into something more comfortable. Platinum and Ambre changed into cute, comfortable suits, suitable for the task. As they walked, the boy heard a melody that the girl was humming. She seemed very pleased. Even he noticed it. She laughed and said that she really loves riddles. For her, finding one secret after another hidden inside the labyrinth is very exciting. Platinum looked at her very mysteriously and said in a low voice that there was nothing more exciting. Turning away quickly, he said dryly that it was time to go. The girl was slightly taken aback by this answer, so she had no choice but to ask where they were going. They needed to look around, look for a door or a drawing, because this time they were about to encounter a riddle and a labyrinth. Teamwork is really important here, and it's possible that this could last longer than a day. You could get stuck for several days if you don't find a way out. How everyone was worried about Amethyst and Garnet. They really don't seem like professionals in solving puzzles. Will they be able to get out? They have already opened their chest too. They found something like an instruction manual, but it was stuck. Garnet already wanted to pull hard so that it would turn, but Ames said it wasn't worth it. But in such conditions, viewers can expect a lot of conversations. In order to work as a team, they will have to communicate. It is really unclear to both Granat and Ames, as well as the second pair, how much time they will need to find a way out. Now Obsidian has a lot of time, and she finally had a reason not to leave the room. And she finally had a motive to distance herself from everyone. She and Moon decided to pretend that she was avoiding society, upset by the betrayal. Obsidian asked if this was to avoid all men, but the man replied that it was to buy time and become more like Marianne. She remembered his own words, that she needed to gain experience or put an end to her relationship with Platina. Obsidian was just in shock. What was he even going to do? But his languid gaze pierced the girl right through, and one could drown in his brown eyes. In the shadows, he adjusted his neck and said that she needed to improve her skills, and she definitely needs practice. While the girl sat on the chair in confusion, Moon Owl began to use magic, and the entire floor turned into a magic circle, lifting everything into the air and fluttering the girl's hair. All she could do was watch what was happening. But the magic circle had already begun to act, drawing them deeper and deeper. In such sunny weather, Garnet and Ames have to walk on these stupid maze tiles. The girl held a riddle in her hands, while the guy walked and muttered something under his breath. But then he suddenly couldn't hold back and screamed, frightening the girl next to him. He assured her that they were wandering in circles, and he had already seen this statue. Ames only quietly agreed. Garnet began to reassure himself that the strong in spirit move forward, and the strong in body go anywhere. He decided to make a new path in this labyrinth. With a running start, and with all his might, he rushed towards the wall of bushes. And he hit her with his fist, his hand destroying the wall, causing leaves to fly to the sides. As soon as he realized that everything worked out, he wanted to do it again. Suddenly, a vine began to emerge from the wall. She began to pull him into the wall, and suddenly the guy began to scream in pain. Ames began to scream in fear even more, and almost dropped the flashlight. Only one hand was visible now. Ames rushed towards him, shouting that she would help. Meanwhile, the second pair, traveling through the dungeon, suddenly found some kind of sculpture in the wall in the form of a mask. Ambre pointed to it, saying it was the same pattern as the one on the scroll. Together they decided to take a closer look. Platinum touched the patterns, and they immediately began to glow. As Amber noticed, the scroll allowed her to read further. It was a message about one great sun and 8 shining stars. Platina guessed that the great sun was Elpedium, and the 8 stars were Sozopol, Ceres, Demetrius, Huracan, Kilia, Hostis, Sierras, or Terra. Suddenly, the mask on the wall caught fire again, and a portal slowly opened from it. It seemed bottomless, and the scroll was unrolling again. And then a new drawing appeared, and 2 of the 3 were written. Perhaps you need to find 3 patterns and solve their riddles. Then Platinum decided to go into the portal, and Ambra thought that they were similar to the game Escape from the Maze. As they walked on, the girl shared her impressions that this was such an elegant solution. She liked the idea that the Elpedium Empire was the sun, and the stars were the 8 kingdoms under its protection. Platina only added that even a child could solve this. It's not difficult at all. The girl said that she remembered it from a children's song about 9 stars, one of which became the sun, and 8 revealed themselves to the luminary. She started walking sweetly and humming a song, jumping up and down a little. After listening, the guy said that she sang beautifully. Then she asked him if he liked songs and what his favorite was. He calmly replied that it was hard to choose. Maybe Peridot's Love. Although it was a bit old-fashioned, the girl recognized it. It was the one that became popular after the first box. She listened to it when she was a child. And together, they began to sing a song about the love of Peridot, who longed for love. The audience loved this wonderful duet. It was a sudden a cappella. It's just a pity there was no instrumental. No one knows if Platina is happier with Yantar, but it was clear that they were comfortable with each other. With Obsidian, he was different, but not unhappy. Maybe it was Yantar Mariana. After all, the audience was waiting for questions from Platina. But why is he in no hurry to ask questions? Probably because they are both fans of the unsaid. What will win out in the end? Curiosity or the charm of intrigue? At the same time, an open labyrinth. The exhausted couple fell to the ground. Ames barely helped the guy get out of the bushes. Garnet, who had fallen to the ground, said that it seemed that there was no way to make a way through these thickets. And the girl, all in leaves and branches, suggested looking for the drawing from the map. The guy noticed the girl's legs while she was sitting on the grass. Her shoes could be seen clearly. He asked if it was hard for her to walk in shoes all day. They were uncomfortable. She replied, "It's inconvenient, but there's nothing to be done. There are no horses here." Ames explained that they change for horseback riding if she asks them to, and become more like the shoes Garnet wears, but usually they look like this. The guy tilted his head to the side. He didn't understand anything at all. The guy was angry, like this. That is, up until this point, the girl constantly wore shoes with heels, not counting horse riding, and all this only because they are part of her like a stone, and she cannot take them off. He exploded with curiosity. What about during sleep? What about during the bath? She was frightened by such a strong pressure, but still answered that, fortunately, they turn into bracelets. Garnet objected. It is possible to ask them to transform into something comfortable during a walk. Ames didn't know what to say. Was that really possible? These shoes, like Amethyst's appearance, were created to reflect her personality, and if she whimsically ordered them to be changed, wouldn't she be offending them? The guy didn't understand who she would offend, the shoes, or something. But the girl explained that she was afraid of offending the imperial family's magicians who created them. The guy started shouting on the floor, "Are they sadists? Forcing a lady to always wear uncomfortable shoes, he ordered her to change her shoes. She turned to the respected shoes and asked them to transform into something comfortable. They turned into purple comfortable shoes that still fit the style. Ames happily stamped her feet. She really felt comfortable. Garnet said that he should have done this a long time ago, and how she even tolerated it. The girl only frantically apologized. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked for forgiveness because she did not think that she would anger him. Garnet's face was as angry as a stone statue and seemed to be cracking from aggression, but this was only in her eyes. He began to make excuses slightly. It wasn't that she even made him angry, but the girl was afraid because he was shouting because she irritated him, and it was awkward with her. The guy asked her not to cry, explaining that he was a little emotional, but not angry. Garnet certainly wasn't mad at Ames right now. She had been wearing uncomfortable shoes all this time. He was yelling because he was worried about her. Wasn't that obvious? But not for Ames, and yet they are a good couple, but they need to talk. I wonder if they can get out of the labyrinth. They still haven't solved a single riddle. Maybe this place will become an impassable obstacle for them. At this moment, Obsidian is in the room. The magic circle actually started to work. The girl's legs hung in the air. After teleporting, a man's hand grabbed her forearm. It was Manhwa. He held her back from falling. She seemed to swallow her tongue with admiration. Sunlight entered the room, which smelled of old books, through the lacy windows in the roof. It was the man's personal library. It was a place on the island, but you couldn't get there without his special permission. The girl noticed a pile of ancient books and wondered if there were any books in ancient languages among them. This will be a place for their practices. The girl only had time to ask what other practices were being discussed when the man snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the magic started working again, and Obsidian's eyes filled with happiness. Right in the center of the library, a white piano with gold inserts appeared. The girl's outfit also changed to a dance dress. She looked lovely. A black dress with patterns of countless roses hugged her body, and her chest was decorated with guipure and lace. Moon-ol also changed his clothes with the help of magic and suggested starting with dancing. After all, it's difficult to become as skilled as Marianne in a short period of time. But practice will help you at least get closer to the level of the royal daughter. It's not very convenient to fall off a horse every time there's dancing ahead. The man extended his hand to the lady, and they began to practice. As it turns out, she danced a little as a child when her mother hired a tutor. He placed her hand on his shoulder, assuming she already knew the basics. The girl was captivated by the wide-ranging movements, and in a moment they were waltzing together. She lost track of time and didn't realize how long the dance had been going on. During the dance, Munal glanced slightly at the girl, as if enjoying her beauty and admiring her. She was very surprised when he praised her, saying that she danced better than he expected. She said she was glad, thinking that it was probably because of the books. She felt at ease in their company. They gave her peace and confidence. The man asked how long she had been trained, and the answer came quickly. About 16 years. He didn't quite understand, but her mother had died earlier. She was shocked that he knew that too, but she easily replied that her stepsisters needed lessons too. The stepmother kept the same tutor, and he was kind to her. He gave her a big discount if she attended classes. She continued speaking but suddenly stopped. Obsidian realized that she had started talking about something that had not been asked of her, and that it was not according to etiquette. She paused briefly. Then Munal took her hand and spun her around. He watched her, admiring her tenderness and vulnerability. Then he stopped, taking her by the waist, and he bent her over. It was quite easy for her to control. She was a very fragile lady, fragile as a swan. At that moment their gazes met, and it seemed there was something more in Moon's eyes. But then he was taken aback because she was his protégé, a participant in the show, and he was the organizer. Obsidian noticed it too. He looked at her suspiciously for a long time. Maybe she made a mistake somewhere. A huge chandelier that covered almost the entire ceiling sparkled in the midday sun. Obsidian turned out to be quite talented at dancing. If he continues training, he might even be able to compete with Marianne. She was glad to hear that. Then Moon Owl remembered that she hadn't finished telling the story and suggested continuing. She looked at him with bulging eyes, wondering if he was really interested. He said that today he realized that he didn't know a lot about her, and under the pretext of continuing the show, he decided to get to know her better. She started to speak, but then realized that she didn't know what exactly. The man immediately snapped his fingers, ignoring the question. How a table with 2 chairs, and a bucket of ice, and a bottle in the center appeared. He said he was interested in how much alcohol she could drink, and asked her to sit down. Judging by her wedding night, she has no tolerance for alcohol. But Marianne, on the contrary, loves to drink. And here, just like in dancing, practice is important. He suggested starting with 1 glass, slowly, getting used to it. It's not the same as pouring a bottle down your throat at once. He pushed forward a glass of cocktail, inviting them to try and enjoy themselves. And if it's not good, she'll say so, and the training will end. That's how they sat, opposite each other, separated only by alcohol. And maybe not only that. And while she was drinking, he asked her to tell him something from her life before marriage. He asked about what her childhood was like. Meanwhile, Pearl and Alexandrite remained in the dining room, and it seems that Obsidian is sitting in his room again. Perhaps her ankle had already healed, but no one knew about her emotional wounds. Maybe she really was suffering so much for Platinum. Pearl kept wondering if she really could be Marianne. She asked Alec who he had chosen to meet. After all, he and Platinum came here for Marianne. Platinum left with Yantar. It seems he began to doubt Obsidian's identity, and she was interested in what he thought about it. But when choosing a partner for a date, he was guided not by this, but by who he was really interested in. I wonder who it was. He remembered how he chose which name to write, or rather, decided. And yet, he wrote the name Obsidian. Pearl was more than shocked, starting from the first meeting and the date at sea, ending with both meetings on the island. He chose only her. He explained that until now, it was she who had been most interesting to him. Pearl said that then this was his chance, motivating him that while his heart was broken by betrayal, he needed to go and win her over. But he thought it was unethical. Jemchug said that if you look at it like that, there will be another chance. She won't go anywhere until the end of the show. The guy said that she was saying disturbing things, but in any case, now he is not so concerned about finding his destiny. After all, there can only be one Marianne, which means that someone is very skillfully pretending to be her. He wondered why this was necessary at all. The girl was stunned by such a statement. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Ambra sat down, talking about how tired her legs were. She suggested to Platina that they make a stop. It was time for them to have a snack. Platinum looked into the chest. There was food somewhere in there. The girl watched him, saying that he had iron patience. Taking out the crystal, she added that she thought he would immediately ask about a rest stop. Of course, he wants to ask who she is. Taking the crystal and a suitable box, he asked if she wanted him to ask. After he inserted the crystal, the magic took effect. While the dishes and mini kitchen were appearing, the girl wanted to know why he didn't ask. Because now there was an opportunity. Platinum objected, remembering how she herself said that it would be more interesting if the identity was revealed later. Ambra, of course, said so, and yet she thought that he would not be able to contain his curiosity. She continued to cut the loaf into even pieces. The guy was puzzled as to why she thought so. She continued. She was interested in what, if she was not the one, not the destiny he was looking for, wouldn't he be afraid of getting attached and making a mistake? Taking the onion, he corrected it, saying that he had reasoned completely differently. If he was really afraid of getting attached to her, he definitely wouldn't have chosen her. Does he really mean to say that he doesn't care if she turns out to be Marianne? The girl asked for clarification. He wasn't interested in understanding who she was. Ambra looked straight at him, not understanding why he was taking so long. There were people who showed interest in her, but it wasn't Platinum. He was very curious why she chose this one out of all the stones. The audience agreed. He was right. She could hardly expect him to choose her. She explained that it was because she was interested. She remembered what he had said on the very day of his first appearance. He mentioned the 3-second rule, and he said that attraction can be felt at first sight. She continued peeling the onion and remembering their meeting. Then she thought that he was a man who was ready, without knowing his partner and without calculating the benefits where everyone else was doing it, to plunge into love, guided only by feelings. And she became interested in what this man was like. Platinum became even more interested and asked what he was like. Pouring the onions into a bowl, she replied that she didn't understand yet. With every step, she seemed to go deeper into the labyrinth. As he put the lid on the broth, he said it was quite strange, because he feels the same way. She would very much like to open his heart and find out what secrets are hidden in it. This means that the two of them are satisfied with their overall status quo. The mushroom soup looked very appetizing. After all, they still have a lot of time to get to know each other. Now the girl offered to eat, thereby rewarding herself for a good job. So they sat down together on a bench near the table and tried the soup that they had just prepared. Meanwhile, the first pair also had a rest stop. Garnet and Ames ate right in the clearing, having made a mini picnic. The guy interrupted the girl from eating a delicious, fluffy bun. He admitted that he regretted yelling at her and said he had not meant to upset or intimidate her. He said that he was angry not at her, but at the magicians, calling them charlatan shamans. Explaining this by the fact that what kind of person would create a magic item whose basic form is inconvenient, this is mockery. And then it dawned on him, maybe that's why she was clumsy. She stumbled everywhere and everywhere, even on level ground. She admitted that, yes, it was difficult to get used to the shoes, and she had to spend time learning to find her balance. And then she fell from the tree while climbing it. She was also wearing shoes then, and didn't yet know that they could change shape. Garnet began to realize that she had climbed a tree in her shoes, fallen without injury, and was still able to run away quickly after that. It seems her vestibular system is better developed than she thought, and maybe her muscles too. He asked if she had ever thought about learning martial arts. She learned to ride quickly. She may have a talent she doesn't know about. He asked her to hit his palm with her fist with all her strength. It was more severe with Garnet. He was looking for love, but found a student. Well, at least he's finally interested in Amethyst. But it's not the kind of attention she wanted. While he was teaching her how to straighten her elbow, the spectators watched and wondered if they even remembered that they had to get out of the labyrinth, or if they had even lost the scroll. Meanwhile, Luaria had to start talking about her childhood. She began to remember what her childhood was like. Probably very lonely and miserable, but she also remembered something good in her life. That's why she said that she really loved reading. The man was surprised by this answer. He did not expect that she liked to read. She explained that books open the door to a completely different world, hundreds and thousands of other worlds. As she immersed herself in reading, she tried on the images of other people. She used to be a luxurious celebrity, also a noble queen, and I even felt loved. In the book, she could forget about her life. Listening to the girl's story, he concluded that apparently her life was not very happy. Luaria explained this by saying that it was hard for her after her mother's death. The father married a second time, but this woman did not love her, nor did her children, new brothers and sisters. And when her father died, they directly stated that she was nobody to them, and her house ceased to be a home. At that time, nothing consoled her except books. Mun Al asked about love, whether this girl had ever been in love. She realized that, of course, he would be interested in this, because in order to play Marianne well, she had to know something about love. She began her story by saying that it could hardly be called love. The girl remembered her childhood, how she ran into the room and saw a window wide open. The tulle was fluttering slightly in the wind. Only one little boy in a raincoat stood, blocking the sunlight. The little girl ran into the room, almost tripping over the hem of his dress, trying to stop him from escaping. She stopped and said, out of breath, that she had something to say. Still very little, Luaria confessed, worried and anxious. And now, as an adult, Obsidian understood that she once liked someone. Then Moon became interested in what kind of person it was that could hook her at such a young age. Looking at the bottom of the glass and searching for her reflection in it, the girl added that he looked like her. Twirling the glass with his fingers, the man asked again in what way he was similar to her. As a child, she loved to read ancient books, although they were difficult to understand because of the archaic language, but they contain the most beautiful stories. One day, she found out that there were a lot of them in the municipal library, and she went there to look. It was far away, and it was raining outside, but the long journey and the cold did not stop her. And the library really was full of ancient books. At the very far end of it, she found a place that almost no one looked into. Luaria was so happy that she ran there every day. It took 2 hours to get there, but that didn't stop her at all. She continued to tell that she even got upset when the library was temporarily closed. But then Moon Owl interrupted her, not hearing the story about sympathy. The girl apologized, but it was an important place. It was there that she learned that she was not the only one who loved ancient books. There was someone who started reading them earlier. She found the imprint of his presence everywhere. Luaria noticed that the bookmarks in the books were already marked on the last page in some places, and she guessed that someone had already read them. And she also realized that this could be useful for her. Writing in the past was different, and words could be written from right to left or from left to right. So ancient books have both right and left bindings, and in collections, the bookmarks were always placed on the same side. She could almost always determine the collection and which way to read it just by looking at the bookmark, and he also looked after the books he read. And if the books were torn or dirty, then after him they were glued back together and clean. He stopped her, asking if this was a story about a person or a second-hand book. She apologized, saying that she just knew him only in relation to books. She had never seen his face or heard his voice. Moon then asked if she was sure she even knew him. She, embarrassed, said that they even communicated through notes. One day, the girl found a book that he had not finished reading. Up to the 8th volume, the tapes were placed at the very end, and on the 9th, in the middle. So she thought that this was a chance, and wrote a note in an ancient language, putting it between the pages. It was exciting, but I wanted him to find her. In the note she said hello, and asked why he stopped in the middle. Was he really bored? Luaria looked forward to this moment with impatience, and every day she went to the library in anticipation. It was exciting, like reading a novel and waiting for the ending of its story. When she opened the book, the girl was shocked. The tape was at the end. This meant only one thing. He read the note, and then another piece of paper fell out. The girl didn't understand whether it was her note or a reply message. The note asked questions about who she was and how she knew where he was staying, and so their correspondence began. She replied that her identity was a secret and asked why he stopped at the 9th volume. It seemed to her the most interesting. She shared her joys and sorrows with him openly, like no one else, and she sincerely loved their communication. She enjoyed the conversation, although she didn't know his face, name, or age. She only knew that he was a boy. Although this was a long-held secret, Moon noted that it sounds more like a story about friendship than love. But why does she think she was in love? It's simple. She kissed him. She didn't even see his face because he didn't want to show it. Their kiss was through the curtain. Remembering this, she smirked and touched her lips, thinking that there was still something romantic in her childhood. The man was shocked by such revelations, and she really wasn't embarrassed by anything. She didn't see his face, but she was sure that she loved him. Owl touched her soul with his contempt. She did not see his face, but she knows her heart. Moon's pupils widened in realization. The box also contained couples who fell in love, just like her. But when the time came to look into each other's faces, their feelings faded. So he assumed that maybe if she saw him, she would change her mind too. After all, it could be very different from your expectations. When asked about other loves, she replied that she had never fallen in love again, while occasionally drinking alcohol out of sadness. The man made a clear conclusion that her experience was closer to fantasy than reality, since she hardly knew the real person, but relied on the details of his behavior and her feelings. It's pretty funny how much it looks like a box. It basically has a similar concept. You need to fall in love without knowing the face and status. Well, he figured out what kind of guys she was attracted to. Perhaps Alexandrite suits her taste the most. He is very erudite. Obsidian agreed and thought about it, and she really became interested when she found out that he read ancient books, probably because she remembered her childhood. Moon also asked what kind of people she disliked. She loudly and confidently declared, "Husband." She drank the glass down in one gulp when she heard a specific question about what exactly she didn't like. Obsidian wiped the wine from her chin and said that she didn't like anything about him. She started by saying that this man collects stuffed magical creatures and calls them his collection. In the past, Cardia was home to many magical creatures. The man kept pouring her another glass of alcohol and agreed with every word. Wanting to take possession of their power, people captured them, imprisoned them, and exterminated them in an attempt to understand them. The girl got angry. This is a shameful stain on the history of the continent. Beautiful noble creatures died out because of human selfishness, and he buys their stuffed animals and is proud. It's just disgusting. Moon objected that the Count was a wealthy man with an extraordinary appearance, and many people spoke well of him. Taking another big gulp, she added that these people had no idea what kind of person he was. All noticed that she still looked somewhat like Marianne. Luaria is capable of sympathy for a man without knowing his face, and is ready to take the initiative while being interested in what he is like as a person, and has strict requirements for this. She does not follow the opinion of the crowd and follows her feelings. This is why people loved Marianne. Leaning closer, he said that he liked it too. There is only one difference, that she freezes when someone violates her personal space. Surprisingly, her tolerance for alcohol was higher than he thought, and she seemed to like the wine, but in her memories it was disgusting. The man grinned as if he was up to something. Directing his gaze at her, he assumed that perhaps intimacy would soon be the same. The next moment he was flying through the air. He flew up close to her, took Obsidian by the chin, and offered to check. Meanwhile in the dungeon, Amber pointed to a pattern on the wall. Platinum agreed, noticing her keen eyes. They were curious about what the riddle would be this time, so they touched the code. The riddle said that honesty would open the way further, and asked to name a name. It seems they have to reveal their real names to get through. Immediately realizing, the girl shouted the names Platinum and Amber. But it didn't work. If only everything were that simple. Platinum thought, there is a name written here. Does this mean that it is enough to name only one? And he asked what they should do. The girl suggested deciding on Su-I-Fa, but Platinum said it was boring. The girl said that then through another game, whoever loses will name the name. Then she suggested playing a staring contest. The rules were to look into each other's eyes and not look away under any circumstances. She challenged him. Whoever turned away first would lose. The guy immediately agreed, and he accepted the daring challenge. Looking straight into her eyes, the audience really enjoyed the atmosphere. They looked at each other in such a way that everyone felt this intensity, as if they were spying on something intimate. The girl asked permission to ask a question, looking straight into the eyes, and hearing consent, she asked if he had kissed Obsidian. The guy clenched his fist, and the girl added that he should speak honestly. There was no need to lie while they were looking into each other's eyes. He admitted that he did. Amber's eyes were watery, and in their reflection you could see the silhouette of a guy. She just wanted to know if he liked it. Platna remembered that kiss very often, but he didn't want to tell the girl about it. Therefore, I noted that this is already a new question, and he decided that now he would ask. The girl obediently agreed. He asked why she was involved in the box. He was interested in the purpose of her stay here. She said that her goal is to find a spouse, of course, and that he must definitely be worthy of her. He was interested in the criteria of this worthy guy. Remembering her own words about a reliable and healthy person, he added, "Could this really be a person who would not leave her in old age?" She laughed that there were too many questions, and he only allowed her to ask one. Platinum realized his mistake, but she still decided to answer, saying that it doesn't matter how long they will be together. She just wants to never regret choosing him. She sincerely believed that this was the most important thing. It's Amber's turn again. She wondered who moved his heart more, Obsidian or Marianne. He started remembering all the moments with Obsidian, their first meeting, how she chose him, how they lay together on the bed when he was sick. He replied that he didn't know, but the girl was not satisfied with this answer. Then she asked differently, "What is it about Marianne that makes his heart beat faster?" Ambra was shocked by his answer. He said that he was interested in her personality. She started screaming that they had agreed not to lie. She was looking him straight in the eyes. Shame on her. He offered to look into them and told her to read them. He wasn't lying. The girl got very angry, saying that this was a pompous phrase, and that men who promised her the whole world also said the same thing, twirling her around in dances at masquerades. And no one is embarrassed to lie to her face. While he remained silent, she stood opposite him and continued to frown. Platinum turned his head to the side and tore his gaze away from the girl. He began to move aside, since she thought so. Ambra was puzzled. Was he really refusing to play? He turned towards her and raised his voice, since she compared him to a man at a masquerade. He decided, for the sake of honesty, seeing her aggressive look, to take off his mask. He reached for the ring on his hand with a serious look. The girl's eyes widened, replacing rage with shock. The audience screamed. Was he really removing the transformation anchor? This is probably allowed, but usually not until the final choice. The ring hung sadly in the air. In a second it would fall to the floor. Having thrown it off, the guy felt lightness and freedom. Even his gaze changed. There was no longer anger in it. A moment later, he turned into a handsome, blue-eyed blonde man in a suit of armor and a cloak. Ambra looked at him nervously, not understanding what awaited them next. Having completed his transformation, he turned away and threw out after them that his name was Johann Tita Elpadiem. After he said his name, the code on the wall mask lit up. He formed a portal, bottomless like a black hole. The guy left, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts. Hearing his name, she understood everything, and even covered her mouth with her hand in surprise. The spectators watching all this were also in shock. Well, it turns out that this is the second prince of the empire. This is the son of the emperor. The people heard that he was ill, or that he had never left the palace at all. No one had ever known his face before. After the first season of the box ended, no one saw the heirs of the empire on the show again. The first time in 20 years. It turns out that the girl he chooses will become part of the imperial family. Ambra immediately fell to her knees, digging her palms into the floor. She said that she, a loyal subject living under the sun, welcomes the ray of his, the great prince. And she began to apologize for allowing such insolence towards the son of the empire. He asked her to stand up, but she couldn't. Then he began to explain that this was the reason he wanted his identity to remain a secret for as long as possible. And yet he thinks that this is the only way no one will have any doubts. That in his love for Marianne, he is absolutely selfless. Even the wealth of Sierras and Kelia combined would not compare to what already belonged to him. But he did not seek the attention of the empire and the 8 kingdoms, so he never accepted invitations to the box, and did not even think about getting married. He wanted to spend his life locked behind closed doors of the palace before he saw her. The whole nation was tense. The audience watched in shock. and Ambra could only admire the prince, while he honestly, with his hand on his heart, told her that he fell in love with her with a sincere and hopeless love that gave meaning to his meaningless life. He finally admitted that her personality was truly what he loved her for. Months earlier, during a pre-show interview, with cameras on, he was asked to introduce himself, and he gave his name, Johann Tita Elpadius, and added irritably that he was the second prince. He was asked why he decided to take part in the box. He objected because it was obvious, and did it really need to be explained? But Munawal explained that it was necessary for the viewers. His brother told him that he should answer that he came to find his love, but in reality, it was all nonsense. He wanted to find Marianne, a woman whose face and personality he knows, whom he already loves. Perhaps this is the love that needs to be sought. But he wouldn't even have come if he hadn't known that she was going to participate. Things like finding a loving wife don't interest him. Moon again asked him to explain the reason to the audience, but he refused. Did he really have to say it out loud? And he asked the camera and the magic circle to explain it for him. It was obvious that the reason lay in his illness. The prince is doomed to die, like everyone who has suffered from this disease. It was a hereditary disease, passed down through his family for generations, a heart defect. With this disease, the heart, which contains the power of internal magic, can no longer cope, and the magic penetrates into the limbs and organs, causing painful spasms. There is no cure, and the disease took many members of the imperial family while they were still very young. Everyone thought that the same would happen to him, so no one expected or demanded anything. Everyone believed that he would not even live to adulthood. Therefore, the prince did not interfere in politics, was not engaged, showed no interest in anything, and, like everyone else, waited for his life to end. One day, he saw one of the episodes with Marianne. In it, she was with Viserys. He told her that she didn't know him at all. And what if he was terminally ill? What would she do? Even though he was not sick, he was still interested. When Marianne accepted the invitation to the box, she decided for herself that no matter how the future turned out, she would remain true to her feelings to the end. So even if it's stupid, she will choose with her heart. And it tells her that a moment of short, bright emotions is also especially valuable. Hearing these words, the boy felt his value, despite his illness. Thanks to her words, the prince wondered how he would remain in the memories of the people who knew him. He didn't like the answer, and he wanted, no matter when the time came, to die without shame for how he had spent this life. Even if time is short, allow yourself to become attached to someone, and perhaps, in the end, not regret so much that he had less time than others. She encouraged him to take action, to look beyond the walls of his chambers, to meet people, and finally learn something new. Meeting her changed him and made him better, and the prince wished with all his heart that she would always remain happy. And maybe he was a little jealous of Viserys for being married to such a woman. He was always in the clouds, and he didn't even think that Viserys would be destined to leave this world before him. He immediately understood that Marianne would not forget him so quickly, because she valued short but bright love no less than long-term love. But Johann thought he understood why she had decided to take the second bark to protect the sovereignty of her husband's country. Even if she loved him as Viserys did, he decided he was ready to accept the burden. He made his father promise that if he found the wife in the box, he would allow him to change the laws of his country. Johann will marry Marianne and repeal the law barring women from claiming the throne of Kilia, and she will be able to rule Viserys' country even after he is gone. He just wants to remain in her memory as a person who loved her and acted for her happiness. If she remembers him like that, then there is no point in regretting his death. His straightforwardness is commendable, and he resolutely follows his intended goal, and nothing can hinder him. Pure Platinum was welcomed into the box. The girl froze, looking only at the wall. Platinum squatted down next to her and asked Yantar to look at him. He swore that he had not lied and came to the box already keeping love in his heart. Perhaps he is now blinded by feelings for someone completely different, but he is determined to remain faithful only to her. Amber was very shocked by this explanation of the answer. Meanwhile, in the library, Mun Owl found a classic among novels in an ancient language. Obsidian loved this book as a child, and I think she can even quote it. Then the man said that since she loved books so much, they would try to turn this to the benefit of their business. Theory without practice is dead, and this also applies to relationships. But will the girl then have to kiss the book? Moon asked her to tell him the plot of this novel, and she started telling me that this is a story about how the main character falls in love with a mermaid. He leaned closer to her and asked her to tell him more. Then she added that the mermaid taught the girl magic, and for this she invited him to land, and he accepted the invitation. She showed him how people lived on the surface, then taught him to dance, and then a spark ran between them. This particular scene was the girl's favorite scene in the book. The man saw what he needed, and he immediately decided to start with this, snapping his fingers. A magic circle suddenly appeared beneath them. Obsidian noticed that magic had also touched the table. A mini dome box appeared on it, containing a couple. He actually created a scene from her favorite novel. He took her hand decisively, and he gently pulled her towards himself. Under the influence of magic, their appearances changed. They changed into outfits, like the heroes of the book. He then gently explained that it was difficult to convincingly play something you had never felt, and perhaps a favorite scene from a book would help evoke the necessary emotions. Raising their hands together higher, he told them to imagine themselves as the heroine and him as a mermaid who had just come ashore. And they are not in love yet. He whispered in her ear, ordering her to whirl them around in a dance. His dark eyes met hers opposite, and his heart began to beat much faster. There was clearly a spark between them when he told Obsidian to dance with his heart.